For the past 3 years, I've generated $5.2 million for coaches and consultants. And this wasn't by following the hustle culture and posting more, following generic advice, or sitting here following and copying trends all day. This was by building a predictable acquisition system that has worked for dozens of coaches and consultants. Most coaches hit a ceiling. They're stuck trading time for money. They're consistently battling unqualified leads and struggling to sign high-ticket paying clients. They're working hard without a clear framework, and what ends up happening is that they get burnt out. See, the difference between a coach making $10,000 a month versus one making $50,000 a month is not what you actually think it is. It's having a clear system and a clear framework to actually work through that'll get them to that point. And that is the OMS system that stands for Offer, Marketing, and Sales. It's the complete blueprint for building a profitable, predictable, high-ticket coaching business. It's how my clients scale to $50,000, $200,000, and $500,000 a month without having to sit here and guess for hours on end. And to be honest, this isn't information that you're just gonna find on some generic YouTube course. So I've decided over the next few hours, I'm gonna pull the curtains back and show you how to implement the OMS system step by step into your coaching business. This is the exact system I have used to generate $5.2 million for coaches and consultants. And I have one goal in this video. My goal is to take you from where you currently are to making $25,000 a month with your coaching program. And once you get there, and if you need more help, you apply to working with me, either teaching you how to do this or me bringing you on to the program where we'll scale you to multiple six figures a month. Now, the OMS system starts with the offer, so let's get right into it. All right, so welcome to the offer section of the OMS system, right? This is where we're going to create an irresistible offer. I'm going to show you the exact 5 components that you need to set up in place to have an irresistible offer for your high ticket coaching offer. So in the OMS system, the O stands for offer. This is arguably the most critical pillar. You can have the best marketing in the world, but if your offer is weak, it's vague or unattractive, you're going to struggle to convert. Conversely, an irresistible offer can make your marketing and sales efforts significantly easier. It pre-sells your clients and attracts the right kind of prospect and commands premium prices. Many coaches struggle because their offer is simply coaching, but coaching isn't an offer. It's a delivery mechanism. A truly irresistible offer is meticulously crafted solution to a specific problem designed to deliver a clear transformation. In this blueprint, we'll break down the 5 essential components of such an offer using a real-world example, how we help the window cleaning coaching program go from struggling to consistently hitting. This was when we were doing 25K, but the example we're going to use here is going to be 25K. It's going to be a window cleaning coach, but now we're at around $40,000 a month, generating $40,000 a month. So the first component is having a specific outcome. Now, this is obviously what I typed in, but to go more into my words and exactly what I would say is an offer is extremely important. If you don't know who you're selling to, if you don't have an offer that's irresistible, that is actually attractive to your ICP, it doesn't matter how good your marketing is, you're going to struggle, right? The same exact way, if your marketing is terrible, it doesn't matter how good your offer is because no one's going to see it. So the first component that we're going to talk about is having a specific outcome, right? Which is what they get. This is the crystal clear, measurable result your client will achieve by working with you. It's not about the process, it's about the destination. Vague outcomes like grow your business or improve your mindset is weak. Specific outcomes are actually what's powerful. And then going through this course, at the end, we're going to go ahead and make offers. We're going to use this exact blueprint right here, and we're going to make an irresistible offer together. Hopefully, I think I'm going to do trading, but hopefully it's something that you know that you can see a benefit from, right? Why this is crucial. People buy outcomes. They don't buy features. When your outcome is specific, it's easier for prospects to envision their success and justify the investment. It makes your marketing messaging sharper and more compelling. When someone buys a coaching program, they're not buying learning how to run. Let's just say, for example, trading. They're not buying learning how to look at charts and predict the market. They're buying freedom. They're not buying sitting at a desk less times a day. They're buying. Actually, they are, but they're buying freedom. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. If someone buys a mentorship for running ads, they're not buying just learning how to run ads. They're buying the freedom that running ads gives them. right? I hope that makes sense to you, right? So people buy outcomes. They don't buy the features. When the outcome is specific, it is easier for the prospect to envision their success in justifying the investment. It makes your marketing message sharper and more compelling. So, for example, we had a window cleaning coach in consult, and his offer was coaching for window cleaners to grow their business. This is vague. This is before he started working with us, and that's the first thing that we worked on because if your offer is the first pillar, if your offer is not good, the marketing is going to suck. It doesn't matter at all if you have the best marketing, the sharpest messaging. It doesn't matter. If your offer is not good, your marketing is going to suck. And if your marketing sucks, you're not obviously going to have enough leads and your sales system is going to suck. So after he started working with us, we switched it to we help window cleaning business owner add an extra ten to $20,000 in recurring revenue within 90 days without relying on paid ads or cold calling. You see like the difference between coach for window cleaners to grow their business versus we help window cleaning businesses add an extra ten to $20,000 in recurring revenue within 90 days without relying on paid ads or cold calling. That's extremely powerful. That is very, 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 very powerful, right? This specific outcome immediately resonated. Window cleaners knew exactly what they were getting and could easily calculate the return on investment. It shifted the conversation from what he did to what they got. All right, so the next component is the mechanism, right? How it works in three steps or fewer. This is a unique process or methodology to deliver for delivering the specific outcome. It's a step-by-step guide your clients, you guide your clients through. Crucially, it should be simple enough to explain in three steps or less. It's like the exact mechanism that they're going to be used. For example, you guys are going through this. It's called the OMS system, offer, marketing, and sales. It's just any exact mechanism that you're going to use. It could be really anything, but you just want to have some sort of mechanism, way, or of teaching, or getting them their desired results. A clear mechanism provides clarity, builds trust, and differentiate you from the competitor. It shows prospects you have a proven path, not just a vague idea, and it also makes your offer feel tangible and repeatable. Right? My thing is the OMS system. Any coaching program or anyone who wants to learn from me, what I teach them is the OMS system. In order to scale your coaching program to 10, 20, 50, 100K, a million, 5 million, 10 million, you need an offer, you need a market, you need to market your offer, and you need a way to convert your offer with sales. And that's repeatable for anyone. Any single one of you guys that's watching, if you ever, go on ahead and buy my coaching program, it is going to be with the OMS system. My coaching program is set up in the way of an OMS system, right? Um, my offer is getting you from X point to X point. The way I market is via YouTube, Reels, things like that. And my sales process is a type form or you DMing me and having a sales rep or me myself setting you onto the calendar. And then for my clients, it's the same exact thing. Offer, marketing, and sell. So you want a clear mechanism that you're going to take people through. For example, with this client again that I'm going to be using right now, is before he had an undivided mix of general coaching and advice that he was giving people, right? And after, we created a three-step revenue accelerator for window cleaners. The first step was optimizing your service menu for high profit jobs, right? It's changing your pricing structure and things like that. The second step is implementing a referral engine to get new clients on autopilot. And the third step was to automate your follow-up to maximize repeat business. That was his mechanism. And that got people to the desired results, which was, let's just say, getting to $50,000 a month. And that's what he believed, that if you optimize your service menu, you number two, implement referral, implement his referral engine, and then number three, you automate your follow-ups, you're going to get to $50,000 a month. Very simple with your window cleaning business, right? So the last thing is impact. This simple name mechanism made his offer feel proprietary and actionable. Prospect can easily understand how they would achieve the outcome, making the offer far more compelling. When someone can actually understand how they're going to get to where you promised them, it's much easier. If I tell you I'm going to get you $1 million, don't worry about how you're going to get there, but I'm going to get you there. Are you really going to believe me? No. But if I tell you I'm going to get you to $1 million a month, or I'm going to get you to let's just say $500,000 a month. And the way that I'm going to do that is, number one, we're going to optimize your offer, and then we're also going to use paid ads and organic traffic on Instagram Reels to garner leads and garner attention. And then we're going to get that attention. We're going to give them the offer through the sales funnel that we're going to use. a webinar. If I tell you the exact steps that are going to get you to that 50, 500K per month or whatever the goal or the promise is, you're going to be more likely to actually accept it and then actually believe that I can help you get to where you want to go. Now, the thing I don't want you guys to make is overcomplicating this. I think a lot of people are going to sit here and overcomplicate this and think that that it needs to be like something specific or it needs to be something that's special. No, it doesn't have to be like at all. It could be something very basic. It could be fake. You know what I mean? But it just has to be something that people understand that first Edmund's going to take me here, and then he's going to take me here, and then he's going to take me here, and then after getting to this last point, I'm going to get to my goal. And if I follow what he says and takes me through these points, then eventually I'm going to get to my goal and make the money or the outcome that I want or that I was promised. The third thing is time constraints, right? When they will see results. This is the specific. This specifies the time frame within which the client can expect to achieve the outcome goal. It adds urgency and credibility and helps manage expectation. Now, why is this crucial, you might ask? People want results fast. A clear timeline constraints demonstrates your confidence in your system and provides a tangible goal for the client. It helps overcome procrastination, that they'll do it later mentality. Now, time constraints is very, very, very important. It's extremely important. Now, there's two ways you can make time constraints, right? And the best way that I see a lot of people doing it is saying, I will add you an extra $10,000 a month within the next 90 days or you don't pay 45K a month, right? If someone's going to give you 3K for their coaching program, which is probably like the average for a real high ticket coaching program, that's their whole fucking salary for a month. That's for a whole month, right? So once you understand that it's a lot of money, you have to add some risk reversal. Even if I charge 7.5K, I understand that 7.5K is a lot of money, right? But obviously the results and the return on investment that I am offering people is also a big return on investment. You get what I'm saying? So the case study, so for example, to use the 25 40K now, window cleaning coach, before me, he had no guarantee. He just had, I think his ticket price was like 2K. His ticket price was 2K upfront. He didn't have a guarantee. He didn't have a risk reversal. And he was sitting here wondering why he's not able to scale. Why are people not buying his offer? Why are people buying his competitor's offer? And after we came in, we did a little bit of market research. We figured out that his competitor had a risk reversal, right? I think if I could recall correctly, the competitor's pricing point was it was a 4K offer where they'll get you to $50,000 a month with your window cleaning business within the next 90 days, or they work with you for completely free, right? And to go back up, yeah, and actually not to go back up, it's the same exact component. A risk reversal doesn't always have to be like a payment back or a refund or anything like that. It could also be working with you for completely free, or it could be something like doubling the results, right? We'll get you 15 high ticket paying clients within the next 90 days. Or if I don't do that, I then have to get you 30 high ticket paying clients, or you don't pay, or something along those lines. But what I'm trying to get at is that it doesn't always have to be money. It could be something as small as just working for free, right? Working for free, or giving them a little bit of extra. So what we added for him is that if you don't add at least $10,000 in new monthly revenue within 90 days, we'll work with you for free until you do or refund your investment, whichever one they choose, right? This bold guarantee eliminated almost all client hesitation. It signalized extreme confidence and shifted the risk entirely onto the coach, making the offer almost impossible to refuse for serious business owners. No, this kind of guarantee should only be offered if you are 100% confident in your system and client selection. The thing with this is that there's a lot of mix-up that can happen. If you're selling something that's low ticket or you're selling to people who aren't actually really qualified, what's going to end up happening is that they're going to have this guarantee and it's always going to be sitting in the back of their mind, knowing that if I don't do X, Y, Z, I get my money back. But if you have this guarantee, what I would do is I would put it on contract, and there is requirements to get the guarantee. Because for most people's cases, if the client doesn't do what you need them to do, you really can't get them results. For example, with growth operating coaching or whatever you want to call it, a marketing agency, if the client doesn't post content, I can't make the money. If I don't have leads, I can't. There's no one to convert. There's no one to show their offer to. So they have to post. So whenever I sit there and have a contract or a guarantee with a client, if I even have to, I also state that there's things that they have to do, like posting X amount of times a week, posting X amount of reels or shorts a day, things like that. Because if you don't, they'll just sit there, they'll do nothing, and they'll wait 90 days and then request for a refund, which that's not the case at all. So add in a risk reversal. It's very, very simple, but the thing you also have to be is very, very confident in your services, right? But it's also like in between because a lot, if you're doing truly high ticket, that's like, I would say anything over 4K, most people are not really going to ask for a refund. For someone to actually buy a 4K offer, they're not going to buy it for the guarantee, or at least you shouldn't sell it because of the guarantee. You should be selling it based on what return that they're actually going to get. The return on investment needs to be high. They need to look at it and be like, okay, fuck, like I should buy this, not because of the guarantee or the risk reversal, but because of, this is a really good offer. You get what I'm saying? So what I would do is make sure number one, your fulfillment is actually on point. If you say you're going to get someone to 25K, actually get them to 25K, because if you don't, what's going to happen is that even if they don't guarantee, referrals are a big thing, especially because the coaching space is relatively small. Referrals are extremely important. They're extremely important because the word goes around. I know a lot of coaches that mess up their reputation starting out, and then now, if you say their name, someone's not going to hire. Like, there's just some specific coaching programs out there that if someone tells me their name that they came from this program, I may not hire them just for that simple fact. You know what I mean? So it's very, very important to actually make sure you can fulfill the results, and you have to be 100% confident about it, because if you're not confident about it, people are also going to be able to see it through that you're just adding this guarantee because you want them to sign on and move forward with you, you know? And the prospect can see that. And that's something I haven't talked about, but the prospect can see if you're having this guarantee just because you want them to sign on or because you're confident. You never, ever, ever want to get to the point where, you're having them sign this contract just for the simple fact of you want them to hop on, but it should be because you are. All right, so the next thing is price anchoring, right? You have to frame the investment against the return, not the cost. This is how you present the offer, the price of your offer, not as a cost, but as an investment that yields a significant return. It involves framing the value in relation to the problem solved and the outcome achieved. Why this is crucial. Prospect will always compare your price to something. Your job is to control the comparison. Anchor your price against the massive value you provide, not against a competitor's lower price or a client's current expenses. This is very, very important because regardless of who you are, you're going to get objections, right? A common objection is that this is way too much, right? I can't afford to lose that money, right? And when you have someone in the mental state that they're looking at your pricing compared to how much money they have to give you. That's the wrong state that you want them to be. Like, yeah, you can still close people, but you want to flip it and get them in a frame where instead of they can't afford to give you $4,000, they can't afford to be in the same situation that they've been in for the past 6 months, right? Ask them. This is sales training that I'm giving you guys here, but just straight up, you could ask them like, what's more expensive? You investing $4,000 in yourself to getting these skills that'll help you get to $10,000 a month, or you staying in the same position that you've been in for the past 6 months, right? And most people, if it's a painful enough problem, they're almost always going to say the second option, being in the same position, right? And once you got them in that frame, what that does is that they stop looking at it from the senses of how much they're actually spending, but how much they're going to be spending if they don't buy your solution, right? I hope that makes sense to every single one of you guys watching. Let's go ahead and talk about this coach right here. Like I said, 40K. My Before his coaching program, like I said, was $2,000, right? It was $2,000, and I think even before that was like 997 for a high ticket, like one on one, which is absolutely insane, right? After pricing create, our program is an investment of now. I think now we have like a 4K, 4.5K. It's an investment of 4K, right? But consider this: if we help you add $10,000 to $20,000 in monthly revenue, that's 120K to $240,000 annually. Your investment pays for itself in a matter of just weeks, right? That is pure profit. That's not the cost of not, right? So what's the cost of not making that extra $10,000? You see how you just flip it? Instead of them looking at the cost of how much they have to invest right now, what's the cost of them not making 120 to $240,000 a year? Less vacations, right? A worse lifestyle, not being able to take care of their family, not having a fulfilling and established business, right? Once you have them looking at it from that specific lens, that's when you actually start to hop on sales call and you just close and lay down all these deals like it's not. By anchoring the price against the potential revenue, the investment becomes a logical decision rather than an expense. It shifted the focus from the cost to the immense return on investment. And this is very, very important, like I said, because you're going to get a lot of objections if you're in sales on people looking at the expense like, damn, this is a lot of money. Like, damn, I can't invest that right now, you know? I have bills coming up. But them seeing in that same situation, like how much money has that cost them? It's probably cost them a lot of money. So if they're looking at it from those lens, that is how you convert it. Right. Now, these five components, a specific outcome, a mechanism, time constraint, risk reversal, and price increment are building blocks to an irresistible offer. When all five are clearly defined and powerfully communicated, your offer becomes a magnet for high quality content, quality clients, making your marketing sales effort significantly more effective. Now, what I want you guys to do, right, is take your current offering and run it through these five components right here. Run it through the specific outcome, which is like what specific outcome you're going to promise them. Do you have a specific outcome? If you don't have something that is like similar to or as specific as we help blank niche add an extra X amount in recurring revenue within 90 days without doing X or Y, then you need to go ahead and fix it. If the mechanism isn't very, very easily stated, like I told you guys, OMS, offer marketing and sales. Watching this 6 or 7 hour long video, I don't know exactly how long it's going to be. You're probably going to hear the word OMS over 100 times. Offer marketing and sales. That is how I'm going to get you to either 25K per month, 50K per month, 100K a month, or past, $500,000 a month with your coaching program. OMS. Next thing is time constraint. Is how quickly are you going to get them there, right? This helps you with focus. It helps them really understand the time frame and manage expectation, because there's some people who are going to think that you should get them there within a couple of weeks, and there's other people who are going to sit here and think that you should get them there, within a couple months, right? And having those time constraints is very, 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 very important. Next thing we have is a risk reversal. Risk reversal is what happens if you don't get them to that result, right? Like I told you guys, the average American makes around $3,000 a month. That is, I think, 36K. They make anywhere between 30 to 40K a year. 3K is the average person's monthly wage. What I consider an actual high ticket program is anywhere between 3 to 4K to like $15,000 plus. That's high ticket. Anything lower than that's like mid ticket or low ticket program. Right. So if someone's gonna invest $3,000 for you, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for most people, right? So if you have this risk reversal that if you don't get them to this result, then this is, what's going to happen. It makes them a lot more confident on investing their money. And then number two, it shows confidence in yourself depending on how you use the guarantee. The last thing is price anchoring. This one is probably the most important component to all of this, is because you're going to get this objection over and over and over again. And if you don't know how to handle it properly, you're going to lose a lot of money on sales calls. You have to really switch someone's brain. If someone's not making the money that they want to or living the life that they want to, there's something that they have to change, right? And the mindset is something that they typically have to change. So they have to stop looking at it from the perspective of how much money they're investing, but how much a solution is going to help them, help fix. I think we talked about that. I hope that makes sense to you guys, right? So go through all five of those. Fix this first. Don't touch your marketing or your sales system until your offer is rebuilt. Now let's go on ahead and move on to marketing. But before we go ahead and do that, I told you guys we're gonna create an offer together. So the first thing we're gonna talk about is specific outcome. Specific outcome. So for example, with a specific outcome is, let's just use day traders for example. I help day traders get their first payout in 45 days or less without having to stare at charts all day. Now, I'm not a day trader, but this is very, very specific. We can all go on and make this more specific. I help beginning day traders get their first payout in 45 days or less without having to stare at charts all day, trade our charts all day. Now you could add the monthly revenue of how much money you're going to make them, but the thing is that you have to also be very, very careful of like financial promises. Now, if it's organic, you're good, but if it comes into paid ads, then you can't really, have a financial promise that they can't, go ahead and sit there and stare at charts all day. I mean, I don't know what I was talking about. I had to fix something real quick, guys. But I think, yeah, I was talking about payments. You could add payments, like for example, you could add it and take it a little further by saying, "I help beginner traders get their first payout." This is more specific. Instead of using like 10K per month, you could use something more specific. Get their first payouts, and you only do that within 45 days without having to stare at charts all day. Right? That's a specific outcome. The next thing that we're going to talk about is, can I go up? Is the mechanism. Now you see this a lot in trading. There's a lot of mechanism out there. TJR has his own mechanism. PB Trading has his own mechanism. There's like a fuck ton of mechanisms out there. I don't even know any of them. I'm not a day trader, but obviously if you're a day trader, we do welcome you and we will do market research for you. Love working with day traders, but specific mechanism, you could say, I don't know, swing trading. I think that's one. Like swing trading, right? We're going to use swing trading to help you get your first payout. Maybe that may be incorrect. Like I said, I'm not a day trader. So, just be a little bit light with me on this. I help day traders get their first payout in 45 days or less without having to stare at charts all days, right? The mechanism could be swing trading, and then you go down and create 3 exact steps that you're going to do to help them, get that first payout, which is the desired outcome. The next thing is, let's go back up and take a look real quick. The next thing is time constraints. And we already did it up here, and that for this offer is 45 days or less. And then the fourth, one, two, three. The fourth thing is risk reversal. Right? An easy one that you could add, or we work with you for free until you get your first payout, right? Or we work with you for free until you get your first payout. Now you have to be specific with this, because if it's a one-time payment, then you are already kind of like working with them for free at that point. All right, so you can switch this up and say something along the lines of, or we give you half your money back, whatever the case may be. And then the last thing is price anchoring. Now the thing is that you have to really understand your ICP, like who you're actually targeting, because you're targeting beginning traders. They, number one, have to have money to buy accounts. I think that's what it is. They have to have money to buy accounts, and then also they have to have they're beginning traders, so they're probably going to be young, starting to get established. So like the most you can realistically, let's go ahead and type that out. The most you can realistically price for this is like 2K. To be fully honest, the most you can price is like 2 to 2.5K to get into their first payout. Maybe a little bit more, 2 to 3K, $1,000. Whoops. But now if we take all of this, is I help day traders. I help beginning day traders get their first payout in or less without charge all day, or I. So this is a really, really fucking good offer right here. And if you're a trader, go ahead and use this. I help beginning day traders get their first payout in 45 days or less without having to stare at charts all day, or I will work with them for free until you do get that first pay out. So boom, there we go. This is an irresistible offer right there. We went to the 5 components for creating an irresistible offer, and we've made one together. The next thing that we are going to talk about is pricing your offer. So I'll see you guys in that next. So now we're going to go ahead and talk about offer positioning, because you could have a great offer. You could have all 5 of the components that we talked about, right? You could have a perfect price anchor, and you could have a clear ICP that you're targeting. You could have a perfect offer, but if you don't position it correctly, you're not going to be able to scale. Positioning your offer is what separates people making 5K per month versus people making 25K per month, right? And the one thing that I really want to talk to you guys about is the category of one. After scaling numerous coaching offers and seeing what does and doesn't work, and seeing why some people scale so easily while other people struggle, even though they have better results, or even though their fulfillment is better or their marketing is better, it has to do with their positioning, right? Because if you don't position yourself properly, number one, like I told you guys earlier in this video, perception is everything when it comes to scaling your coaching program. If you don't position your offer properly, you're not going to be able to scale, especially if you're in a crowded marketplace. If you're in a place like Airbnb or Amazon FBA, you're a day trader or a fitness coach, right? If you're in a crowded marketplace, you have to position yourself properly. And that is exactly what we're going to discuss in this video right now. Now, like I said, the main point that I want to talk about is the category of one. In marketing, when scaling a coaching program, the one thing that is more important than anything else is how you position yourself, right? And it is better for you to be the leading person in a category than for you to be number 2 or number 3. No one cares about number 2 or number 3. Everyone cares about who is number 1 and who is the best at doing this, right? Or who's one of the best at doing this. You always want to create, if you can't be the best in a category, what you have to do is create your own category. And I'm going to repeat this and say this again, because if you're going to watch this section, the main thing that I want you to understand is that if you can't be first in a specific category, create a brand new category and place yourself first in that specific category. I'm going to use myself as an example, and then I'm going to give you guys a few examples on the category of one so that you can really understand this. For example, there's numerous of my competitors you guys could have gone to, right? You guys could have gone to, I'm not going to list any names, but there's numerous competitors you guys could have gone to for consulting help or for help with your coaching program. And if I would have marketed myself the same way that they do, like I'm not going to say names just because it doesn't really matter, but I could have marketed myself the same way that they do, guys that are maybe even bigger than me, I would have always been number 2 or number 3. But what I decided to do is to create a new category called the OMS system and place myself number 1 in that category. And if anyone hears about the OMS system for the rest couple of years or months or however long I keep going with coaching, they're always going to think about me because I'm the first person in that category. Because people care about number 1. They don't care about number 2, number 3, number 4, nothing else. They only care about with positioning your offer is to create a category and be the best in that category. So I'm going to talk over the 5 things or the 5 specific sections that you guys need to focus on, or you guys need to actually look at to creating a category and you ending up the best one in that category that stands you out in a crowded market. Right. The first thing I want to talk about is the problem with generic positioning. The thing is that, like, if I help, let's just say, for example, I help coaches and consultants scale their coaching program. That's the coaching program and consulting program that I have. If I had it just, I help scale coaching programs, that puts me in the same place as dozens and actually hundreds of other people who help scale coaching programs. And that's a couple of things. Number 1, it's lack of differentiation. Another thing is commoditization, right? You become a commodity. You're easily replaced. Why would someone go with me when they could just get the next guy? Right? And then what ends up happening once you're a commodity is that people start making decisions based on price. And that's the worst thing you ever want the buyer to be in. You don't want them to make decisions based on price. You want them to make decisions based on value and who you are as a person. Because when they start making decisions on price, people are going to start lowering their budget. Right? That's the reason why with this specific category, I could charge a high ticket because I trademarked it to the OMS system. It's a specific system that I set up in place, right? No one can just come in and say, oh, I also do the OMS system. Or if they do, they'll be the second person in the category, right? Not the first person. And once I created that category, I'm no longer commoditization, however you say it. It's hard for you to replace me, right? And I could charge a very supreme and premium high ticket. The next thing is that you're perceived as low value, If you're just like everyone else, you are perceived as lower value. And that's going to end up, like I said, making people do decisions based on pricing, which you never want them to do. And then another thing is confusion. One thing you guys need to understand is that if the buyer's ever confused at any point in the sales process, they will not buy. I'll say this before and I'll say it again. If the buyer is ever confused in the sales process, they will not buy. If they can't look at my profile or look at the piece of content that I'm posting and quickly see exactly what I'm providing, exactly what I do, then they're just gonna keep on scrolling and they're not gonna pay me any type of mind, right? So you have to make sure that when you create a category or when you market yourself, your prospect or your ICP knows exactly what you are selling. The next thing is the power of the name framework. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna go into a little bit more detail on this, but for example, I have the OMS system, right? Which stands for offer, marketing, and sales. And throughout this 7-hour or 6-hour, however long this video is, you're going to see it and you're going to hear it multiple times. The OMS system, and that is a framework that I have created, right? This is the secret weapon to creating a category of one. The name framework is your proprietary methodology, your unique system for delivering results, right? It gives you an offer. It gives you your offer a tangible identity. It makes your process clear and builds massive authority. And you can do this whenever. I think in the earlier modules or one of the later ones in the offer section, I do talk about this and how to go ahead and create the framework, but we're also going to talk about it here. The first thing is a tangible identity, right? For example, with mine, it's the OMS system. It's a specific entity. It's not a collection of ideas. It's a structurized approach on how I go about coaching programs. I use the OMS system. Every single coaching program has 3 main pillars. And if all 3 of these pillars are firing, you're gonna make a fuck ton of money. If one is failing, you're gonna start seeing leaks in your funnel and you're gonna end up not making as much money as you possibly can be making, right? The first thing is the offer. What are they offering, right? Who is the ICP? Making sure that the offer is dialed in for that ICP. The next thing is the market. How are we marketing people? How are we acquiring clients? Is it paid ads? Is it through organic? Is it outbound? Like, how are we getting people in front of that offer? And now once we get people in front of that offer, how are we converting them? You get what I'm saying? So that is how my tangible identity is. The next thing is that it creates clarity and trust. When someone sees that you have some sort of framework that you've named or some sort of category that you've created for yourself, it creates authority. Right? When people go to my comment section and they see everyone's typing in the word OMS, it's like, okay, these guys know what this is. What is it? They start getting curious, they do a little bit of research, and then they obviously now get sold into the OMS system. And whether they buy right then and there or they buy, months in the future, they know the OMS system. That's all my goal is. Right? The next thing is authority and expertise. It places you as the authority, which is one of the biggest things when it comes to creating your specific framework. When you create a framework, you're always seen as the authority in it. Whether you're a trader, whether you're a fitness coach, you could always create some sort of framework. And once you create that framework, you'll be seen as an authority in that framework. The next thing is competitive moat. The thing is that with a lot of people, someone else can offer the same exact thing that you offer, right? I help coaches and consultants scale their coaching program. Someone else can just make that specific tagline and then go ahead and offer it. They could do it. There's nothing that's stopping them. But with the OMS system, this is something that I specifically offer. They would have to go out, do some research, and then actually try to copy me. But the thing is that at this point, they can't really copy me because everyone that knows about the OMS system has seen it from me first. So they're always going to be second, right? It gives you a competitive advantage, right? And like I said, it's 3 sections: the offer, the marketing, and the sales. Every single offer has it. And if you're someone who's gone so far into this point and wants to help scale in their coaching program, go on below, either to my Instagram, DM me, or click the link below, apply to see if you qualify. Right now, the next section we're going to talk about is how to position your offer as the only logical choice. First thing you have to do is that you have to identify the first and the clear problem that your ICP has. So we're going to go ahead and use fitness, because I know this is a very, very common coaching program. We're going to use fitness, for example. Right? So what is the single most frustrating problem your ideal client faces? in the fitness niche. Let's just say we go into it a little bit more specific. We target women, but that's not too specific. Let's say we target women who just had kids, right? Now, I would typically stop there because any more that you do go, your ICP or your TAM becomes very, very small. Your target market becomes very, very small. You're not going to be able to scale to mostly 6 figures, right? So I would stop at women who are trying to lose weight after having kids. That is who we're targeting. So what's the biggest pain point that they are going to have is maybe gaining fat after having a kid. Boom. So we figured out. Now we have to introduce a framework as the solution, right? I name mine the OMS system. You can name yours whatever. You can name it the women's inner circle. You can name it the women's fatigue sequence. I don't know. You have to be creative. I'm not a fitness coach, but you can name it whatever you want. It does not matter at all, really. So once you do that, when you start creating content, obviously this is the offer section. Once you start creating content, you have to continuously market that exact system, right? You want it to be 3 specific pillars that are very, very simple to understand, that are very, very easy for the ICP to understand and to know and to look at and to say, this is his specific mechanism, right? And you want to just continuously market that. The next thing is that you want to quantify the transformation. For example, you want to connect your system directly to a specific measurable outcome for your client's desire. For example, the OMS system is how our clients consistently hit $100,000 a month without burning out, right? It gives them their time back. They can focus on their main business, which whatever your expertise is, you focus on that. And what we do is we help you scale that other business, which is your coaching program, all basically done for you if you do qualify for that, right? The next thing is then creating the category of one. You're not competing with other coaches who help grow or who help you lose weight. You're the only person who installs that specific system. Does that make sense? Because let's just say if you're a fitness coach, I help you get a 6-pack in 6 weeks. That is very simple. That's very straightforward. A lot of people have that specific offer. But if you take it the next step and you say, I help middle-aged women who just had kids get a 6-pack within 24 months, whatever the case may be, which in 12 months, right? I help women who just have kids get a 6-pack within 6 months. That is a lot more specific. You get what I'm saying? And then once you create a specific category for that offer, then you build the category of one. So ultimately, the whole goal with positioning yourself is creating a category, creating a framework within that category. You're marketing yourself as the expert in that specific category, in that specific framework, and you become a category of one. Once you're a category of one, people cannot compete with you because you are the person with that framework. Once you're a category of one, you could charge premium prices. Once you're a category of one, everything becomes easier. It all becomes easier. The one thing that I will say is that once you do create a category of one, what's typically going to happen for most people is that they're not going to get the views that they thought that they were going to get, right? It's probably going to be a little bit slower because you're bringing in a new idea to the market. But once you get going and you start posting 1, 2, 3 months in a row, that's when you're just going to start to scale exponentially. Because the one thing you have to understand in the whole marketing online coaching space is that people follow who people follow. I have grown a social media platform to 150,000 followers on TikTok. It took me 3 months to get to 5,000 followers, and then it took me 3 months to get from 5,000 followers to 100,000 followers. And the only difference was that everyone else at 5K started to know who I was, right? Once people know who you are, they see who you are, they're more likely to then trust you and then listen to what other people do. And that's the same exact thing with your framework. People are not always going to listen the first time, and you're gonna have to continuously tell them. And so once people start believing and listening to your framework, that's when more people are gonna start getting interested, and that's when you're gonna be able to scale exponentially. So to quickly go over the 5 sections, section number 1 is the problem with generic positioning. You cannot be generic. You have to have a specific pain point, a specific thing that you're offering. The second thing is the power of a name framework. Mine is the OMS system, which stands for offer, marketing, and sales. Every coaching program has those 3 things. If you're not making the money that you want to be making, one of those 3 pillars is failing. and you have to fix it to make as much money as you can with your coaching program. The third thing is how to position your offer as the only logical choice. You have to understand your ICP. Who are you targeting? What is their pain point? Create a system, a framework around them, and then market that, right? Which will ultimately create a full category where you are number one with. Now that's gonna do it for the section. In the next section, we're gonna go over marketing on how you can acquire as much clients as humanly possible and get them in front of your offer. All right, how's it going, boys? I'm here with my boy Harley. We're just gonna kind of talk about the results that I've helped him get with his coaching program with Freelance Brands. Now, this one is long overdue because we've been, we've went from absolutely nothing to now getting crazy fucking numbers. Enough of me yapping, but Harley, just kind of tell the guys, the people about the experience working with me, bro.
Yeah, so I started working with Edmund about I think 4 or 5 months ago. I was put on with him through a mutual friend that we know, and he was like, yeah, this guy might be able to help you guys out. So I took the risk, I paid him, I was like, let's get this shit going. I immediately was within the first few days, we had everything pretty much ready to go. It held me accountable. I'm usually pretty good at holding myself accountable sometimes, but I definitely was a little hesitant getting into this. But he reassured me, told me what I needed to get done. We got everything started, and just for the past few months, we've just been absolutely grinding on this coaching offer and just developing out everything to make this shit as absolutely dialed as possible. Obviously providing myself a good mentorship, and him obviously the experience of it, and as well as obviously making money. So but within those 4 or 5 months now, we've managed to do some really killer numbers, and we're only growing every single day pretty much. So it's been an amazing experience. So I'm so glad I did.
100%, bro. Appreciate it, bro. So, it's been absolutely insane, I think at this point, I'm going to throw up the screenshots, or I'll talk to you guys later after this video, but we've done over $100,000 already. Every single month, we're just doubling our income.
Yeah. So, obviously, when we first got started, we were, very new to everything, so we didn't obviously have all the right skills and tools to our advantage. As time went by, we started optimizing everything, figuring out what else we could tweak, figuring out what incentives to get people to opt in and want to join me and have me be their mentor. We hired on new people. We have a killer sales team right now, and they're doing absolutely amazing. Just hired on another person as well. So we're really dialed and expanding the team and just getting absolute killers on the team. And pretty much with that, I just bring all the content out and just been able to kill it every single time. I'm growing on socials, so we're getting more people that want to work with me. And like I said, sales team just dials it all in, and we just have the fucking most dialed team right now. So it's amazing. We're just gonna keep on growing. So
100%, bro. Dude, let me ask you, why do you think we were able to scale? Because there's a lot of people who do coaching programs, but they never get anywhere with their growth operator info, whatever you want to call the guys. But why do you think we, were able to scale so quickly?
I think we had a really big, when we first met, we were super big on that we were gonna absolutely take the space over, and we were not gonna let anything get in our way. I feel like a lot of people maybe have short-term motivation on it, and they originally, of course, we didn't have the craziest results up front. We had some decent ones, it wasn't bad, but we didn't lose motivation because with consistency, shit's gonna get better. And I feel like a lot of people that are, maybe are doing coaching or have a growth operator that maybe aren't as consistent, or maybe just don't want it as bad as we do, but we wanted this shit badly. So I think that, we were doing everything in our willpower to see what we can optimize and make this happen. And after doing so, we managed to do really well. Like I said, we have a better team now, we have better, systems in play. We have you managing everything, we have another person who's managing our shit. So it's just absolutely dialed, and I feel like that's why we were able to scale it the way we did and get to the position we are in right now.
So yeah, in regards to kind of what we're doing right now, tell the people about what numbers we're hitting right now, because this is the craziest week that we've had so fucking far, and it's absolutely insane. Because if we look back, in the month of February, what we did the first week to now, kind of tell the people about, how you see the offer going. Where do you think we're going to be at by the end of this year, honestly?
Shit, man. By the end of this year, I have no idea. I'm actually really curious to see how far we can push it. But yeah, so anyways, right now we're on the, we just did 100K. We've been doing like back-to-back crazy weeks where we're doing like 20, 30K a month or 20, 30K a week, or more. So we're just being super, super consistent, and then we're, on track to hopefully start doing like 40K weeks and stuff. But I think by the end of the year, I think we could probably do some really, really crazy numbers.
How much do you think?
I don't even know, man. I think right now, like, about we hit the 100K. I think maybe next up is like 200. But even so, I don't even know, man. We could probably do some really crazy numbers. I wouldn't doubt it. We have everything and systems in play to make this thing probably the most best mentorship in this niche. But yeah, I don't know, maybe 300 by the end of the year.
End of the year, a month?
In a month, yeah.
Bro, that's
probably more.
That's tiny numbers.
I think you do probably more, honestly. I'm just being humble.
What's 300 a month? That's what, like 75? Yeah, that's 75 a week.
That's crazy.
We just did 25 this 2025 this week.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
That's
just
insane.
triple
Yeah, that's
that.
true. We could do that.
I mean, me personally, I think by the end of this year, this offer is going to do $1 million, and I think we're going to be at least at $500,000 per month. As we continue to grow, the biggest thing that I've noticed is we're just both on the same page. Like, we just both want the exact same thing, which is to continue to scale and take over the whole niche. Everyone obviously knows who our competitor is, but our goal is to take over the niche and just outpass everyone. And I think with what we have here with our sales team, like Harley said, who are dialed, we are going to take over the niche. Let's see, the next question I have for you, because obviously we've already hit $100,000. I'm recording this right now in March, but like in February, end of February, mid-end of February, we hit $100,000. But let me ask you, what are some of the biggest, issues that you think that we had that we were able to overcome, and why we're here so quickly?
I think honestly the main thing was just me growing my socials out, and honestly, I wanted this shit really, really badly. I wanted to grow out my socials. I wanted to build out all of this, but to be honest with you, I was kind of complacent of where I was at. So obviously I had Edmund kind of keep me in check and be like, hey bro, like obviously there's more levels to this. You want to get higher, you want to, develop your following and stuff, you got to be more consistent. And obviously as time went by, obviously I've just been putting a lot more work into it and seeing what else I can do. But I think the main thing as well was just getting people to want what I have to offer. You know what I mean? Now, like a lot of people, when we were trying to tell them what I had going on, a lot of people weren't interested, or they just didn't see like really the value. And now we just kind of built this entire system of like our mentorship and why it's worth the price that it is right now, as well as just getting people that want to apply and have leads in general. And obviously, Edmund's been giving me ideas for content, helping me structure, like, keeping me on time, keeping me on track, on how many videos I need to be uploading a week, and shit like that, just keeping me dialed so that I'm able to get to the point where we are right now. But main thing was just growing my socials, and obviously with growing my socials, we had more people apply. We were able to get more people onboarded, more students. And so mainly, I think the main thing that we were struggling with was just staying consistent, or myself staying consistent and just getting more people that wanted the actual offer. But now that we have everything in check, and you're on top of it with me, and we're on the same page, we're here right now. So
100%, bro. And even just talking about the offer, because like getting to $100,000 getting to $100,000 is not something that a lot of info products do, because a lot of them fail. I actually want to talk about this community, because with our community, we get little to no chargeback. The main reason why we're able to scale so quickly, because like I said, we started this offer back in November, and by the time of mid-February, we had already done 100,000. This is something like a lot of people don't do, and the reason why I think we got in there so quick was because our offer is actually good. There's competitors in the space where it's like, people come to our community, come to our offer, and they're just unhappy with other competitors, and our offer is actually good. They have access to you. It's actually structured in a way where we're not just taking money, we're actually providing value. The biggest way we're able to see that is because we have literally zero chargebacks. I think throughout the last 3.5, maybe 4 months, we've had, I want to say, 2 chargebacks. And those 2 chargebacks are just people who weren't committed and paid the lowest amount of money. That's
literally it. We haven't had anybody else with people that pay like high end be unsatisfied, because that's something we talked about in the beginning when we were structuring the offer. I'm very big on like actually providing value and making it worth the money, because I always wanted to be in the position where I can find somebody who is a good mentor or a good coach or whatever. For paying that good amount of money, I would rather speak to the person, so speak to me in this case, and actually provide really good value. Everybody says they provide really, really good value, but I literally by far have probably generated the most results with all of my students, and as well as just staying on top of the actual business model. I am the most consistent by far, as far as just updating, giving new info, new methods, dropping banger videos, dropping sauce inside of the Discord, contacting my students, keeping them on track. So far, I've had so many students that are actually printing, getting past $10,000, $15,000 a month by themselves, eventually now on their ways to make agency. So we are actually building out something that is really, really, really good, and we've seen good results. And I haven't really seen many other results from we have multiple different competitors, but from most of them, I haven't really seen any results like we have. We're actually just dialed, and that's, like I said, why I think, we don't have as many chargebacks. We're able to scale it up so much because people know what they're getting access to. They're getting access to me, and I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for over a year now. So I think literally, so long as we just continue it and we keep on providing amazing value that no one else is doing, people are going to want to come in here, and they're even willing to pay, even if they're already on one of these mentorships that they're already in, they're willing to even pay on top of that to come join me because they're unhappy or they just want more insight on how to do freelance brand scaling.
100%, dude. Then that's the biggest reason why we're going to scale. This month we're going to do $100,000. We're up, I want to say $26,000, $27,000 so far in the first 9 days. We just added a new sales manager. By the end of this month, $100,000. I think next month we're easily going to double that, because I don't know if you want to tell people, but you're going to be copying a whip soon. Yeah. But and I think with that, that's just going to skyrocket your personal brand. And
100%.
Within the next week or two, once we have all the systems in place and completely dialed, then it's just getting more leads, Right. So that's pretty much it. Is there anything else you want to add to this, bro? Or how I was able to help you?
Yeah, man. Honestly, like I said, it's been just a smooth experience with me and Edmund, bro. We built up a really good relationship between the both of us. It's just business partners as well as friends, bro. We met each other. He lives in the same building as me. It's really easy for us to communicate, get shit dialed. I feel like that's something that not a lot of people have, is the people that they have their growth operator. Yeah. Is actual relationship outside the business, but on top of that, just being able to be accessible, bro. A lot of these people that have their growth operators are obviously out of state. We are literally a 5-minute walk.
Literally.
Less than that, bro. We walk between the buildings, and we can link up and get shit done. So, and especially, if it's hey, bro, I need you to come film this video tonight, you can come over to my house, whatever, we'll get it done, we'll get it situated, we'll film it right there the same night. A lot of our schedule is very, very free. He delegates a lot of his time to working on this, helping out our team, getting everything dialed, helping me, keeping me on track. Like I said, a lot of times I feel like I'm very complacent. Obviously, I'm always happy with where I'm at. I'm always grateful. There is always more, of course. And Edmund kind of just lets me know, hey, man, there's always, levels to this shit. If you want to keep on pushing, we got to keep on going harder and harder. And like I said, I feel like we just had a really good relationship as well. I just bought him some Fire Ash shoes the other day because this guy has been absolutely down. Yeah, let's actually
let's grab it.
So why don't I tell him really quickly? Yeah, Edmund has been absolutely killing it, bro. He's my day one friend here, as well as just business partner. And the other day I just decided, bro, fuck it. I told him last month we did a $30,000 month. That was pretty good. And now we're on track to do about $100,000 this month. So I said, fuck it. We did 30K last month. I'll treat you to something. We were at LV. I said, fuck it. Let's get some shoes. We got these beautiful babies. Look how fire these things are, bro. These things are actually gorgeous, bro. So they're actually fire. This guy's a good ass guy outside of business. He knows what the fuck he's doing. He's very consistent, and I feel honestly, bro, out of anybody I see here, I feel this guy is probably one of the best work ethics that I've seen, bro. This guy's fucking dialed. This guy literally had stuff going on personal in his life, and he was still fucking gas on the pedal, bro. It doesn't matter. Anything that comes up, bro, we're still about getting the money and getting this shit going. So yeah, it's been an awesome pleasure working with him, and we're just gonna keep on running this shit up, building out new shit, working out the agency, and just killing this shit, bro. So he's just absolute dial guy. If you guys are ever thinking about potentially working with them, bro, I'll vouch for this guy to the fucking day I die. This guy knows what the fuck he's doing. So definitely recommend it. we're gonna keep on killing it. But yeah, that's really all I gotta say.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it, bro. But yeah, this month $100,000. Next month $200,000. We're just gonna keep running it up.
Yep.
All right.
Easy as fuck, bro.
All right, boys. Appreciate you guys for watching. If you want any sauce in regards to growth operating, anything like that, click the link below to my Discord. If you are someone who wants their community ran, if you want me to manage your account, DM me on Instagram. Now that we finished the offer, we're now going to transition into marketing. The most important thing in 2026 for coaches and consultants is acquiring leads. No matter how good your offer is, if people are not seeing it and are interested in it, you're not going to convert them into sell. So get ready, because this is the most important section in the OMS framework. Okay, so now we're going to talk about creating content, how to create high converting content that converts high ticket clients, the strategy that I use to generating clients, not just getting followers, right? So the first thing I want to talk about is the engagement trap, right? Most coaches fall into the trap of creating content that generates engagement, but not clients. They chase likes, comments, shares, and believe that a large following automatically translates to a thriving coaching business. While engagement is a vanity metric, it often attracts other coaches, aspiring entrepreneurs, or people looking for free advice, not paying clients. This leads to frustration, burnout, and content strategy that feels like a hamster wheel. A lot of people think that if I get views, I will make money. That is not the case. And unless you've been in the game for like 6 months to a year, you'll understand that very quickly. There is coaching programs out there where people with 5,000 followers printing $50,000 a month. And there's also coaching programs out there where people with 100,000 followers that could barely crack 10K a month. It's audience intent. The people who are following you, why are they following you? The people who view your video, why do they view your video? That is much more important than the actual follower metric, right? In the OMS system, marketing, the M pillar is about attracting qualified prospects who are ready to invest into a solution, which is your offer. This section will reveal the critical difference between engaging content, and conversion content. You'll learn the 80-20 rule for content creation, how to leverage your name, how I leverage my OMS system to build authority, and how to craft reels that don't just get views, but fulfill your pipeline with high ticket clients. Now, I'm not going on and saying that converting content or engaging piece of content is bad or you shouldn't make it. It's good, but it has its time and place, right? Because if the only thing you're creating is engaging content, what's going to end up happening is that you're only going to get people who are not interested in buying your program, or you're going to get people who are unqualified, and you're going to be sitting there posting the CTA, and no one even swipes up. You know what I mean? So the first thing I want to talk about the difference between the two, right? The critical distinction. Understanding the difference is paramount to building a profitable content strategy. First thing is engaging. The purpose is to enter awareness and foster community, right? It aims for broad appeal. The characteristics are often focused on trending topics, motivational quotes, generic tips, behind-the-scenes glimpses, or content that appeals to a wide audience, right? The metrics that a lot of people look at for engagement content are likes, shares, comments, save, reach, follower growth, and things like that. The outcome is to build a large audience, but a significant portion of the audience may not be your ideal paying customer. I want you guys to understand this. If someone ever sits here and tells you don't post anything, I wouldn't say lifestyle, but top of funnel, they're absolutely wrong. The reason why I can sit here and say that is because people buy and follow from people who people trust, right? It's much easier for someone to trust you if you have social proof. One of the influence principles is social proof. So when someone goes on your profile and you have 100 followers versus having 15,000 followers, it's a big difference. And the only way you're going to get to 15,000 followers is posting engagement type of content. But the thing isn't about posting engagement type of content about living in a penthouse, a Lamborghini, a supercar, stuff like that. That's not what you want to do. For example, with my content, if I was to post an engagement type of content, it'll be something very top of the funnel, right? It'll be maybe something along like the best coaching programs to start in 2026. The best funnels to start in 2026. You can sit here and argue that this is maybe middle of the funnel, right? But for me, it's either middle or top of the funnel type of content, right? Or maybe talking about marketing as a whole. You get what I'm saying? And people will follow me for marketing, but they may not be interested in coaching marketing. Maybe they're interested in actual business marketing. You get what I'm saying? Now there is conversion type of content. The purpose of converting type of content is to attract, qualify, and convert your ideal high ticket client. It aims to narrow a targeted appeal. The characteristics for this is directly addressing specific pain points of your ideal client, positioning your unique solution. Mine is the OMS system. It educates on the cost of inaction and it provides clear next steps, right? Which is a CTA, and often uses a named framework. The metrics that you're looking for is leads generated, DMs received, lead magnets downloaded, book calls, client acquisition costs, things like that. The outcome here, right, what conversion content does is that it builds a smaller, highly qualified audience that is primed to buy your specific offer. The difference between the two is that, in layman's term, is that convert a lot of views. If you go to my YouTube channel right now, I maybe get like 200 to 300 views per video, but those guys are ready to buy. If my goal was to look famous, was to get a lot of people to follow me, then I wouldn't really post that. I would post about the mansion I live in. I'll post about the cars. I'll post about the lifestyle, the dinners, stuff like that. But those guys will never buy my info product. You understand what I'm saying? So I mainly focus on conversion because I don't care. I already have 30,000 followers on Instagram, 25,000 followers on Instagram. I have the social proof already. So there's no need for me to sit here and post lifestyle type of content because I don't really need to grow much. Like, sure, if I had an extra 50,000, it would help me maybe a little bit more. But now those 50,000 highly depends on why they're following me. You get what I'm saying? So that's the two difference that you guys really need to understand why. Right? Why most coaches attract other coaches and not paid content. When your content is too broad or focuses on general advice, it often resonates most with other coaches who are also trying to figure things out. Right? They engage, they comment, but they rarely buy your high ticket offer because they are your competitors and not your. For example, in my case, because I'll be using myself as an example, that's very, very broad. What this is going to attract is going to attract other people who are coaches just like me. But if I post content about specific pain points that they have, about maybe getting leads, right? If you're a high ticket coach struggling to get leads, this is going to attract people with my specific pain point that are higher likely to buy. It's very simple. A lot of people overcomplicate this, but it is very simple as those two. Now, the next section I want to talk about is the 80-20 rule for conversion content. If you are watching this course, your goal is to make money, not to get famous, to make money with your coaching program. To effectively generate client, not just followers, you need to apply the 80-20 rule to your content strategy. 80% conversion content. This content should speak directly to your ideal client specific pain point, aspiration, and objection. It should position your unique solution, mine, the OMS system, as the answer to their most pressing problems. This is where understanding who you're talking to comes into place. If you don't know who you're talking to, you're never going to be able to make conversion content at all. Right? This is the content that actively qualifies and attracts buyer. Now, the next is the 20% engagement. This content can be used to build rapport, show your audience personality, share behind the scenes, or provide general value. It keeps your audience warm and engaged, but it's not the primary driver to sales. So in my case, I rarely really focus on anything that's broad like lifestyle. And the reason for that is that my goal is not to, get famous. I'm not trying to just get views. I want goal. So why would I sit here and make engagement content all day long? But I still make engagement content, but it's different type of engagement content. Now, my engagement content may be just as broad as marketing. It may be as broad as having a good offer. It may be as broad as having a good sales system, right? It may not be specific to coaching programs, but it's broad in that sense, right? Every piece of content, especially the 80% of conversion, should have a clear purpose to move the prospect one step closer to a conversation with you. The third section we're going to talk about is using a named framework. This is something a lot of people do in the trading space. You may see TJR, he has a specific framework. Creating a framework with your idea, with your offer, allows you to be in a category of one, which is something we also talk about in the marketing. All right. So my OMS system is my intellectual property and my biggest differentiator. Injecting it into my content builds authority, recognition, and category of one. One thing in marketing you guys have to understand is that if you are not first, it doesn't matter. Nobody remembers a second, third, or fourth best person. If I sit here and ask you right now, what is the most common web browser? You're going to say Google. Now, what's the most second? You don't know. You can say Safari, you can say Bing, you can say Firefox or whatever it is, but you don't know. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to marketing, if you cannot be first, you create a new category that you can then be first to, because people buy from the best, right? They buy from the best, and that's exactly what I did. There's numerous other people who have coaching programs out there that you could go watch the full long course that you can go to for help, right? But once I get you to understand my OMS system, understand how I actually look at the coaching space, that is why you will buy my framework, because you actually believe into what I am doing, right? You believe in my mechanism. Now, once you believe in my mechanism, then it's easy to, PIF, to have you pay in full, right? Briefly explain the components of my OMS system, right? Which is the offer, marketing, and sales. Every single coaching program that you guys are going to have, once up until you get to 100K per month, has three basic components. Three basic. They have the offer, which is what you promise to people. They have the marketing, how you're going to acquire leads to put in front of that offer. And they have the sales, which is how you're going to convert those leads that get in front of that offer to paying customer. That's it. That's all it is. And if you're not making the money that you want to be making, one of those pieces are not where they should be. And until you fix that, you're not going to be making money. It's that simple. It is that simple. That is my ideology with it. Every coaching program that I go through, I look at those three things, right? I first ask, what is your offer? If the offer is very broad, like I help women lose weight, right? It has to be more specific. If it is something as broad as, let's just say, for example, you're an e-commerce. I help people start their first drop shipping store. That is very basic. It has to be very, very specific, right? It has to be a specific problem, because you have to understand, in order for someone to buy your info product, they have to actually have a problem, a specific problem that they're dealing with. And they have to believe that you can solve it. Once I look at that, then I maybe then go and look at the marketing. Are they acquiring enough leads? Now, this is the part that a lot of people fail with at this current day and age with the coaching space. Ads are becoming more and more expensive. Organic content is unpredictable and it's very, very hard to scale. Or they're getting leads, but these leads are unqualified. You understand what I'm saying? Then, if they don't have enough leads, or if they don't have enough leads, then we fix that. But if they do have enough leads, then we look into the sales. What is their show up rate? What funnel are they using right now? If they're using a webinar funnel, what is the show up rate, right? What's the close rate? If these KPIs aren't where they need to be, or the offer owner doesn't even know what the KPI is, we track them and we figure out what it is and we fix it. And if everything is up to par where it needs to be, you will reach $100,000 a month. Easy, right? Now, this is not like a guarantee or anything like that. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, but yeah. So the next thing is section number 4 that I want to talk to you guys about is just a couple of ideas of reels that convert versus reels that just get views. You know what I'm saying? And this is for my specific offer. So number 1, reels that just get view is the 5 morning habits of millionaires. You see how that's like just like very, very broad. It's aspirational. It's easy to watch. Like everyone wants to be a millionaire, right? It's 5 habits. It's a quick video, stuff like that. That's my top 3 AI tool for coaches. These videos right here, these 3 videos are going to get a lot of views, but they are going to be extremely unqualified, right? Next, we go to conversion. These are the ones that people are going to buy. The 10K per month trap, why your hustle is keeping you broke, right? And I go in depth into that, and I give them a CTA to comment for a lead magnet. How we built irresistible offer, the category of 1, right? From 5K a month to 25K a month, the window cleaning coach who ignored my advice at first, right? Every day you don't fix your offer, you're losing X amount of money. So this is exactly, the types of content you need to make, right? These are converting content. Now, I'm not saying don't make, content to get views, because if you are someone who has no social proof or you don't have a lot of following, you need to get some sort of social proof for people to believe you, right? Let me ask you, if someone was to outreach to you right now, all right, one of the first thing you look at is social proof. Who is following them? Do you have mutuals? Right? Do they have a lot of followers? Do they sound like they know what they're talking about? Yeah, he's telling me he's going to get me to $100,000 a month, but can he really do that? Stuff like that is what you look at. Right now, I'm going to go on my Instagram right now, and I'm going to show you these reels. Actually, I'm going to show you on a my reel first, and then we're going to go over to the Instagram, and I'll kind of show you these reels right here that I'm talking about. So there's two. There's conversion, and there's conversion. These are like the two conversion pieces of content that I post. Back to back. So this reel right here, this was one for one of my clients. This headline automatically gets attention of the ICP, right? Window cleaning, $500 on ads to a $3,000 closed job, right? What this does right here, guys, is this a technique that we've been currently using right now, is that we take clips from the YouTube, we post it on short form that gets people to want to go watch the full clip, right? This is a clip from a full YouTube video that will get them interested. And then the bio sends them back to YouTube to watch the full video. And my ideology with this is that there's a study that says that in order for someone to buy at 4 different touch points at 11 different iterations, the hardest one is 7 hours of your content. And that's easily done through YouTube, right? Short form will almost never get someone to consume 7 hours long. If everything's 30, watch almost 100 pieces of content, right? That's not going to happen. But if you make YouTube videos, maybe 10 YouTube videos, each are like 30 to 45-minute long, and over a period span of, let's just say, 6 months, they could definitely consume that. So this is conversion content. It's not going to get much views, but it's going to send people back to YouTube that is going to get them to buy. Now, this content right here is a lot more engagement. So let me go ahead and show you, right? This video, I'm going to show you this video in just a second, but it says, if you're a coach or consultant, you need to track your data. And then I go on ahead and I show them the exact dashboard that I'm using right now. And then at the end, I give them a CTA, right? So this right here on the video, another technique that you have to do if you're using ManyChat, this is ManyChat right here that I'm using. And this thing has over, I would say at this point, 400 unique people. It has generated me over 5 figures already from this specific video right here, right? Having setters go through and contacting the people who are interested. But as people are swiping through, if you take a look at here, comment the word dashboard is the thing that they're going to see. Even the small things right like that, like the CTA can be seen when just simply scrolling, optimizing for as many interactions as possible. And at the Myra board, we had over 300 qualified leads, 75 conversation, and 8 book calls that turned into multi 5 figures in. Now, what I want you guys to understand is that content is very, very, very important. If you don't formulate it or if you don't craft it correctly, you are going to end up drowning, and you're going to end up being one of those people that just sits there all day posting content, wondering why it's not working, wondering what you were doing wrong, right? But I also don't want you to fall in the trap of posting content like this and getting 500 views and saying like, well, this is never going to work, because it is. This is the content people buy from. This is why people will buy your offer. For someone to buy your offer, they have to believe, number one, you have to sell them on themselves being able to do it. You have to sell them on the actual business model, and you have to sell them on who you are as a person. Why should they buy from you than to buy from someone else? In this course material, in this course video that you guys are watching right here, what I'm doing is I'm selling you on myself. I'm also slightly selling you on selling info, right? Because throughout this, I'm going to make it sound very, very easy, whether it's easy or it's not, but I'm slowly selling you on it. Like, oh, this guy can do it. These guys are also doing it. Why can't I do it? You understand what I'm saying? And once you start to believe that, then you will start to obviously, start selling yourself on being able to do it once you see that other people are easily doing it. You know what I mean? And this is just full transparency. That's how marketing works. Obviously, I'm not creating a 7-hour long course, not to make any sales from it. I'm trying to make sales from it. But this is the content that people buy. So go on ahead for your coaching offer. Try this out right here. 80% of your content needs to be to convert people one step closer to having a conversation with you. And then the other 20% is for engagement and getting your name out there continuously. So that's going to do it for this section right here. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Boys, welcome to the video. This is Sawyer. He has a trading offer. This is going to be a case study on how we went from $0 to $10,000 in 7 days on exactly his experience working with me. And Sawyer, tell them a little bit about you.
Yeah, 100%. So I've been trading for a long time now. I've been seeing some success with it and actually built an algorithm. So my offer is a little different than most traders. And Edmund actually lives in my building. So I was looking to get into info sales and info products and find someone who could really help me in terms of growth operating. So that's how I met Edmund. We actually met in the building, and he pitched me on the offer of, hey, we can build out the funnel, build out the framework, and also just kind of gave me the push that I needed. Like, that was the biggest thing, because I was already getting into it a little bit, but I was kind of clueless on how this type of business usually works, right? So he laid down the entire blueprint, told me how much I should charge, and in our first week, we did an insane amount of numbers. Like, I want to say we did close to 10K. And I've been doing this for the last 2 months, and I'm getting really close to clearing 20K. I think by the end of this week, I'll clear 20K, which is absolutely insane. I think, what was it? 1,000% ROI from Edmund. So insane ROI. Like, if you're thinking about getting in on info sales, 100%, this is the move. This is the way to go. And Edmund is your guy.
Yeah. So the biggest thing the biggest thing about Sawyer, and the reason why this case study is so powerful, is because this guy had, I think now he's maybe at 1,500 or 1,600 followers, but he had 1,400 followers when he was working with me, right? So it's absolutely insane that you can make $10,000 with 1,400 followers. It's something that most people aren't able to do.
You think you need some huge audience, and I was kind of skeptical at first, and especially when Edmund's like, bro, you're going to clear 30K in your first month. And I was like, there's no fucking way, bro. 30K in my first month. I only have 1,300 followers, bro. And we did 10, and this month we're going to do even more. So it was insane. Like, even if we're shooting for 30K and I hit 15 or 20, I'm happy. Of course, you would be happy too. Anyone would be happy to pull in those numbers with 1,500 followers, right? So the real thing is here, is monetizing your current audience and then using that to grow more and really building out the framework for it as well. So Edmund's really good at that. How to structure your content, how many times you should be posting, where are we going to bring in the leads, how are we going to set the appointments. All that stuff is really complicated, and Edmund is an expert at it for sure.
So the biggest thing before working with Sawyer was like the biggest issue, and the thing that I thought about was like, okay, this guy, he has 1,400 followers. He's definitely going to make money, but the biggest thing is like leads. Like, how much leads are we going to have? Are we going to have enough leads to really push him to that point, right? I want to get back to before you started info. So you started, this was for the month of November. We started working together the beginning of November. So tell me a little bit about mid-October and going into November. Like, what were you currently doing with your info?
So just so you guys can see, here's my Stripe dashboard. We'll see if it can focus. There's 10K on there. I don't know if it'll focus or not, but you get the gist of it. So 10K from Stripe. Half of my payments have been through Stripe. Half of them have been through Bitcoin, Cash, Venmo, through random stuff. So the proof is in the pudding for sure. What was the question again?
Yeah, the question was, because we started working together November, the beginning of November. So tell them a little bit about
what was I doing before? Yeah, so typically what I was doing before is I thought I was too scared to do high ticket, and when it came down to closing people, I had sales experience, but I didn't have sales experience when it was for my own product, my own offer and info product. So I had no clue what to even do. So before, I was charging clients, I would say there's a couple of them where it was $200 per month. I had 4 or 5 guys where I was making $1,000 per month. It was literally nothing. And then Edmund told me, he's like, listen, bro, instead of charging people monthly, do a one-time payment and then have that be for life. And I started doing that, and that's when I saw way more success, and it really started to take off. So I went from $1,000 per month all the way up to 10 to 20, which is absolutely insane. First 2 months, like I'm already like my goals and visions for this is way higher than I ever thought it could be. Like literally I was like on the floor, and now I feel like I'm elevated on a mountain. I could see more to where I'm gonna hit 50K a month, 100K a month. I'm already looking at Lamborghini Huracans, right? Like not to get too far ahead of myself, right? But I see that as a possibility all through Edmond, and I wouldn't be sitting here on this call with these reviews and with these results if it wasn't for Edmond, 100%.
Appreciate it, bro. Now, so we started working. The first thing, like I said, was the followers thing and the traction thing. Once we started working, he had a trading offer that I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's pretty complicated that I didn't understand. So what we decided to do is I actually reached out to a couple of sales guys that I knew that were really, really good at sales, because I didn't have the knowledge in trading for his specific offer to be able to close an appointment so well. So can you tell them a little bit about, those sales guys that I was able to get you on a training with?
Yeah, 100%. So that was one of my concerns in the beginning, was like, well, Edmond's not a trader, so how can he help? But he's really good at finding the team and guys that you need, whether you do trading, you do brand scaling, whatever it is, what your value proposition is, he's going to find the guy to help you close the clients that come in. So for me personally, my issue was I didn't have the right experience. So when I would get on the call, like I was just way too nice. Like people would be like, hey, like I need to think about it. And I'd be like, all right, that's fine. Go ahead and think about it. And they wouldn't convert. Like clients weren't converting. And then when I talked to Edmond and he referred me to one of the sales guys, he was helping me. Okay, you need to handle the objections. You need to walk them through it. Just because they say they need to think about it, maybe they need a little bit more. Like maybe they need some more about info about the program, or maybe it's coming from a place of fear. So you want to isolate their pain points and really work around that, so that way you can get them on your value proposition. Because at the end of the day, it's not about taking people's money. It's about helping people, and people are honestly usually pretty skeptical when it comes to doing things off of social media. There's so many scammers out there. So the guys who are actually doing it and actually have a really good offer, I mean, my offer is amazing. All of my guys are killing it trading. What you need to do is kind of push them in the right direction to where you help them make that commitment, because once they make that commitment, you and them can both work together and see the results, and it's kind of a snowballing effect from there. So yeah, the guys that Edmond referred me to for sales training were absolutely dialed. And yeah, it's great.
Perfect, bro. Now, we started working. Weekend, we did around 10 grand. I want to ask, like, what was that like feeling, honestly? Because you hadn't sold info before. You started selling info, and it worked. Mm-hmm. And the biggest thing, and I want to harp on this, is the 1,400 followers. Like $10,000 with 1,400 followers. It's not common. A lot of people, that you see with hundred thousands of followers, they could hardly even crack like 10 grand, mm-hmm. right? So for him being able to hit 10,000 with such a low follower count, I want to get back to the question is, like, how was that? Like, how is it like, okay, good, now we have proof of concept. Okay, now, so if I get more traffic, like, I can hit 20, 30, 50, even 100.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was amazing, to be honest, like to be able to hit 10K. I didn't even think I thought I would hit a few K, but 10 that quickly was honestly insane. I wasn't expecting it at all, but I knew it was possible because I had been generating interest. The thing that Edmond helped with was, okay, you have a little bit of interest, but how do we leverage that in the sense of doing more content and monetizing what I currently had? So let's say if you're watching this video and you have maybe even less than 1,500, I mean, if you have any amount of following at all, like, and if you have friends or people that that have been interested in what you're doing, then it's just a matter of getting them through the funnel, getting them on a call and talking to them and closing them. That's literally it. So maybe if you had 5 guys, right, 1,500 of them, let's say I can like have, let's say 2% of them on a call, that's 30 people, and I close 3% of them, or not 3%, we'll say we close 10% of them, right? So I close 3 guys, then you're close to that 5 to 10K mark already just by closing 3 guys. So a lot of guys, when they do trading or when they do whatever, they'll do a low ticket Discord or community or whatever, and it's not worth it. Like, why would you do a low ticket if you have no followers, right? So when you introduce the high ticket, then you can build that out, get more of the team built out, and then maybe if you want to do low ticket in the future, sure. But I didn't know that was possible through high ticket, and I think that if you're considering this, you'll definitely see the possibility with high ticket as well.
Yeah. So, in regards to like growth operating, the best way, because I was skeptical. I was skeptical working with Sawyer, to be completely honest with you guys. But the best way to figure out whether or not if someone's offer can sell, is if you do a cohort, a hand raise or something along the line, and it sells, right? So that's exactly what we did with him, and he was able to hit 10 grand with. From now on, Sawyer, what are your next steps? What are the next steps with Info?
So next steps with Info are just literally rinsing and repeating what I've currently been doing. So still posting content, and guys, if you don't have like flashy stuff or a bunch of stuff that you can just post, honestly, that's fine, because that stuff doesn't convert. You want to be posting stuff that adds value, educational content. I would say 80% of my content is all educational, talking about my trading algorithm, talking about how it works, talking about the system, and the other 20% is me like flexing the lifestyle. If you don't have a lifestyle to flex, that doesn't matter, right? Like, anyone can flex some kind of a lifestyle. All you need to do is just really focus on your Info product. So my next steps are going to be rinsing and repeating. I want to hit my goal of 50K per month. That would be just absolutely insane. And just keep building from here on out. Like, this is obviously going to snowball. I mean, the referrals that you get from your first initial team, that's actually going to push you even further as well. So I'm hoping I get more referrals, more leads from organic reach. I haven't run a single ad, by the way. This is all organic, and I want to keep it that way. It's just better. So yeah, that would be my goal, is just keep doing what I've been doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and just see where it goes from there.
Yeah. So I want to get to the value, because our what we did was actually different. It's actually kind of different, because I helped you out a little bit with the content, because that's my biggest thing, was the traction, and I helped you out a little bit with the sales. So how was the value? Working with me, how was that? How did you feel the value was?
I thought the value was great. I mean, Edmund wasn't just going in there and kind of doing everything for me. He was pushing me to do more as well, which is something, if you're getting into this business, is what you need. You need someone to tell you, hey, you need to post this is your plan, and this is how you're going to do it. And someone to be on top of you doing it as well, right? Like, pause, but like, you know what I mean. So you want someone to be pushing you to do it, so that way you can succeed. But Edmund has like the perfect amount of, okay, this is what I'm going to set up for you. This is what I need from you as well. So if you can have both of those, and someone on your team who's going to manage that and also manage you to help you grow, then it's the perfect synergy to where you're going to have the same results that I had, as long as you have a good product. If you believe in your product, and as long as you're not selling bullshit, then I promise you're definitely going to see some great results.
And there, dude, the thing is that there's a lot of like trading, like scammers and all this shit in the trading industry. We're not going to name names.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of, bro. You guys would be surprised, but yeah.
There's a lot of scammers here, and I will tell you this. One of the main reasons why we were able to do 10 grand the first week was because he actually has a good product. Like the algorithm it's actually solid. I was in the Discord even prior to working with him. Like, I was in the Discord shortly before we started working, and I was looking around, and like there's actually wins of people. And the funny thing is that you wouldn't think someone with 1,400 followers or with a small audience would have such a good product, but his offer was really, really good. So if you are a client, or if you're someone else who wants to start selling Info, the biggest thing is actually having a good offer. Because if your offer is shit, it doesn't matter what backend systems you put in place. It doesn't matter the sales team. It doesn't matter the sales process. None of that matters if your offer is shit and it's scammy, right? So the last question I have for you, Sawyer, is would you recommend people to, to come to me if they need help with growth operating?
Yeah, absolutely, no question. I mean, I would totally agree with what you said before too. Like, you need to make sure, and that's what I was doing, is building the product from the inside before you build it out on the outside. That's going to be the biggest thing, because if I hadn't done that and people were getting on a shit product, then I'd have chargebacks, people would be unhappy. I've never had a client that was unhappy with the service, right? So that's going to be my biggest recommendation to you. If you're watching this, make sure that your product is valuable and people are going to succeed on it. Obviously, it's up to the person. They need to be able to put in the work, but if you think that someone can take your advice and put in the work and see success, then absolutely work with Edmond. 100% I recommend him. I wouldn't be sitting here today having this success if it wasn't for him. 10 out of 10 recommend, and I've seen results for some of my friends that he's worked with as well. They're all killing it. We're all killing it. So absolutely 100% recommend.
All right, boys, that's going to do it for the video. Sawyer, I appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, Edmond. Appreciate it, bro.
You, bro.
All right, so the next section that we're going to be talking about now is going to be Instagram and the profile. Now, the importance of this is that every single person is going to go and check all of your social medias. Now, we're going to talk about all of them, but more specifically Instagram, and exactly how to set up your Instagram to way that it screams authority, and the market knows and understands exactly what they need to do when they arrive to your Instagram profile. Because this is what separates operators or coaches and consultants that make $5,000 a month, and coaches and consultants that scale up to $100,000 a month with their program. So we're going to talk about every single thing, and it's the small things that you may think that doesn't matter, but actually does matter. And this is going to be a full masterclass on how to setting up your Instagram profile. So that it converts. So the first thing that I do is, number one, your Instagram name. We're going to go from A through Z, from top to bottom, everything you could possibly think of. So with your Instagram, the first thing is that you want your Instagram handle to be your name. You don't want it to be a nickname. You don't want it to be something random. You don't want it to be, like, you want it to be your name. Mine is my first name dot my last name. And then my name, obviously, I put in my name. But that's the first thing. So if you have a nickname, please get rid of it and actually put your actual name. The second thing is your bio. Now, I have a 3-line bio that I tell every single coach as a consultant. The first thing is what you do, any result that you may have, and then a call to action of what you want people to do, right? Those 3 things. So the first thing that I have is a call to action. DM me the word OMS to see our OMS funnel, offer, marketing, and sales. That's the first thing I have. The second thing is my agency, because this is where I market myself and my business. But then if you go on ahead and click this is my actual agency with like more in-depth results and things like that. And then to go back, my last thing is exactly what I do, and some slash a result. Now, I could have made this 4 different lines, but I decided to combine it and just make it 3 lines. So $3.6 million generated for coaches and consultants. So I help coaches and consultants make money. You don't have to explicitly say, I help coaches and consultants make money. You could just simply say something along the lines as like this. And then right under that, I send them to YouTube. And the reason why I do that is because most of the people who buy my info product in general are going to come from YouTube in one way, shape, or form. They're going to come from YouTube, because before someone pays my ticket price is high ticket. It's not cheap. Like, I'm going to tell you guys that fully transparent. If you want to work with me, you want to work with the best, you're not going to have a cheap price, right? In order for someone to pay a mid 4-figure investment, they're going to have to watch a lot of your YouTube content. Google found that in order for someone to buy your info product, like I said, Google found that in order for someone to purchase something from you, they have to watch 7 hours long of your content at 11 different touch points at 4 different iterations. So 4 different iterations, that could be a short, a YouTube video, an Instagram story, an email, a text, a reel, a TikTok, just 4 different iterations. And 11 different touch points, that just means 11 different times. It could be once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once next week, once sitting by the pool, just 11 different times. And then the hardest one is 7 hours long of your content. So every single person that lands on my Instagram, I send them to YouTube. And on YouTube, if you go to my YouTube, I have hours long worth of content. In this video, it's going to be a 7 hours long video. So obviously, if you're smart, you understand what I'm doing here.
right? So that's the reason why I send them to YouTube. Now, next thing to go under that is my my reels, my highlights. So I have results on results on results on results on results on results. Like I could go through and show so many results that I have, and then I have numerous highlights. Now the thing is, you have to understand that this is just the psychology behind it. Like I could have made this one big highlight, but when someone goes and they see that they have to scroll and scroll and scroll to see all of my results, they're just like, okay, like this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy could actually give me good results, right? And they go on and they scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, and they just see that, okay, this guy, like, he has results on results on results on results on results, just continuously going. That proves that he does what he says he does. You get what I'm saying? So even if it's the smallest results, you guys have to understand that perception is everything. Now, I'm not telling you guys to go on ahead and lie. Don't lie. But perception is absolutely everything when it comes to info products. Now, there's some results in here that may not be impressive. Like it's just like a 4K PIF or a 10K PIF. That may not be $100,000 a month or 50K a month, right? But it's still a result, right? And when someone sees that, it just shows more and more and more authority. So just to quickly go over this, like I said again, it's just results on results on results. It could be a small result, it could be a big win. You just want to have results on results that you can actually fulfill what you say, what you say that you do. Now, the next thing is your Instagram, like actual picture. Now, it's very important to have your face as the picture because people buy from people, right? And someone needs to see your face so they can actually remember who you are. And once they actually start remembering who you are, then that's when they're going to buy your info product. You get what I'm saying? So people need to actually see your face and they need to actually see who you are. Now, the next thing that we're going to go over is you always want a reel about your lifestyle, right? This is not to flex, but it's to show that because if someone has to buy your coaching program, a couple things has to happen. They have to be sold on who you are as a person. Number one, they have to be sold on your way of doing it, and they have to be sold themselves that they can do it, right? And one of those pillars is sold on yourself. Like, so you have to live some sort of life that they would desire to live, right? And, there's penthouse, there's cars, there's things like that. There's just, a cool lifestyle that I, portray online. That someone who buys my info product would look at this and be like, okay, this is something that's interesting. And it doesn't have to be like flashy cars. It could just be, aesthetic, like a pool, things like that. Like we could go through mine. It's just me and my friends on a summer. I think this was like June or something like that. There's just like lifestyle things. As you can see, we're gonna go through these right now. Be in Beverly Hills. That's more results. Rodeo Drive, penthouse, me and my friends celebrating a financial milestone, more apartment, traveling, going to Hawaii, lifestyle pictures showing me like actually living a fulfilling life. Small things like this, going to Ocean 44, which is a really nice restaurant here in Arizona, celebrating with my friends. Just cool things like that, focusing, working, social proof, just more and more and more social proof. And ever since I've moved here, like you just have to continuously show that you're living an interesting life. Because if someone has to buy your info product, they're buying into you. And no one's going to buy into someone that they don't want to be, like, to a degree. Let's see, let's actually go ahead and actually finish this. Let's see what else is there. So, like I said, me going to Seattle, going to this Twilight Bridge, and then the house that I now live in right now, a little bit more lifestyle, and that's kind of what you want there. Now, next thing we're going to talk about is like your actual reels and the way you format them. This is something that I specifically need to change up, and I'm starting to notice, and now switch for my clients, is, having pictures here on your reels instead of just having the regular like snapshot from the reel. And I'm testing this out to see if it performs better, and I'm slightly seeing that it does perform better. Like this one right here has 3.5K, this one has 11K, this one has 3K. These ones are all outliers compared to all of these other ones that I have posted. Now this one does have 23K. That was a very, very, very high performing one. And it's just a social proof right there. Like, it's more aesthetically pleasing. You guys may sit here and think like, I mean, you're crazy, but no, like, these things actually do matter. And I'm currently, like I said, testing it right now for my clients. Now that's the same thing with just regular posts. Now I need to add in a little bit more post, which I'm gonna do for the new house that we just moved in, just something aesthetically pleasing. But for example, like me being in Hawaii, this was not loading up. I'm not sure why. There you go. This one's not loading up. Give me 1 second. There we go. Trip to Hawaii. Just something aesthetically pleasing, like a dog. You know, showing that I live like some sort of lifestyle that's appealing um, to the general people. Here at Penthouse, just a little bit more lifestyle and things like that. So that's kind of like the framework here when it comes to like setting up your Instagram. And then now let's go over to YouTube. Now here's my YouTube right now. So here I have my Instagram bio, and then within my Instagram bio, like the same thing that I said, it's just my name, the Edmond Touye, and then the description is what's up. I'm Edmond. I'll talk and teach all things regarding scaling your coaching program. Now, when you do go to my YouTube video, I talk about very, very bottom of the funnel things. So that's the reason why my videos get very, very low views. I'm gonna go ahead and like my video. But yeah, very, very simple and straightforward. Apply here to work with me 101, and then follow me on IG for V value. Now, is it really free value? Yes, but it also gets them inside of the funnel, back inside of my ecosystem. But it's pretty straightforward, guys. Like, scaling your coaching program and setting up yourself as an authority is very, very simple. And then when you go on my YouTube channel, there's a lot of results, and it's all about coaching. All right, so that's gonna do it for this section. I'll see you guys in the next one. The next part in the marketing OMS system is the ad strategy. So I'm gonna be breaking it down into a couple of tiers. Tier number one are people making less than $10,000 a month. This is what I call the foundational stage, right? The next tier is going to be 10K to $50,000 a month. This stage I call the growth and optimization stage. Then the last tier is going to be anyone making more than $50,000 a month, because realistically, after 50K per month, there's really only a few strategies that will work for most of you until you start looking for an actual agency to customize things, you know, to better fit whatever you are providing. So the first thing that I want to talk to you guys about is that before you get into ads, you need to make sure that number one, you have proof of concept. Whether you're looking, because if organic traffic isn't buying your offer, cold traffic is not going to buy your offer either. So you have to ensure that you have some sort of proof of concept. And to me, if you've made at least $5,000 a month consistently for the past 2 to 3 months, then start dabbling into ads. But typically for most coaching offers, you need to make at least $10,000 a month before you start getting into ads. But if you're someone who doesn't want to sit there and do organic all day, and you really just want to focus and scale predictably with ads, then you go ahead and run ads. Now, the primary ad strategy here is going to be organic content amplification and follower ads. The best ads you could run if you're making less than 10K per month is just follower ads. It's a very simple strategy that I'm going to show you guys how to set it up here specifically. So the first thing is going to be engagement ads, right? Engagement ads boost with engagement ad, what you're trying to do is you're going to boost performing organic reels and posts. The objective here is to increase your reach and to increase your profile visit. All you're trying to do here with engagement ad is just getting more people to go to your profile, getting more people to follow you, getting more people to comment. You're just getting your name more out there, right? And the budget here is anywhere between $5 to $15 a day, right? And you can expect your cost per click to be 0.5 cents to 0. And you can expect your cost per click to be 5 to 20 cents, right? And the call to action with this ads is very, very simple. It's follow me for more tips, follow me for more info, or just follow me for whatever you are promising people. The next one is follower ads. Now, follower ads drive targeted traffic to your Instagram profile, targeting competitors' followers, large niche account. right? And the creative is meant to be short, direct video, basically giving some sort of information and telling people to follow you if they want to learn more about a specific thing. Now, with follower ads, you could expect your cost per click to be 10 to 30 cents and your cost per follow to be anywhere between 50 to $2. Now, once you have those two ad sets set up, and you don't have to do both, you can do one or the other. The next thing is the type of funnel that you're going to be using to obviously turn those leads into paying customers. And obviously that's going to bring us to S in the OMS system. Now, the funnel type here is an IG funnel. It's basically a call to action on your bio that tells people to DM me a specific word, maybe DM me the word audit for a free OMS blueprint, DM me the word trainer for one-on-one coaching, the word start to learn how to do it yourself, whatever the case may be. But you want a DM me funnel. And the reason for that is because if you're making less than $10,000 a month with your coaching program, you're probably getting less than like 10 to 15 leads a day. And with 10 to 15 leads, that also means that you're probably small. Now, there's a lot higher likelihood of people actually believing that they're speaking to the creator if they're small, right? And that's a leverage point that you have to use. So what I do and what you have to do if you are someone that is making less than $10,000 a month and you're getting less than 15, I'll even say 10 leads a day, is you have to set up some sort of DM funnel. And within this, you're going to have a setter inside of that. And then what the setter does is he basically qualifies the prospects, asks them what got them interested in the blueprint, what got them interested in starting now, gets their phone number, and then contacts them and sets them onto Go High Level for the booking. It's very, very simple. One of the biggest issue with engagement or a follower ad is that the booking rate is very low. A lot of people are going to follow, but they're not going to convert. So you should expect your DM to call booking rate to be anywhere between 15 to 25%. The key things you need to focus on here is your offer validation, cash flow, your sales skill development, and audience building. Full transparency is that these type of ads, engagement ads and follower ads, are not going to get you to $30,000 or $50,000 a month, but they're going to help you get maybe an extra 2 to 5K. And to be honest, unless you really just want to focus on scaling with ads, I really wouldn't run any type of these ads because they're just really not worth it. And DM followers and having a DM setter is a lot of work in there because you have to train them and you have to make sure that they have enough leads, obviously, to stay on your offer. So now let's go about creating follower ads. What I would do first thing first is you go ahead, the campaign objective is going to be traffic. Let this go ahead and load. Manual traffic is what we're going to set this up with. And then obviously the ad setup is going to come up. The way I go about testing out ads are very much the same. So I have one campaign. Let's go ahead and we're going to call this one version 1. And then we're going to go through, set the ad budget for this specifically. The ad budget is going to be set in the ad set. So we go ahead and we go through. Just let this load real quick. And then Instagram traffic, maximize for Instagram profile visits. Then the Instagram profile for the client. And then the budget. For the budget, I'll start off with something around $20 to $25 a day. And then Instagram is very, very, very good at Instagram is very, very good at pushing out your content to the right group of people. So you really don't need to focus on audience or anything like that. And then the next thing that I would do is, let's just go ahead and call this one ad set. Let's say ad set 1. And then within the ad set, what we're going to do is we're going to have 5 different. Well, let me quick duplicate. Give me a second. So unfortunately, the client has to go ahead and pay. I think the bill on this and just probably like switch out the credit card. But essentially what I do when it comes to ads is that I have one specific ad set, and within the ad set, I test out 5 different angles. So for example, let's just say you were a fitness coach, tailored for women. Maybe one angle that you would test out is women who just had kids. Another angle is maybe women who are in the office too much and don't have time to go to the gym. Another angle is maybe a woman who have kids or maybe stay-at-home moms that are very very busy. Another angle are maybe women who are nurses, um, that maybe only have time to work out at late at night, whatever the case may be. But you'll find five different angles for your specific niche, and then you'll create ads about those. Now, over a period of time, I would go ahead and test them for 14 days, and then after those 14 days, you're going to start to seeing that you're getting a little bit more followers from one specific thing, and that's going to go ahead and tell you what your ICP is interested in. Right? Hope that makes sense for you. And then once you figure out what they are interested in, and then you use that specific angle, and then you just test out different body contents for it, right? You maybe keep the hook the same, and then you test out different core body contents within the ad. So that's kind of how you set up follower ads right there. Let's go back to the ad strategy. If you're making anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000 a month, this is really where you do start running and start spending money on ads, right? The revenue goal right here is anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000 a month. You're going to be running conversion ads to a lead magnet and retargeting ads. So conversion ads really basically drive cold traffic to a proven lead magnet, and that could be a free trading, that could be a free book, that could be an ebook, that could be a YouTube video, whatever the case may be. But you're going to be sending them to a lead magnet. The objective here is to acquire qualified leads, right? Targeting broad, interested, anywhere between 1 to 3% lookalikes. If you do have these, if you don't, it's completely fine. Meta is very, very, very good at targeting the people that you're looking for. So you really don't need to focus too much on it. But if you do have any percent of lookalikes, you go ahead and do that, which at this point you should. So definitely have a 1 to 3% lookalike via emails, list, website visitors, or anything like that. The budget here that you're going to be looking to spend a day minimum is anywhere between $50 to $150. You need to expect your cost per lead to be $5 to $25. Actually, I'll go ahead and increase it to 15 to, I would say, like $30. Now, if you're doing higher ticket or like some sort of business coaching, expect this to not be, I would say, like up to like $100 cost per lead and like $55. It highly depends on who you're targeting and what your ticket price is. But for most people, unless you're doing some sort of business coaching or super high ticket, you're gonna have your cost per lead. What do you call it? 15 to 20 to $30. And the call to action for these is going to be download now, get instant access, learn more, watch the free training, and things like that. So in basic terms, what a conversion ad is someone is basically just placing your ad, saying your offer, what you're going to provide to people or why they should watch the free training and what your lead magnet is. And then you convert them into, most of the time it's going to be a book to call. If you're going to run this funnel, I would have it to some sort of VSL book to call, rather than anything else, a webinar or anything like that. Makes you could just have a basic VSL book to call funnel. Now, from there, you would have a setter contact them, make sure that they're qualified. If they are qualified, you keep them on the calendar. If they're not qualified, you take them off the calendar. And yeah, but the thing is that you also have to set up your pixel in the sense of that your pixel only triggers if people are qualified. So let's go ahead and I'll kind of show you how to do that. Let's see. Okay, so basically what a pixel is. A pixel tells Meta to find more specific people like this. So like, I'll give you guys an example. If you're doing conversion ads, let's just say I'll show you guys a client right now. Door-to-door VSO. So for example, with this client right here, here's the landing page people go to. Now, once they book a call and they financially qualify, if they don't qualify, let's just say they make under 15K per month, because we're targeting people who are making more than that on average. If they don't qualify with this question, or if they don't qualify as this is something that they are looking to do right now, they're going to be sent to a free Discord. Now, if they do qualify, they're going to be sent to a pre-call material, which is where the pixel is. But I hope that makes sense for you guys. If you're a beginner in ads, you really, really have to have some sort of pixel on there, because if you don't, you're going to lose a fuck ton of money. So I hope that makes sense to you. And now the pixel over time gets better at finding people, because if you're sending it, if you have, let's just say, for example, you just have your pixel to this right here, and whoever who lands on this page gets counted as a lead. It doesn't matter how qualified they are. If they, they fit with the ICP of having X amount of technicians, or if they're ready right now, Facebook is just going to keep on going and finding you those specific people, right? And you don't want that. You only want qualified people to stand and go on and, be counted as a lead. And the thing is, your cost per lead is going to increase just because you're getting more qualified people. But over time, you're going to have a better pixel. You're going to have better performance with your ads. So let me go ahead and actually show you guys. Let's see if we've covered everything. So it's going to be a lead magnet. Let's just say, for example, you have an ad that says you have a free training that they can watch to learn how to scale their business to 50K per month if they're making at least $15,000 a month, right? And then after that, it's going to set the ad is going to have a call to action, and then the call to action is going to be a landing page, just like you guys can see. Take a look at this one right here, landing page, call to action at the top, who the training is for, and then within the ad, let me go ahead and actually show you guys so you guys can listen to it real quick. So if you take a look right there, we've already called out the ICP, home service business owner, and if we just called out the ICP again, if you're making X amount of money, if you don't have this in your VSL or in your ads, now we obviously already have it in our ads, just so we don't get shitty leads or shitty impressions. But we also have it in our VSLs because if someone doesn't qualify, they get just leave the page, right? And they don't waste time. And, Facebook stops sending us those types of people. So like I said, again, if you're under X amount of money per month, this video is not for you. You have to call out who the fuck your ICP is for and who it's not for. So this is specifically for people who are making at least $15,000 a month and are looking to get to 50K per month. And one of the bottlenecks that we find is that they typically are either the primary technician or they have two or more technicians. And you see, these are the questions that we ask right there. And then if they qualify, they get sent to the pre-com material, or they get sent to the next page to book a call. And then if they qualify, after that, they're going to get sent to the pre-com material, where on the pre-com material, they get counted as a lead. The reason why I'm not showing you the pre-com material right now is because obviously it would count it as a lead, and I just don't want to mess up our tracker. But let's go ahead and I'll show you how the ads are set up. And it's the same exact way how we did the reach ads. Now, creating the ads, the way you're going to go about it is going to be campaign, and the objective is going to be leads. And then the budget is going to be set inside of the ad budget. Now, the ad set, and then we're going to go. And with these ads, you're going to be spending anywhere between $50 to $150 a day with conversion ad. Anything less than that, you're not going to get enough leads. It is going to be way too slow, right? So $50 a day is around $1,500 a month. And that is minimum. Realistically, you want to be spending at least $2,000 to $3,000 to, make ads really, really worth it and actually make money from this. So right there, first thing first, obviously the budget would be $50 a day. These were for old ads when we first started setting them up. And the audience was 18 to 35. This is probably the only thing that I will go ahead and touch to have a specific audience, depending on what you're offering and who you're offering it to. You want to mess with the audience, but location and anything like this, I really wouldn't touch it. When it comes to placement, I use manual placement. I only have them on Instagram and Facebook. I don't know why it doesn't show Facebook, but obviously also depending on your ICP and who you're targeting. Like if you're targeting, let's just say, very, very young people, you may not want to do Facebook just because most people who are 18 aren't going to be on Facebook anymore, right? And you want to maybe just have Instagram in that case. And then you want to alter you then want to alter the placements to just be on Instagram and Facebook, like I said. And then when you go ahead with the actual ads, depending on how much your budget is, if your budget is like $50 a day, I would maybe have one or two ads just so Facebook spends enough money on each ads and actually tests it out, right? But if you bring it up to $100 a day, that's when I specifically test 5 different angles. Let's just say, for example, if you are a coach that helps people out with content, let's just say, for example, actually, that's not a good one. I don't know too much about that specific niche, but let's just say you're a day trader. An angle may be people who stare too long at screens, people who emotional trade, people who have blown so many funded accounts, people who are brand new, people who haven't scammed before. Those are 5 different angles that you could go out and you make 5 different ads about it. And like I said earlier, over time, Facebook is going to find one of those to be working better than the other ones. And it's going to start spending a lot more money on that. And then you're obviously going to you're going to start seeing results, and, you just address it comfortably. Now it's going to be sent to a website, and this is a website like the landing page. It's not the pixel page. It's just going to be a regular website to where you're going to have the training on there. Now, the primary text, you want this to be a lot of copy. As you can see right here, these were for when we were testing something different out at 5K per month. And then you want the copy to be very, very long with the call to action. Click below to watch the free training. The headline is going to be short. It's going to be click here to watch the free training. And then the call to action, I typically use learn more. That's just what has performed the best for me. It realistically doesn't matter too much, right? And then the next thing is the pixel. Pixels are very, very important. A lot of people actually think setting up a pixel is hard. It's really not hard. It takes like 30 to 45 minutes. And there's a lot of AIs out there right now that could, walk you through on setting it up. URL parameters tracking don't really matter at this stage of the game. But once you have this set up, you then go ahead and, you just go. Yeah, so you then just go ahead and publish it. Now, the VSL assets, depending on what specific niche you are in, the VSL asset is basically stands for a video sales letter. Now, the VSL's goal is to take someone from a cold prospect, someone who barely knows about you, and in the ad sense to someone who knows a lot about you and is ready to hop on a call or is like sold on hopping on a call. The VSL's goal is not to convert them into a buyer. It's just to give them enough information to be interested enough to hop on a call. Now, VSL should be anywhere between 6 to 10 minutes long, realistically. It depends how much information the buyer needs. If the buyer needs a lot of information before they make a decision or before they hop on the call, the VSL is longer. If they don't need too much information, then the VSL would go on ahead and be shorter. Now, the conversion mechanism is DM and VSL sales calls. I mainly focus on VSL sales calls, but if you're on the lower end on how much you're spending, then probably DM, and then you'd obviously use the option that we used above, right? And the expected lead to call booking, which are really the only two things I'd focus on, is how many leads you're booking in and then how much what your close rate is 5 to 10% call booking rate, and then your expected close rate should be around 20 to 35%, right? 35% on the high end, low end 20%. And mind you, these are ads. The higher you could get these numbers, obviously, the more money you want to make. What makes these ads very, very successful and what you really need to focus on if you want to succeed is having predictable lead flow, number one, because you need to get a lot of leads and you really need to be dialed in on your sales team. And the only way for them to obviously get dialed in is to get enough leads and to get enough information. So you're going to have to spend some money, right? And then the next thing is lead generation efficiency. Like you have to be generating leads efficiently over a period of time. It can't be like one day you get a lead and then the other day you only get like 2 to 3 leads. It has to be, efficient over time. And the sales process has to be very optimized. The thing with ads is that ads are going to force you to become a better marketer for your coaching business. They're going to force you because you have to have a better VSL. You have to have a dialed in sales process. You have to have a dialed in, pre-call materials and stuff like that. And your objection handling on the calls have to be dialed in. Your speed to lead, everything has to be really locked in if you want to scale predictably with ads, just because they're very, very, very competitive in today's day and age. So these are honestly my favorite type of ads, just a regular VSL. Ads that I think every single one of you guys should use if you're anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000 a month. Now, once you complete that once you get to the point where you are making $50,000 a month, or you're already making $50,000 a month and you want to scale, there's really only 2 ways you have to go about this. Option number 1 is you either continue to do it yourself, right? Or you find someone else, to do it for you. But once you're at $50,000 a month with coaching, it's very, very targeted things. And I'll give you exactly what I would do in your scenario. But at this point, if you're looking to scale with ads, you would then come to me, either DM me the word OMS or go down below and book a call with my team to set this up, personalized for you. But regardless, I'm going to go ahead and give you like the exact generic blueprint that you can use. So at this point, you're making $50,000 a month. The goal here is the scale and dominance stage. This is where you actually go ahead and you take over. You're making enough money. There's proof of concept that your offer works and there's people who are interested in it, right? Now it's going from $50K per month. And if you're doing this organic, then this is an easy way for you to scale to 6 figures a month with coaching. You get what I'm saying? But if you're obviously doing it with ads, then this is what you should do at this point. So the revenue goal is at least $50,000 a month. The primary ad strategy is omnipresent scale and full funnel conversion. Right? This is everywhere. This is having a dialed in system at every fucking level you could possibly think of. Right? The ad types that we're going to be working on is a webinar and a regular just VSL conversion. These two still work at scale, but I want to throw in the webinar here for you guys so that you can really just understand.
On D, I'm your girl. I have to know what you're doing every little fucking second. So don't you dare be on D and D, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say. Now the thing here with the webinar and VSL funnel, once you're making at least $50,000 a month, is that the numbers highly fluctuate. It depends on who your ICP is. If you're targeting older people, your cost per lead is going to buy higher. If you're targeting younger people, it may be a little bit lower. If your ticket price is higher, it highly depends. Now I'll estimate every single one of these to be over and under $10 to $20. I'll say $15. Your cost per lead could be over by like $25 and this could be $45, or it could be $5 and this could be like $20 for webinar registration. But what we're really going to focus on right here is um, a webinar registration funnel. We already talked about the VSL funnel up here, which you guys should know on how to do. But with this one right here, if you're doing $50,000 a month, you should be spending at least, I'll say, like $300 to $400 a day on ads, and then that goes out to be around 9K a month on ads. So that's like what? That's around 20% of your take home income on ads. But obviously, you're going to be making money from these ads, to scale and to continuously scale. Now, the main goal is brand awareness and authority with ads, right? You want to increase brand recognition. You want to get to the point where people know who already you are organically, and they also know your ads, right? Because what people do is that they'll see your ads, and then if they see that other people are already following you or other people are already interested in what you're offering, right, they're more than likely to do it. It's one of the 6 influence principle, which is called social proof. So that's really what you're trying to do here with $50,000 a month spend. Once you get to $50,000 a month, when it comes to ads. Now, the next thing is advanced retargeting and upsell side cross sell ads. The one thing that I have yet to talk about is when you're running ads at the $50,000 a month range, what you want to have is you want to have conversion ads, and you also want to have retargeting ads. And with retargeting ads, what you want to do with them is that there is two types of people when it comes to ads. There's a type of person that's going to go through the funnel and he's going to actually watch the pre-call material. He's actually going to listen and wait for the call, and listen to what the setter or the sales rep tells them to do before the call, right? And then there's another type of person that saw your ad, doesn't even know who you are. He's not going to watch the pre-call material. He's not going to do anything with the setter. He might not even hop on the setting call. But what he will do is show up to the call. Now, what you want people to do is you want to send everyone to that pre-call material. And the reason for that is because the pre-call material is meant to do three things. It's meant to, number one, get the person excited for the call, get them and give them a reason to actually hop on the call. Number two, it's meant to handle objections, right? Handle any sort of objections that you may have. And the way that you want to set this up is, give me 1 second. So, like, here's a pre-call material right here for this client. It's a 4-minute video that goes over everything, because this is a B2B coaching. So you have to give the person a lot of information before they hop on the call. And it's a very, very high ticket. Right, and then under that, in the VSL, not the VSL, in the pre-call material, he then tells them to go under to take a look at the FAQ section. The FAQ section are literally 20 to 30 second long, answering and dealing with objections. Like, for example, do I need experience? What if it doesn't work in my city? What if I'm busy? What if it just doesn't work at all for me, or for my specific niche? Right? He handles every single one of these, and within that pre-call material, within the within the SMS flow that goes on before the call, it sends everyone back to this page right here. And once they watch this page, they are a lot more qualified than someone who has yet to watch this page, and they have a higher likelihood of showing up. And we've seen a 20% increase in people who actually watch this page to showing up to the actual call. So the next thing is
when it comes to the ad system, just to give you guys like a brief overview so you guys actually understand it, is that ads are what you need to make your coaching program predictable. Organic will never be predictable at all. It will never be predictable. If you focus heavily on organic, there's going to be months where you make 10K, and there's going to be months where you make 5K. I mean, not 5K, 50K, right? There's going to be days where you're closing one deal. There's going to be days where you're closing 6 deals, right? But once you're actually running ads, you can get a predictable number on how much you're going to close because ads are very, very straightforward. You put $1 in, you get $3 out. You put $1 in, you get $5 out. You put $1 in, you get $2 out. They're relatively predictable how much money you're going to spend, how much money you're going to make over a period of time. Which is why every single coaching program, once you make $10,000 a month, you have to run some sort of ads. Whether it's retargeting ads, whether it's profile follower ads, just some sort of ads to get your name out there and to get acquisition predictable. Because if it's not predictable, then you're never going to have an actual business, right? And the biggest thing in the OMS system and what causes the OMS system to actually work and makes it really streamlined for you is that if you have no leads, you have no business. Because if you have no leads, you're not going to get sales. And if you have no sales, you have no money. And if you have no money, you don't have a business. Another thing I want you guys to understand when it comes to ads is that, so when it comes to running ads, something you have to understand is that don't really expect to make money your first month. Unless you're cracked or unless you really understand meta to a different level, do not expect to make money your first month with ads. Before you run ads, you need to expect to lose. Let's just say if you're making less than $10,000 a month, expect to lose, I would say, $1,000 on ads your first month. Because the way you scale with ads is that you just test new things out. You test a different angle. And the thing with ads is that there's so many different moving pieces. There is your creative, right? If you have a shit creative, nothing else matters. But let's just say you have a good creative. You have a good creative, but then your call to action in the video isn't really that good. So you're going to get a drop off from people who watch the video, but they drop off and don't go to the landing page. Let's just say you fix that. But then the next thing that's going to come up is that your landing page needs to convert, right? But if your landing page doesn't convert, nothing else on the back end matters. And whatever happened in the beginning doesn't matter. So you have to have a really, really good landing page. And that doesn't mean like having a lot of designs, right? You need to really call out your ICP. You really need to, the load speed needs to be quick. It's these small things that matter. For example, if there's a bug on mobile or if it's not optimized for mobile, but it's optimized for desktop, you're going to lose money, right? But let's just say you fix your landing page and your landing page is working as an ECB. Then there's your VSL, right? If you're getting unqualified leads every single day, that's probably because your VSL is not calling out or who this is and who this isn't for, right? But let's just say you then now fix your VSL and then you have no other qualification. You just have to have a book a call. What's going to happen is that your cost per lead is going to be low, but you're going to get a lot of unqualified leads and you're eventually not going to make a sale. And then after a period of time, you're going to diagnose this to be the problem. You're maybe going to try fixing it with having your setter disqualify a lot of people. That may be the first step. Your next step would maybe then be to have pre-qualification questions, just like, I've talked to you guys about earlier in this video. And then you'll try that out. And then what you're probably going to end up happening is that people are going to be qualified, but they're still not going to answer to the setter, right? And then you're going to have to optimize speed to lead, right? You're going to have to start telling your setter they have to contact these leads within 5 minutes or they're going to get cold. So that's the next step. And all these things that I'm talking about right here, they're going to take time to learn, right? They're not going to just happen after one day. They're not just going to happen after a week. They're going to take time to learn because there's so many different steps. But let's keep going because I really want you to understand what you're getting yourself into when it comes to ads. A lot of people just think it's just, a creative, a VSL, boom, that's it. No. So once you have the speed to lead up, but then what's going to probably start to happen is people are not going to show up to the call, right? Maybe they answer the setter, but they don't go on ahead and show up to call. So then what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to diagnose that problem. Why are people not showing up to the call? Either number one, your setter's not doing a good job. Either number two, they don't have enough information. Or they're not excited to hop in on the call. So maybe you need to add pre-call material. Option number three is maybe they're type B
ad leads, which don't watch any pre-call material and just book calls randomly because they're interested. And then maybe you have to, start dabbling into retargeting ads. There's so many ways of fixing every single problem when it comes to ads, right? You're going to diagnose the problem and then you're going to test it out. So maybe first you're going to, go about with your setter, maybe fixing his setting process, making sure people are qualified before they hop on the call. And then that may help a little bit. But maybe it doesn't fix the problem and your show up rate is still, let's just say, sub 30%, right? And then you may try adding pre-call materials, right? And maybe you just send one email, but then you're going to start to understand that just one email is not enough. So you're then, what we do for my agency is we have 8 emails 24 hours before the call that gives them information, insights them for the call, and handles, objections, and then obviously tells them when the call is going to be, reminding them to showing up. And then your show up rate is going to go from 30% maybe to 50% now that you added the pre-call material in there. But then you're maybe going to start to notice that there's some people who just never hop on the call, even with the pre-call material. So then you're going to set up retargeting ads, right? And maybe hopefully retargeting ads fixes that and gets you to a 70%, show up rate, because that's what we found with the OMS system and setting up retargeting ads is that once you set up retargeting ads, sending people back to the pre-call material, we see a 15 to 25% increase in the show up rate for those type B type of leads. And then after that, your show up rate might be high, but you still have to close the deal, right? And if you have a terrible closer or someone who doesn't know how to, work with cold leads, then there's a whole nother issue right there. You get what I'm saying? As a whole, ads are very fucking complicated. But once you do crack them, you're going to make a fuck ton of money. Because if you could put $1 in and get $5 out for 6 months, who wouldn't take that? I'll take it. I'll even take $1 in and $3 out just because I know I'm profitable. You get what I mean? That's the reason why people run ads. And when you're spending money on ads, well, let me actually say investing money on ads, you have to keep the mindset that you're actually investing money. You're not just randomly spending money on ads, right? Does that make sense? With you guys, you're not just randomly spending money. You're actually investing money into ads, into your business. And over a period of time, you're going to obviously make your money back. So that is the ad system right there. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about before we do end up this section is what makes an actual good lead magnet, because a lot of people don't know what it makes an actual good lead magnet. And because for every form of ad that you have to give someone something, for giving you their information or for viewing whatever it is that you're offering them. What makes a good lead magnet, because this will also be an issue that you guys have to understand, is that maybe your ads, everything is working well, right? But your cost per lead may be super high just for the simple fact that your lead magnet is really not worth it. So you have to go on about and you have to figure out, what does your ICP want? There's very generic lead magnets. There's a free training lead magnet, which is basically a video that shows them exactly how to go from here to here. There's ebooks that you can give to people. But the thing with ebook is that not a lot of people actually go on ahead and read them. So you really do want to stay away from ebooks, right? There is ManyChat. Like, for example, a lot of you guys have probably seen ManyChat, which is like a doc that you could give to someone, maybe like a simplified doc that you could give as a lead magnet. There is a free call that you could give to someone, a discovery call as a lead magnet. A lead magnet is just something that you give in exchange for someone's information, time, or money, right? And your lead magnet has to fit with your ICP. If you are offering someone, let's just say, a PDF on how to start drop shipping, right? But your target demographic is someone who's in the age of like 18 or 19, it's not really going to work, because an 18-year-old would highly prefer to watch a video or some sort of free training before they go through and read a 800-word PDF. And the thing with that is that they might not even go on ahead and watch the actual PDF. You get what I'm saying? So you have to understand your ICP. Who are they? Right? We already talked about this, but it's important for me to reiterate it just so you really understand, because you're spending money. You're spending your own hard work money on ads. Who are you targeting? What do they do? Where do they stay at? What do they consume? Are they actually interested, in your offer? And where is the buying stage that they're at? Like, how aware are they of the solution that you have? If they're super aware, then your lead magnet could be different from someone who's absolutely unaware. And it goes on to a different step of like, what's actually in your lead magnet? What's in your BSL? What is in your booklet? What's in your PDF, right? And what is in your PDF, essentially the whole goal with it is to take someone from a cold, someone who knows nothing about what you are selling them or what you do, and to get them to be interested enough to actually hop on the call. Your goal is not to sell them. Your goal is not to handle objections. Your goal is solely just to get them interested to hopping on the call. That is it. That is all you are trying to do with your lead magnet. And if you do that effectively, what's going to happen is that people are going to show up and they're going to be qualified and interested enough to give you their hard-earned money. So that's really the way that the ads work as a whole. Now we're going to go on to the next section. Now, if you enjoy this, obviously take all of this information and implement it yourself. And like I said, I have one goal in the 7 hour long course is to give you all the information for free. I want you to take this and go on ahead. If you have time, implement it yourself. If you see results, or once you see results, DM me, or if you need more help, you go. All right. So in this section, we're going to be talking about the main types of lead magnets. What is a lead magnet? When you should use a lead magnet, and how to make them convert. So the first thing we're going to talk about is what is a lead magnet, right? So in the realms of info product guys, such as online courses, coaching programs, and digital memberships, a lead magnet serves as the initial value exchange between you and your prospect. It's a free resource or incentive offered to prospect in exchange of their contact information, typically an email address, you got their phone number, their first name, and some people may even have things like zip code and like personal, home address. The primary goal is to demonstrate expertise, build trust, and transition a cold lead into a warm prospect who is ready to purchase a premium informational product. Right, the most effectively manufacturing are categorized below based on the format, utility, and the psychology impact. Now, the thing you guys need to understand with a lead magnet is that it's not just about, hey, here's a free course, or hey, here's my free training. Some lead magnets work better than others, and some lead magnets work better than others depending on what niche you're in, right? Like if you have maybe a free training for a trading offer, it's not going to work the same way if you are a doctor teaching business owners how to start their own like practitioner, like actual business, if that makes sense. Like if you're a trader, it wouldn't make sense if you have if you're a trader selling to traders with a free training lead magnet, and you try to sell that to doctors, who are trying to build their own, business or their own clinics or something like that, having a free training is not really going to make sense, right? So you're going to have something else. So in this module right here, we're going to cover the most common lead magnet, the best lead magnets, when to use them, and the psychology behind why they do and they don't work. So the first and the best lead magnet is educational / informational content. These are the most common lead magnets in the info space, and they establish the creator as an authority by providing deep insight and solving a specific knowledge grab. So these are things like a comprehensive ebook, right? They dive deep into a specific problem or topic or pain point. They're best for establishing long-term authority and thought leadership, right? So then we have case studies, a detailed report on how a specific result was achieved for a client or a creator, right? It provides us social proof and demonstrates the proof of concept, right? Then we have white papers and industry reports, right? These are data and things like that. And then we have cheat sheets and summary sheets. Now, what works best for people is typically some sort of like ebook or case study, right? And the way you could do this is like very, very different. For example, if you were to do like an ebook, you could do an ebook like a free training video. It's called an ebook, but you could have a free training video where you give people specific information. You get what I'm saying? So this is what, like, when people do things like ManyChat, and when they have the words like comment the word go, and I'll send you a free PDF or whatever. That's an ebook. This is the first one right here. They're the most. They're the best converting lead magnet. 9 out of 10 times, unless your ICP is like very, very sophisticated or something else, the most common lead magnet you're going to use is one of these two, either like a case study or an ebook. Right. And in the info space, the only two that most people use is like a free training one, which I would categorize this as like a comprehensive guide, or a case study lead magnet, like saying, hey, this is how we got this result for this guy. Comment the word this, and then I'll send it over to you for free. The next thing was we have practical tools and implementation resources. These league managers provide immediate utility. They help move the process from knowing to doing, which is a critical step in the journey towards buying a full course or a coaching program. Now, these include things like a checklist, right? A step-by-step list that ensures a task is completed correctly, high conversion rates due to their simplicity and quick win nature, right? If you give people a checklist on like the 5 steps they need to do to become a successful fitness coach, right? Something along those lines is going to work, right? Because it's very, very straightforward. It has high completion rates, and people like these because it's easily digestible. Next thing we have is templates. All right, a lot of things that I kind of saw right now also that I've been testing out is templates, and templates have been working pretty well for me also. So these are things like pre-formatted documents, templates on budgeting, scripts. Like for example, my dashboard that I have for my clients, that's a template that I give out for completely free on my mini chat. That's a lead magnet right there, right? It saves the prospect time and reduces the blank page problem. Swipe files, resource lists, toolkits, things like that is what I would classify as, the second best types of lead magnets. The third one is interactive and diagnostic expertise. Interactive lead magnets often have the highest conversion rates because they provide personalized value based on the prospect's specific situation, right? So these are things like quizzes, assessments. So if you've ever did like a Myers-Briggs, what that is, like a personality quiz, that's a lead magnet right there. They get your information, and they figure out and they mark you later on in the future. You get what I'm saying? So, but regardless, it's still an assessment, right? It's a series of questions that categorizes the user, scores their current status, segmenting an audience and providing personalized recommendation. The Myers-Briggs quiz or test that you guys have all probably tried out to see, if you're INGF or an ENTJ or whatever it is, that is a lead magnet. Another one is calculators, right? These are tools that help people calculate returns or ROI. For example, if you're in the real estate space, a lead magnet that a lot of people give is like some real estate calculator. It helps people out. It's very, very quick to implement. Next thing we have is audits and scoreboard, a self-assessment tool that identifies gaps in the prospect's current strategy. You can also categorize me giving my dashboard in here, right? Because it allows the prospect to see what's working and what's not working with their business currently. All right, this is best for high ticket coaching where the gap is solved by, the product. The next thing is visual and audio, right? The micro experience is what I like to call it. These formats allow the prospect to experience a creator's teaching style, which is a vital for high touch information products like coaching and video courses. So something like a webinar is a lead magnet. They hop on the call and they get free information. That is a lead magnet, right? Live or recorded training calls, usually 40 or 45 minutes. It's best for selling high ticket courses or programs through direct engagement. Mini course videos or video series. For example, maybe not everyone, but a lot of you guys may know who TJR is. And he has this boot camp that has millions of views. That is a lead magnet. You get what I'm saying? So almost everything in life can be a lead magnet. If you're marketing, it's almost always a lead magnet. That's one thing I want you guys to really, really instill. Next thing we have like things like private podcasts. A lot of coaches and consultants do this when like they're doing coaches to coach, to teach coaches how to coach coaches. They do things like private event, like for example, Iman Ghazi. You may see a clip of him. Sam Ovens may see a clip of a private event that he hosted. That's a lead magnet. Things like workshops are a lead magnet. The next thing is direct access and community. These lead magnets leverage the human element are typically used at the bottom of the funnel to close high ticket sales. Right, a free consultation, private community access, live Q&A calls, free AMA calls. Those are all lead magnets. Now, all of these work. There's not one that's better than others. Typically, what I would say is things like a comprehensive, like a free training video is what works best. That and like a webinar is what works best as a lead magnet currently in the info space. The next thing we're going to talk about is the psychological triggers for success. Now, you have to understand that lead magnets depends highly on your ICP. It depends highly on what emotion it creates, right? So the first thing, right, that I want to talk to you guys about is the specificity rule. A lead magnet that solves one specific problem for one specific person converts better than a general guide. An example that I like to give you guys is in the fitness niche. If you're a woman that just had kids that's trying to lose weight, something along those lines, if you created an ebook that solved that specific problem, not just get a six packs in 6 weeks, not just lose 20 pounds of fat, not just lose 20 pounds of fat if you're a man, anything like that. But if it's very, very specific to the ICP that's having that struggle, it is going to convert a lot better, right? Because it is very specific and it is relatable. Next thing is the quick win. The best lead magnet provide a result or realization within the first 5 to 10 minutes of consumption. When someone gets your lead magnet, if you watch a lot of the free training lead magnets, you'll see that it's typically discover how to do X, Y, and Z without doing X, Y, and Z. So it's solving something. It gets them a quick win, and they're like, oh shit, I'm smarter. Oh shit, this is how he did it. Oh, this is how you do it. It gives them a quick dopamine release, a quick win. The next thing is reciprocity. By providing immense value for free, you create a psychological debt that makes the prospect more likely to consider your paid offer. There's something called the reciprocity rule. If you've read the book, it's an influence book, The 6 Principles of Influence. One of them is reciprocity, meaning when you give someone something, they're more than likely to give something back just because you gave something in return. They did a full study and they found that the reciprocity is an actual rule that humans do live by. So when you give someone a free lead magnet or you teach them something for free, when you ask next time, they're more than likely, to get something back in return or consider your offer. The next thing is high perceived value. Even if it's free, the lead magnet should look and feel like something people would normally pay for. That's the thing that a lot of people, mess up, is that they create these lead magnets and they think that, I'll just create like an easy book or I'll just create like this quick booklet. That's not the case. That is absolutely not the case. When you create a lead magnet, guys, it should feel like something that someone would buy. And people should be like, why is this free? Why am I not paying for this? All of this information for free? Right? That's the way that they have to perceive the lead magnet when they get access to it. So a quick rule of thumb for you guys is that if you're posting top of funnel, your ICP's top of funnel, they're unaware of a problem, use something like a checklist or infographics to capture broad interest. If you're middle of the funnel, use things like case studies or webinars. If you're bottom of the funnel, use things like discovery calls, free trials, or free trainings to convert those leads. Now, like I said, free training funnels, the lead magnets do work. And almost everything is a lead magnet. So go through this doc and ask yourself, what is the lead magnet that is best for my ICP? And find that, and that's the one that you... All right, guys. First thing first, boys. We've absolutely fucking killed it this month. We are at 31K so far for the month. The goal was 40K. We're going to end up with around like 35, 36K on the month. To me, yes, it's very, very close, but like we fucking absolutely killed it. Nick, you've been doing your thing. Brando, you've been doing your thing. Grady, biggest fucking improvement from Grady. Because 7 months ago, when we were working together, this guy wasn't doing jack shit with the info side of things. But now you've been killing it, bro. You're so fucking consistent. You're showing up to every single meeting. Like, genuinely, thank you for doing your part. Genuinely, Grady. Yes,
sir. Let's go. Let's go.
You've done so much. We genuinely appreciate you for that. Next, Nick, bro, you've been absolutely fucking every follow-up. I have yet to work with a sales rep that gets so many fucking follow-up leads. You've been doing so much trenching with these leads. You were here when we were trenching and getting 3 leads a day.
Yes, sir.
3 leads a day in total, not even calls. But now obviously you're here to this point where we're getting 5 to 10 calls a week. And these are pretty solid calls that are closing because of Grady and Brandon doing their thing. You know what I mean? So shout out to you, bro. We appreciate you so much. Next thing, Brando, what would I do without fucking Brando, bro? So fucking much. Just killing it, bro. Killing it. Took a higher position in the agency. He's been doing such a good fucking job. Brando, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
But with all that being said, guys, there's bigger and more money we can make. 36K, 40K is good, but honestly, next month, I don't know about you guys, but let me see.
Another thing to say as well is we did 36K this month at the same time. We did 36K at the same time. what's it called? Like we didn't start cooking until halfway through the month. I feel like.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
we were not cooking until halfway through the month, at least halfway through the month when we started really getting on our shit. And now like we're on a roll. Like we upped the ticket. We have consistent lead flow. I think the setting could be definitely we could just get really dialed with the setting would be great. Like there's hella leads coming in the DMs. You know, we have organic leads, everything like that. And I think a better funnel.
Everything I do in life is
Someone talking.
Yeah. I think no, but I think for sure like for the first like couple closes that we had, they were like 1 to 2 tickets. If we were doing that consistently,
I don't think I've ever met a
we'd get like 50, 60 right now. If we
Nick,
literally
can
hired
you mute yourself, Nick?
Oh yeah, my bad. Can you hear the background noise?
A little bit.
Or I got you.
No, yeah, but if we would have hired the ticket a long time ago, then we would have definitely been at more cash collected revenue. But obviously now, since we are hiring the ticket, we definitely could still hire the ticket upwards of 5 to 6K now. So
Cool. No, I appreciate you guys. 40K, 35K, whatever, all of that shit is good. But to be honest, I think all you guys make more money. I want to make more money. So I think April we could hit 100K. If we stay on the pace that we've been doing, and I think that we're going like 75%. There's a lot of holes that could be fixed that I've collected data all throughout the month that I want to, discuss with you guys about. Our goal last month was 40K. But then we started like 7 days into the month. Like the goal, like we did this plan right here, it was on March 7th. If we would have had this on the 1st, we would have hit 30. We would have hit 40K. For me personally, I'm not gonna go ahead and say we hit the goal 40K. Yeah. So the goal for April.
I didn't think we were gonna hit it.
You did it?
I didn't think we were gonna hit it. Because I remember we talked about it. I didn't think we were gonna hit it.
No, bro. We picked it up so fucking much in the past couple of weeks. But let's get right into it, guys. And then we're gonna go through every single slide. I have a presentation prepared for you guys. And then after every slide, anyone if you have a question, comment, concern, just feel free to stop me and then let's go after it. So from $36,000 to 100K, the April roadmap. One thing I want you guys to all understand, number one, is this is so fucking easy. Like this is so easy. We're closing at such a high rate. 100K is genuinely inevitable. If we keep doing what we've been doing, it's literally so inevitable. And I've talked to you guys, and I think a lot of you guys know that, bro. It's 75% foot on the gas, guys. So first thing first, here's what actually happened in March. Well, here's exactly what we produced. So in total, we had 59 leads come through. 30 of those leads were actually calls. A lot of them were DQ'd before they actually were set on the calendar, expected to show up, and we had a 96% show up rate. This is fucking insane. Nick, you've been absolutely fucking killing it. 96% of the people that we actually leave on the calendar do show up. That's really good. Next thing is our close rate. 70%. This, I've been talking to Grady about this for the past couple of days. This is unheard of. Realistically. Granted, Grady, you are still hopping on the calls. That's the reason why it's high, full transparency. But if you weren't here, it would probably be 50%. And out of these 30 calls that we've hopped on, we've closed 18 deals, which is really, really good. And that ended up having 36K collected and around 50K generated. This month, we spent $1,484 on ads. We got one call booked, one call closed. Which was, I think it was 1,000 or 1,250.
It was 1,000.
It was 1,000. So this month, we lost $484 on ads. Our average deal size, this is not cash collected, but this is rev generated, was 3,600, which is really good because it was $500 on week one. Does all this kind of make sense to you guys? What we accomplished in March?
Yeah.
Cool. So here's kind of what it looks like, because we really, really took off this past week. I know we had Kai and John come in, but even if those guys didn't come in, we still would have had a 15K week. So for anyone that's thinking oh, Kai, whatever, we got lucky. Even if they wouldn't have came in, we would have still had 15K this week. Now, when we first started off, I think the first week we did $500. And then we did 5K, and then we did 5.5K, and then this past week we did 20K, right? with a $30,250 average deal size and an 89% close rate. This is insane for this past week, guys.
That's crazy.
Really good. Now, obviously, we made a lot of money, but there's like 5 holes that we have to fix this month that if we fix, will get us to this 100K mark. I've done the testing. I've taken a look at our funnels for the past couple of days, and this is all we have to fix. And if we fix this, we're gonna hit 100K. The first thing is the offer is super underpriced. Like, it is way too underpriced. Brandon, you've been telling me this. Grady, you've been saying this. People are hopping on calls saying this is so much value. And number one, our close rate is high as fuck. A 70% close rate is insane. So we have to increase the ticket price. Now, we're going to talk about the ticket price and everything like that. But first, let me go through these 5 holes, see what you guys think, and then we'll go from there. The second thing is, like, the only thing that's stopping us from scaling is getting more calls on the calendar. That's it. It's just more leads, more volume. Our sales process is dialed in. More volume is the only thing that we need. The third thing is that ads aren't the engine, like right now. The thing is that with ads, regardless, even if we're going to focus a lot on organic, we still want them to a degree to be bringing us money, right? Organic this month drove 94% of all closes. Like 17 out of 18 of them were from organic. That was from that YouTube video I posted, and a lot of what branding you've been doing. The fourth thing is that we're going to switch up the offer like structure, because I'm seeing this already happening. I've seen it with other clients, Grady, Harley, Callie the Kid, all these guys. What happens is that fulfillment starts to become shit, and that's the inevitable decline of info products. Once you start making a lot of money and then the offer owner doesn't have enough time, regardless, Grady, if you say you have enough time or you don't think you have enough time, we're just going to switch up the offer structure so that you have a little bit more time for yourself to actually fully fulfill. And then the last thing is that we need to close down the gap. If we're going, because we're going to increase the payment structure, which I'm going to talk about here in like the next slide or two. What's going to end up happening is that the gap between how much revenue we generate versus how much we cash flow is widened a lot. I've seen this, for example, with Harley. When we collected 75K that month, I think revenue generated was like 150K. So we're going to have to set up payment plans, and that includes things like financing. So to recap, increase our price, need more leads. We have to start generating something from ads. Number 4 is change up the pricing, change up the fulfillment structure for you, Grady. And then lastly, payment options. What do you guys all think about those 5 things? Does anyone have a question as of right now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're doing a lot organically wise in terms of the content that we're posting, and now we just really need the ads to start kicking up, because I mean, we're getting ads, we're not getting the ICP that we want to be directing, so we need to find a way to actually fix that and, you know, start making money with ads. We did 1,000 last month, which I feel like we definitely could have done more. I mean, we're still in the talks with one guy right now that's in ads. So hypothetically speaking, if that guy closes, that's 2 people this month. But you know, we definitely could. That's like we're missing out on a lot of money. We spent 1,400. You know, we should definitely be 4 or 5, you know, ROAS on that. So
Absolutely agree. Yeah. Nick, Grady, do you guys have anything based on this?
Yeah, I agree with the underpriced. I think we should raise the average ticket to like 4 to 5K. I think $4,000 would be definitely a really solid price. And then as well, besides that, the organic, like talking about what you're probably gonna talk about that, what more I need to do to inorganic to make more money. The offer structure, I'm gonna be working on that tonight and tomorrow. And then yeah, the financing, I'll get that set up. And then
Grady,
the
don't even worry. Like, all of this is in this doc.
okay, cool.
In this slide, like structure, like
What do you
everything.
mean by volume is only constraint? What do you mean by number 2? What does that mean?
The only thing that's stopping us from like making 100K is more leads. Like at the end of it, like more calls on the calendar.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's literally the. If everything stays the same, obviously, but yeah. Nick, do you have anything?
No, I kind of just want to touch on what Brandon says. Basically, what I was thinking, to be honest, it was just kind of we saw basically nothing from the ads. So if there's any way to bring in more traction from the ads, I think we could actually like easily kill it. You know what I mean? Like that easily brings in more revenue.
Okay, I completely agree. So now let's go over the exact fucking math because there's this idea that like if the math makes sense, you can get there. So I want this math to be engraved in every single one of you guys' heads. This is straight, very, very simple. In order for us to hit $100,000 next month, Nick, we need 14 calls from you a week. That is 2 calls a day. If you want to hit 100K and have that like in your portfolio, Nick, that you helped an offer scale to 100K, we need 2 calls every single day. That's it. That's literally it.
How many a week? 2 calls a week, a day?
2 calls a day.
A day. That's the thing. We're literally getting consistently 2 calls a day. Sometimes we'll even get 4 calls a day, but then there's a time where like 2 out of 7 days we'd have 0. So like
Exactly.
just be consistent with that. Like if we're able to consistently get at minimum 2 calls and then maybe even 4 calls one day, we could easily pass up 100K if that's the case.
Like Nick, you've probably been in other offers. I swear, I promise you, Nick, you're extremely fucking important for us to hit this goal. Obviously, I don't think you want to be a setter forever, and I'll make sure that we move you up, just like Brandon. Like I also want you to understand that Brandon was a setter just like you, and then he moved up to a closer, and then now he's a sales manager. So we'll take care of you. I'll make sure to take care of you. But as of right now, for the next couple of this month and maybe next month, we need you really fucking focused on setting and being the best fucking setter you could possibly be. And for the month of April, it's 2 calls, bro. 2 calls every single day. You need to wake up and understand I just need to set 2 calls for my guys so that we can make $100,000. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand? Do you think this is achievable? Do you think you can do it?
Oh, 100%, bro. 100%. 2 calls, when you know what I mean? When you really put the map out there, it's really 2 calls a day. It literally sounds like nothing. It's 100% attainable, bro.
Like Brady, how many followers do you get a day?
10?
You get 10 followers a day. We get out of those 10 guys, we get 2 of them on a calendar. And to be honest, I think you probably get a little bit more than 10.
Yeah.
I get 10, I barely post. But you probably get 15 to 20 a day. We get 2 calls on the calendar, Nick, that's it. Now, our close rate, I think it will stick to 70%. The lowest it will probably go to 65, as long as, Grady, you're still closing the deals. And I think the highest leverage thing you could possibly do right now is still closing deals.
Yeah.
Close rate right now.
Honestly, Grady on the call, it doesn't take much time. These calls aren't lasting 45 minutes to an hour long. These calls are max 30 minutes, and it's rare for us to have a 30-minute call. Literally 15-minute calls.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
That's good. That's really, really good. Next thing is our average deal size. For us to make 100K, 2 things have to happen. We need to collect more money and have more calls. That's it. Our close rate, show up rate could be mediocre, whatever. But we need our average deal size to increase. Last month it was around 2167. This month we need it as 5K, minimum 5K. And I know this sounds like a lot of fucking money, guys, but
I agree.
we need to increase our ticket price. I've heard within the past week and a half, 5 people you guys are telling me, you're saying that this is too much value. John said this is cheap. Kai said it's so many people are saying this is cheap. We need to increase our ticket size, right? And if we follow this structure, the inevitable reality is that we're going to get around 35 closes this month. As long as these 2 things happen, our ticket size is higher, and Nick, you get us 2 calls. Does anyone have any questions on this?
It's literally just doubling the amount of calls we're doing this week, at our current pace. Is really not that much more. It's literally just 1 more. 1.
Exactly.
And if we can be more dialed on our shit, I'll mention at the end, how we got the close we got today.
I'll make sure you get to it. I think I know what you're trying to say. I got you. Full capacity. And then this is our full capacity. Now we can look at this, but I really just want to focus on 100K. The revenue. We can go talk about this right now. So, the first thing that we obviously have to do is to raise the price. And I know, Grady, you may have something to say about this, this might be too much, but trust me, we need to increase the price. Because what you're offering people is helping them
scale their business. This isn't like freelance brand scaling where we're charging 4K for some fucking make money. Business is obviously proven. Window cleaning business are proven to work. We need to increase the price. Andy Elliott, those guys, they charge like 40 packages for business coaching. Obviously, you're not fucking Andy Elliott, but charging 2 to 3K for this shit is bullshit. Like, it's so fucking cheap.
Yeah.
And I think
B2B
you should do
offers
this like
on
the most. What's up?
No, yeah, a lot of B2B offers like ticket is average like minimum.
Yeah, bro. We'll try this shit out right here for like 2 to 3 weeks. If it's like good, we're releasing the fucking price. But here's the price. Someone saying something? No. So here's the pricing structure that we're gonna do. Now we're gonna have 3 programs: we're gonna have group, mentorship, and then the licensing program. Like, this is gonna be the lead. This is what you're actually gonna focus most of your fucking time on, rather than one-on-one mentorship. So the group is gonna be 2 calls every single week, 3 30 minutes long call. They get access to the course material, private community, the basic frameworks, and all that shit. The splits are going to be 3K one time or $1,500 times 2. That's it. Then there's going to be growth one-on-one mentorship. It's everything in here. Plus, they get 30 minutes of one-on-one call with you. And then we have the licensing program. Now, the licensing program, Grady, what I need you to build out is like a full system implementation, something that you could just hand off to people. And we're not going to sell this in a way of just like, because I hear you sometimes on your calls, you're like, I'm going to get the ads up ready by Monday, like in 2 to 3 days. No, like, this is just going to take time. Yeah, well, first we have to record the ads, and after you get that done, like, this is going to be structurized. And that's what people are going to pay that premium price for. Because it's not just like, yo, let's just make this guy money quick. It's like structurized, and this is going to come with like, because if someone's going to pay 10K for some fucking licensing system, it's going to be like with an actual guarantee. Right, and then with this, it's going to be everything, here already, plus access to your phone number, and then lifetime access. So it's 3K, 5K, 7.5 to 10K. We're going to first start with 7.5K. If that goes well, then we'll use the ticket. But that's kind of what I have it right now. What do you guys think, Grady, Brandon?
I think it's a lot. I think that I want to focus on the growth one a lot. And like for people that are really we know are qualified, then we should definitely do the system license. But the growth, I think we should do 4.
I absolutely disagree. Brandon, what do you think?
I just think it's one of those things that we kind of have to test out first, just because, like we mentioned, like it is B2B. They charge a minimum. Like I'd see people charge minimum 10K, but it's just the ICP that we work with. Like I was talking to John about this when we were on the closing call, and he's like, "You guys could charge way more." And then I was telling him like it's hard for us to charge a little bit more just because of the ICP. He's like, yeah. Then he said that's where ads kind of come in part. That's why like the ads, like we want to target older people that are actually willing to pay that amount. Like a 19-year-old isn't going to pay $5,000,
Yeah.
Even if their business, like we have people that come to us that are doing 15 to 30K and are already hesitant to spend $3,000. Like they're making the money. They have the money. It's just like they just don't have that process. Like kind of, I have to spend this type of money in order to make this type of money. Oh, that's the only thing that's really bad about ICP. But I mean, that's something we could test out.
I think we go full blown. I look at this and I'm just like, yes, I understand the ICP can't pay for it, but then we don't sell to those people. Are we just coaching? Or we open up financing so that they can finance for a lot more money.
Yo, if I can cut you guys off for a second, my phone is on like 1%. Is this call being recorded so I can review it later? Okay, but so I'm gonna stay till it dies, bro. But like, any of the slides from here on out, literally, if like talk to me like if I was here, you know what I mean? Like, be harsh, tell me that, like, tell me straight up. I'll review it on the call. Just a heads up.
Cool, I got you. Yeah, I got you, Nick. But yeah, I can almost guarantee you guys, like, if we want to make more money, we have to increase the prices because, like, fulfillment is going to start to be shit, and people are not going to get results if we're just getting people in for like 3K, 4K, which is good. But my goal is to get like 15 calls a week and close like 3 to 4 of these guys for like the 5 to 10K. And then you have high quality individuals. And this is going to tie with like getting higher quality content. Right? So it's like we can't scale. Like we were doing 1K, 2Ks, 1250s and shit like that. And our close rate's 80%. Like I hope you guys both understand that 80% close rate is so high to the point that it's actually like bad. Like there's no reason why an info product should have a 80% close rate. It looks good on paper, but this is actually bad. That means like our pricing structure is fucked. So I think generally we could try it out for a week. If a lot of people are like, yeah, fuck that shit, I'm not paying for it. Then we switch it up. But if we had this past week, we had 3 people pay $3K. We generally can increase the price up by 1,000. Like we had like let me take a look at the looker. This week we had one, two, three, basically like 4 people pay us like $3K. Are we generally gonna increase the price by $1,000 by $998? We have basically 3 picks. Like it sounds good, guys, but at 3 and like how many guys like Brandon and Grady? How many of these guys told me too much value? I know John did. I know Kai did.
Yeah, I honestly like I agree. I know that we have to up the price, and the thing is, that's why I'm saying like I don't disagree or I don't agree. I just think that it's something that we have to test first. Hypothetically speaking, we pitch whatever 5K. If they say it's too much, I'll handle the objections, lower it to whatever, and we kind of get feedback from there. Because yeah, obviously like if we keep the price at what it's at, we might be closing at a higher rate, but it's like we're kind of losing money on the table. But hypothetically speaking, if we up the price and we're lowering our closing rate, we're gonna lose a lot of money as well. But I mean, I'd rather test that.
We still have to like the bunch of options. Like we still have that, but that's not the main thing we're selling. Let's go through these guys, Brandon. Let's quickly go through this. Did John yes or no? Like how was that call? Was it easy or yes or no?
With John?
John, yeah.
He threw no objections.
Okay, what about Ryder? Right, we have an issue with Ryder.
Ryder.
Depot will pay in 2 weeks.
Desert or Fathom? Honestly, I forget these dudes. Like, I don't know.
Grady, do you remember Ryder?
I do. He was only 750, correct? Yeah, he was the one student in college.
Did he not pay, or was it like objection thing? Yeah, what
He didn't
money
have
or
the money.
objection? Okay. What Kai?
Money.
What about this John guy right here? No objection.
John.
He had 0 objection. He paid us. Yeah, it says good call. Had no objection. Not a season.
John?
Okay, about a month. Okay, what about Luke? Yeah. Do you guys see my screen?
I'm so confused. I see it, but I'm trying to like look at it. Liam, okay,
That's
Liam,
that's
cool.
John. That's a different John. Not Johnny. But I don't remember. Honestly, like these guys, I don't remember their names. I don't remember how the call went.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, John right here. It says good call, had no objection.
Yeah, I usually
Liam.
write like a. Oh yeah.
Liam paid 3K, no objection. Lucas, 1250 Depot. That was the guy. What happened with him, Grady? I think that's the guy that Brandon had to hop off the call with. Did he have an objection?
Lucas
Like, why did you
paid
try to sell it more?
1250. Yeah, he said he can't do it. He doesn't have the money because he just paid Brandon the Esh like $500 last week or some bullshit like that.
Okay, so like he just simply didn't have the capital. What about Angel? Good call, no objection. I think this was just like a capital thing.
Angel paid. He paid
Mateo
as much as he
was
could.
a no
He
call.
paid 1,700. Yeah, he didn't have.
No objection,
Sorry?
just didn't have enough money. Yeah, he paid as much as he
Mateo
could,
never
right?
showed it at all. Mateo never showed. Mateo never showed, bro.
Yeah. Mateo showed up. Wasn't Mateo the guy you had like 3 calls with?
No, he did, but then he left and he ghosted us, bro. That's on call,
Yeah,
bro.
I put him at like he showed up, but he didn't go through.
He did, but then he never, bro. He's so on call.
Yeah, well, he showed up to the call, but like it wasn't all close because of bullshit lying, whatever the case was. And then the Bismarck guy, what was with him? Did he not have money?
With who? Bismarck. He paid $1,000. Yeah, he
'Cause-
only had $1,000, something like that, right now.
And then what about Adrian?
That's the guy today.
That's the guy with the parents.
Yeah, the parent injection. But he's gonna do it in like a month or so.
How was the parent objection? Was it like
I mean,
actually,
he
His
was just,
mom
it
was
doesn't
like
matter.
saying
But
not
out
to
of-
pay it.
no, because yeah, he literally
I don't even fuck.
he was like, okay, I need to talk to my mom before I pay this, and then I told him like, yo, like, what do you specifically need to talk about to your mom about? And I was like, we usually handle, payment on call, so then we can start getting things going for you. And then he was like, okay, I'm gonna go grab my card. And then he grabbed his card, and then his mom, whatever, started tripping, but he still paid. So
regardless, guys, like I know you guys are a little bit hesitant, but like if you guys see my screen, this is way too fucking high. Like way too high. Like it looks cute, but this is like shit. Like we should not be happy about this. That means we need to increase our prices. So I mean, we have it right here at 5K. I say we try this out for a week. Worst case scenario, we still collect, guys. I'm not saying like don't collect money. But we try a different price points. Like you guys have closed enough deals so that when someone could buy, like the calls are easy, but we don't want them to all be fucking like layups. Like let's charge more. Like let's make more money.
I agree.
So, and Grady, I feel like you should know this the most. Like your fucking window cleaning prices are like tax.
I agree.
Let's try this out. Let's try this out starting April. Like we try it out for 1 week, and then we see how it goes. If it's like shit, I'm okay. We'll switch it right back. This is just pricing. This is just really just pricing. We'll keep it at this right now. Does anyone have anything else to say about this? Like, are we all good on this?
yeah,
I'm all good.
Cool. We'll put at 7.5K for the licensing. Okay. So next thing is the quality of our content. The second thing that we have to do. Number one, what's worked really well this month, Brandon, was like clipping up the YouTube and then posting them on what do you call it on Instagram. Yeah, that's worked really fucking well, and that's what like we need to start doing, but at a higher quality. Because what we're doing right now is good. You've been doing a good, clean job, but like, I don't think they're like crazy quality. I think they could be higher quality.
definitely.
So that's what we're gonna start doing right there. Like the 6 pieces of content, Grady, that you were posting, like just bullshit. Once we have like actually clean quality, editing the reels, then we'll switch to like 2 to 3 a day max. But they're gonna be high fucking quality, and it's gonna what do you call it? It's gonna make sense as to why the price is the same the way it is. Because when you post fucking content, just you and your screen that's kind of like low or mediocre, and you're charging 15K, it's just not gonna line up. But if your content's high quality, and then they check your pricing, it's also it lines up. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. So now with the YouTube, the content pyramid is the same exact thing. What you've been doing a really good job at, Grady, is posting the like all the wins on the stories and stuff like that. So just keep doing that. I know that's like done really fucking well. Now with the short form, we're gonna go from like posting like 50 times a day to like 14 times a week. Like we're gonna bring it down to like high ass fucking quality, like 2 to 3 short form reels a day, but super high quality. Really, what we need to do is we need to block out 1 to 2 days out of the week where we're gonna film like really high quality videos. Let's see. And then the long form YouTube video same exact thing that we've been doing, like just higher fucking quality in that sense. That's like the content side makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just take a look real quick. Go back to it if you could. Yeah, that makes
So then
sense. So 2 years.
you gotta hire that guy for that short form. I think
Yeah.
that's just because, like, bro, we're at like 40K like at the months now, like at scale. Like that's something that you just have to do. Like, for example, like I mentioned when we were on the phone, Grady, like all these big creators, they have like a content team that they spend 10K a month on, you know, just because the return on it is good. So now, like, we have everything else dialed in terms of sales, marketing. Now it's really taking your marketing to the next level, and that's, you know, the sales will start growing up.
Yeah. So like this slide right here, this is taking the sales to the next level, like having like clean pricing structure. This is taking the marketing to the next level, having high quality content. All right. So I should like this is mainly like the offer, and this is the marketing. And we're gonna talk about the sales and just does this like makes sense. I put out a post right now on my story, Grady. Looking for an editor. I'm gonna take a look at a couple of them, try to like get someone for you by the end of the month, like a month or something like that. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Go. Come on. I'm almost done. Yeah. Next thing is that we need to like this. I'm gonna talk about Nick. Like Nick, if you're listening to this, one thing that we need you to do, Grady, you can honestly like go ahead and talk about this section.
Yeah. I'm just looking. I'm trying to take in the last slide. I'm trying to think about the last slide a lot.
What do you think, Brandon?
Yeah, if you could get more out, like one of the biggest things is like YouTube. Like, I think, yeah, if you could get out more YouTube videos in terms of value and everything, yeah, go ahead. I just think now, like, I mean by two, in terms of higher quality, like all the stuff that we have to start doing moving forward isn't just something that you pick up on your phone, start talking, or like clipping up something on CapCut. This is something that genuinely needs more like editing, more work, because it's gonna
So
target.
you think I should like hire a videographer like they did for the house tour?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like hire Rob or something. Like that's like the next level of like content that you're gonna be posting for YouTube. I mean, if you could get more than 2 YouTube videos out, then yeah. But we need it to be more higher quality.
That's the biggest thing. Like when you say like, oh, add another fucking did Nick just text it to request? Oh no, that was like an hour ago. But when you say, oh, I could post more, they have to be high quality, bro.
Okay,
Like,
so what if I just hired Rob 2 times a week?
Is Rob as good as it gets? Like, what do you think?
I think he's pretty good. I mean, look at the quality of the work that he's done.
I mean, I don't like talking bad about people, but I don't think they're like that good. But let me see. I mean, if you think it's good, I mean, it's working for you, I think you keep doing it. I don't think it's gonna be like game changer. But it's just like the small things that are gonna get higher quality.
Bro, you know who you guys should look into hiring if you guys know who it is? Just honestly, like whoever Brez's old editor was when he was in Arizona, like find who it is and see how much he's charging. I mean,
I think who you're talking about. He's not in Arizona.
Oh, he's not?
Nah, I think I know who he's talking about. Nigga, it's like 10K a month.
Well, not the Asian guy that he's working with, not the one in
Was it
Florida.
black guy?
I don't know, but I'm saying I don't know. I'm not talking like if there's a specific person. I'm just saying in general. Like his videos used to convert well when he was here. So if you're able to find whoever it was that when he was
Are
in
you talking
Arizona,
about these videos?
no, I'm just talking about his YouTube in general. Well, like obviously, like even Harley too. I mean, Harley has decent videos.
Oh, dude, no, those are like themselves, bro. Like he used to edit his own videos, bro.
His editing is actually pretty good.
Like,
Look, let me
talking about like videos.
I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's see. What's it? This one?
Capital. You don't need a big following, and everything you make is 100% yours. The best part? Themselves. And stuck around, pay me anything up front. You just
like this.
$50 per month.
You think I should make one like
Getting
that?
I know who that guy is. I could get him connected with us. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like videos, like informational videos and just hiring that quality, like that's gonna obviously convert a lot better than.
I think I'll just hire Rob to film. Yeah, I think just hiring Rob to film that type of video and edit would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you could, whoever you think, I'm just saying things like that.
I think that's fine. I think DM Rob like tonight, like send him like a couple of ideas, and then see if he could do it.
Yeah, I will.
Cool. Let's see. But yeah, when it comes to content like YouTube, like the first thing was the offer, the OMS system, boys. Offer, and then now
system.
now it's the marketing, like higher quality offer, higher quality marketing, and then now the sales side of things and what we need to fix. So, Nick, if you're listening to this, Grady, obviously you could go ahead and like talk about what you see.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, do you think that Bet Bro, what are you looking for help for specifically in your business is the good line?
What?
Brandon, do you think that Bet Bro, what are you specifically looking for help for in your business is a good line?
Yeah, bet that one.
Yeah, the DM said that he always says. He always says, "Yo, what's up, bro?" So, what are you specifically looking for help for in your business
That's the
right
one
now?
that it's because the ICP that like we talked to. That's why.
I see. Yeah. So, what does this slide mean?
Basically, this slide, I was going to talk about a script, but I think you could go ahead and talk about like the comments that you see with Nick a little bit. Grady, we need you to focus, bro. Like 21 minutes, bro, please.
I'm listening. What?
I need you to talk about like what was the concerns that you had with Nick when it comes to setting. I think you wanted to talk about that.
The concerns I have with Nick about setting is the only thing is like that lead for today, for example. Like the lead for today came in through ManyChat. I just logged in randomly in my Instagram, called him, qualified him, and closed him. Like, and he wasn't being contacted. He was being kind of left in the dust. So it just wasn't moving quickly with things. Is the only thing. I think just moving quicker with things. But I see Nick doing follow up, everything like that. Like Brennan, you have access to the DMs as well. Like you see, I think it's really just like making sure that what's it called? The speed of lead is there, that we're following up with the people quickly and calling them, qualifying them, and just calling them, be like, yo, what's going on, bro? Like, this is how the program works. This is how much it costs. Was that something you're interested in? Cool. Qualified a call. That's how exactly I did it, and it worked super perfectly.
Well,
How can we set that up and like stretch? Go ahead.
So based off like that, like the speed lead's important, things like that. But Grady, it's gonna be a lot different the way that you pitch on a phone call, the way Nick does. Because like for example, like you tell them, oh, the program requires this, that. That's like him pitching the call and already like selling. The thing is, if you do it, it's fine because you're Grady. Like he's talking to the actual person there. But if Nick's doing it, you gotta think about it from your perspective. If a random person is calling you and he tells you the price of the program, what it offers, you're not gonna be as trustful towards a random person compared to you. You know? So that's why Nick's
I agree.
in terms of like a call are literally just to understand what he needs help with his business, the pricing, and then he brings them on the call. If we're trying to pre-sell him and it's Nick calling him, it's gonna cause a lot of friction. No, everybody would do that if that's the case, if it made it better.
I agree.
But yeah, definitely on speed to lead. I'm probably gonna hop on a call with Nick. Like, I'm gonna hop on the call with him tomorrow. I'll fix up the script a little bit. I'll look through it just to finalize it, and then we'll hop on a call in terms of what he needs to do for speed to lead, checking the DMs all the time, follow-ups, just so we can prioritize the most sales possible, and obviously getting 2 calls a minimum a day.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So that's decision number 3. Like our sales side of things, I really don't have much to say about it. Like it's really, really good. Like it's too good. Now let's go on to the next thing. Now, like I said, guys, like we still need to scale with a gas to a degree. So one thing, what we're gonna do this month is we're gonna have 2 different phases. The first phase is gonna be targeting, and with this, we're gonna spend $30 a day on people who've watched 50% of Grady's Instagram. Grady, what I need you to do is I need you to get as many testimonials as you can within the next 3 days. I think Brandon's been telling you about that. We need to get testimonials as we can. What we're going to do is turn those into ads that it's going to get people to book calls. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. What's the best way to get a testimonial?
You just ask them, bro. You can either ask them or to be
No,
honest.
the best way to like record. I mean, the best way to like record it.
Oh,
I mean,
what do you think,
honestly, Fathom is fine. Honestly, it's like Fathom is fine. Google Meet is fine. There's either the way you could edit
screen
it.
record, you can like screen record on Google Meet. It's fine.
But yeah, because you do it through Fathom already, right?
Yeah, we do. I do Fathom right now.
Because one way that I did my testimonial that I've seen that works, like right now, I know what you're doing is like you're just hopping on the Fathom and then you're uploading it. But like if you do it like this, I'll show you. And if you have a student in person, that's another good way. Just do it in person. That's
Yeah, I can get it in person from Kai, 100%.
yeah, like or say like you could just say like, oh, I flew my student out. We're on, things like that. So you could either just have it like this, like have it both ways, or you could have it to where you're talking, it brings your screen, and then he starts talking, it switches to his screen, if that makes sense.
I agree.
So that's like somebody, whatever editor that you end up picking up, that's something you can do.
I see what you mean.
Okay, cool. But yeah, we need to get testimonials, and that's kind of what we're gonna do right here with this phase. It's gonna help us amplify like the organic flywheel. Now, the licensing program is what I think John talked to you guys about lightly that I think is going to do really, really well. And then like how we need to frame it, like the licensing program for someone who qualifies for that. It's like this is not like a coaching program. This is Grady's like complete operating system, like his exact SOPs, exact hiring frameworks, exact pricing models, sales scripts, and marketing playbooks that helps you run a six-figure window cleaning business without being on the tools installed within the next 90 days. Now, this isn't like a fast fucking, what do you call it? Yo, yeah, I'm gonna talk to Max. We can get the ads ready. It's like week number 1, like you do a complete business audit. Like this is very fucking hands-on with the client. This is where like you get everything. And it has to be framed differently. Like it has to be very fucking premium, and there has to be a clear differentiation. And the way you want to do this is like, it's like you want to bring them back to fucking school where they're graduating after 90 days, after 3 months of being in your program, they're going to achieve X results, right? The way I want you to do this is, let me think about this a little bit. It's like we're going to create a roadmap for them, a 90-day roadmap, but it's not geared as like fast. This is geared as like a lot more hands-on, and everything is done with them. So what you're going to be doing is like you're going to take a step back with the other shit that you're doing, the group calls and stuff like that. That's just going to be the scripts, and then this is what's going to be the bread and butter at the 7.3K ticket price. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I agree with that.
Okay,
And
so-
like the business audit thing makes it together.
Okay. Let's see. Now the 30-day execution plan for April. Like, here's exactly what we need to do. April's in 2 fucking days, guys. We have the 30th and the 31st. The first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna raise the ticket price to 5K, and then the 7.5, the 3K, 5K, and then 7.5K. And we're gonna want to really pitch like 5K and 7.5K minimum. Like that's what we want to pitch, and then if they don't financially qualify, then we downsell them. The next thing is that we're gonna need the testimonials. So like tomorrow and Tuesday, Grady, we need you to farm like a fuck ton of testimonials, like 3-4 calls, and just farm as many as you can, and then we're gonna launch those into our targeting ads at $30 a day. Then what I want you to do is that I put out a story right now. I think if you have Rob going, get Rob to come here like tomorrow or something like that, or the day after, record a video, and then we upload like a first like high quality ass fucking video. Or on Tuesday when you get your car, tell them to come with you. And then Brandon, what we need to do is we need to update like the whole VSLs, FAQ questions, but we need to upgrade everything.
Okay, bet. Yeah, we could do that. I'm literally about to. Yeah, can you hear me? It's like laggy. I think I'm hearing you guys late.
Yeah.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, so then I'm gonna update the VSL. Yes, we could update that, and then also with the script, I'm gonna go through the DM setting script and also the dialing script to obviously help it with, like, since we're upping the price, just to have more security and nurturing. So, to be a lot easier for us to close it, like pre-handle.
And what is the DM setting script? Like what is it?
I have it. I'll kind of I'll read it out. So they DM you tech, and then it's like, sounds good, or bet bro, what specifically do you need help right now with your business? They'll tell you, we can easily fix that for you. How much are you currently doing a month, and how much do you want to be doing a month? Blah blah blah. Definitely doable. I was doing 100K in sales in high school just due to the right systems, and I have people in my program starting to do more sales within the first couple of days. So is that something that you want to go over with into a deeper level? And then they say yes, and then it's like, yeah, my program does require capital to invest. Is that something that you have with you at the moment? If everything makes sense, and then it's like, yes, okay, how much do you have how much do you have that you have currently to invest? Blah blah blah, and then book them in from there.
That's your dream.
Yeah. So why did I keep getting snaps? Yeah. So let's go through this really quick. I don't want you guys to get super fucking tired. And then first week, what we're gonna do, we're gonna raise the price, launch retargeting ads based on fucking testimonials that Grady you're gonna get within the next 2 days, and then we're gonna film the first YouTube video with Rob, and then Brandon needs you to break down literally every fucking thing. The VSL pre-call material, the FAQ questions, everything. The second week, we're going to take a look at the close rate at the new price point and then see how Nick is just like performing as a setter, because we really need you, Nick. You're going to be watching this to just be quick as fuck on these leads. And if it's still not performing as much as we want you, or like these are falling through, I'll set up on many chat automation, or I might just set it up right now. That notifies you when the text a keyword. And then get the reels filmed. And then after that, after we set up for retargeting for 2 weeks, then we'll pull traffic ads with those retargeting. And then we're going to more than likely put a new setter. If traffic keeps going as it is, Brandon, we're obviously going to need a new setter. And then obviously filming a video. And then boom. Week 4, we're going to take a look at obviously where we're at for the month. And get the content. So here's what we need to do within the next 48 fucking hours, guys. So the first thing we need to do is we apply for financing. My fan base is in WAP. Second thing we need to do is Grady tonight, go ahead and request testimonials from 3 to 5 students. Even if you need to pay these $100, to get one, I think it's very, very worth it. I posted a job for an editor. If Rob isn't willing to do it, we'll just find another guy. Brandon, we need you to revamp the landing page. And then Grady, for the fulfillment, we need you to hire a success coach. Is there anyone that you know right now that's in the home service place that could be a coach to do the Go group calls for you?
Yeah, I know some people.
Okay, we need you to reach out to them tonight and hire them by the 31st. And then Brandon, we also need you to start a chance via email and on SMS, telling people that prices are going to be increasing on April. So if they want to get in, boom. And this is basically Brandon tomorrow revamping everything, testimony. The kit?
Yeah, I think it's not fixed yet.
Okay, we'll get that fixed tonight then, right after this meeting. Have Brandon, have Nick tomorrow. Nick, you're gonna watch this call tonight. Tomorrow, go through every single fucking lead for the next 2 days. Tell them price is increasing next month. That if you want to get in at the same price, obviously right now. And then email sequence, Brandon. Everything literally needs to be revamped. Month of April could be the biggest month. And then revamp, add the new pricing. The setter script by the 31st. and then following up with all the leads about the price increase, and then 11:59 by that point, new price increases and new pricing, finalizing that, and the last thing, hiring another setter. Right? Do you think we need another setter right now, or do you think?
No,
We're
not
good.
right now, but in the future, or like soon, yes.
Okay, cool. And here's what fulfillment's gonna look like for Grady. Grady, this month is gonna be a lot for you. I'll be fully transparent. And then next month we're gonna switch like the sales funnel to something else that is gonna make us a good amount of money, but and give you your time back. But this month is gonna be a lot, so we can hit that 100K, so that we don't change. First thing that I need you to do is hire a success coach. Grady, this is kind of like what your timing is gonna look like on Monday. The success coach is going to do the group calls on Monday and Wednesday, and then all you focus on the one-on-one calls and then the business audits. Like that's the two things that you're going to focus on: business audits, one-on-one calls, and hopping on sales calls. Those three things. It's going to be like 30 hours a week, but it's going to be a lot. But obviously, you're going to be also be making a lot of money. Does that kind of make sense? Okay, now the success coach, like you need to hire this guy before the first, and then like 1K a month or something like that, just to hop on these calls for you, to give you your time back. Next thing, and this is a little bit for you and I, Brandon, right here. It's like these are the 6 things that we need to set up in place before we continue to scale. First thing first, the client onboarding right now. What's the onboard process do we have, and can we make it better?
Client onboarding for like the students.
Oh, a student onboarding. Yeah, student.
Grady just has an onboarding call with them.
How do you feel about that? Do you want to keep that, or do you want to like switch it up
I
and
think it's
revamp it?
working.
Because
I
if
think
we're
it's
gonna
working well.
price,
Because Grady has a Calendly. Times are blocked out. They don't. So I think that one's fine. I don't think it's ever like overlapped or it's been too much. I mean, Grady, what do you think?
Yeah. I mean, hiring the successors from you already know who I'm gonna hire for that.
okay, perfect. And then the success
Yeah,
coach is obviously gonna
Calendly.
have. We're gonna set this up. He's gonna make sure like the students are actually succeeding, and then what do you call it? Make sure the students are succeeding. The Discord infrastructure, this is actually good. Don't worry about that. And then the downsell for the course, like I know the pricing is increasing, but we still have like the 1,500 base, which is big into course access in this community. And then you guys can scratch this number 5. We don't need a new setter right now. And then post call follow-up sequence. This is what I'm going to set up. This is basically when someone no closes or says they need to think about it or like anything like that, we're going to set up a follow-up sequence automatically. Now, what we're going to do next month, not April, but May, that's going to give you your time back, Grady, is we're going to switch to a webinar funnel. And then a webinar funnel, you're just going to hop on a call to sell people on there and then have a call to take care of it. But this month is kind of like what we're going to keep doing a sales call. At max capacity, like if everything's going good, we'll do 50. If it's not, we're probably going to do like 20, 25. Let's see this revenue. Now, the 4 things we really need to focus on, guys, that like is gonna stop us from getting to this goal. Like we have like 5 minutes left. Let's just lock in, boys. The 4 things we need to focus on is number 1, making sure that our close rate doesn't drop too much. If we increase the price, it's gonna drop. Try not to have it drop less than 50%. With the price increase. The next thing is content takes time. Like high quality content is going to take time, editing and all that stuff. So we can obviously like outsource that to someone because it's a low leverage task. The next thing is center bottleneck. Brandon, we really need you to be on top of Nick to make sure that like the speed to lead and everything's like being hit. I think there's a few days in the last couple of days like or something like that. We're not just raised. Clients were also asking like, yo, Nick, my DMs are packed and stuff like that. So we need financing like ASAP, like financing like ASAP. I'm gonna apply for that tonight. Try to get it for us by Monday. But ultimately, guys, we talked about a bunch of fucking information. My brain's fried. But I think if we hit 100K, me and Grady were kind of talking about this. We have two fucking options. And I'd like to know what you guys think. If we do 100K, what do you guys think we can do? We either want to go to the Hamptons in New York, or I think South
The
Africa.
Hamptons, bro. The Hamptons, bro. Bro, we could get
Great.
it.
South Africa is crazy.
South Africa is low-key fire.
No,
Hamptons,
like
bro.
crazy in the sense of like that low-key sounds like the move. Like that. That's low-key sound. I low-key would do a South Africa, I'm not even gonna lie.
You what?
Wait, you said so that's two options, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather go to South Africa.
Yeah, that shit sounds insane. It's the thing Grady's talking about the Hamptons. Like, what are we saying?
No, the Hamptons
No.
is fire too, but like, bro. I mean, fuck.
is insane.
Yeah, South Africa sounds crazy.
Bro,
Yeah.
what do you call what's this guy's name? Nick, you could tie it up where you go pick South Africa, bro. Pick. What do you think? Bro, votes right now. Me and Brandon think South Africa. Grady thinks the Hamptons. We'll just decision wins. But guys, let's just get after it. Here's a doc right now. Like, we need to get this shit done ASAP. Like, then we're gonna
Yeah,
have
send me
another
the
meeting on the
Fathom. Evan.
I'm gonna send you guys this screenshot right here.
Hey, I gotta hop in this.
And the final section in the OMS framework is sales. Now that we have a good offer, we have a way to acquire leads, we then now need to convert them into paying customer, which is sales. No matter how good your marketing is or how good your offer is, if you don't have a predictable way to convert them into paying customers, you're not going to be able to scale. So let's get right into it.
In this video, I'm gonna go A through Z on everything you need to know on how to run a webinar funnel. I'm gonna be using a client of mine that's currently doing $30,000 a month for his trading algorithm. And if you think I'm lying, here's the result for the month of January. We did around $20,000. And so far in February, we've done 5K cash collected and another 5K is in the client's Stripe. This is what we've done so far. We're on pace of doing like $5,000 to $7,000 per webinar. So if you're doing 4 webinars a month, that's between 25 to 30K. So if you're a growth operator who doesn't know how to run a webinar funnel, watch this video through the end and follow the exact same things that I do for my client that's getting him $30,000 every single month. Or if you're an aspiring growth operator, watch this video to the end, because when you do get a client, just use exactly what I use here and you're gonna print him some cash. So without further ado, let's just get right into it. So first thing first, everything starts with a landing page. You need a way to collect emails, phone numbers, everything. So as you can see right here, my client has a trading algorithm. This is the header. Learn how anyone can make $10,000 a month, day trading less than 2 hours a day. Here's the exact landing page. You could copy it if you want. I'm gonna blur out like who he is, just, you know, for privacy reasons, but it's a very, very basic funnel. So it calls out exactly at the beginning what this webinar is gonna be about. We have a call to action at the top because most people do not swipe all the way down to, you know, read everything. They literally just read the headline and then they save their seat. We have when the webinar is going to be. So right here, Monday, February 17th, that's when the webinar is going to be. A countdown timer for a little bit of urgency. And then moving on to the next piece, we have what we're actually going to talk about on the webinar. So once again, this is for a trading algorithm. So we talk about, you know, so the first thing with the webinar, and I could actually go into depth even more if you guys want to know exactly how to actually create the slides for your clients, but I'm going to kind of highlight it because the offers, every single offer is different. So you can't just copy exactly how I do the slides, but you could copy the backend systems. But right now I'm just going to give you guys a high end level of it. And if you want more details, just let me know and I got you guys. So right here, what we're covering in this webinar is returning cold prospects. Like, so in the webinar itself, what we're doing is we're taking people who are absolutely cold in the sense that they barely know anything about trading to the point where they want to buy my client's algorithm. So the first thing we have to do is we have to target people who literally don't know anything. So what we do is, what they learn on the webinar is the first thing is why most traders fail. So this is kind of what they're going to learn on the webinar. How my client or entrepreneur, whatever you want to call them these days, they're like entrepreneurs. I don't even call them creators, but how he consistently makes $10,000 a month trading less than 2 hours a day, the key to profitable trading without, you know, endless time staring at a screen. You have to understand the pain points behind, you know, who your ICP is, because I know that the pain point behind traders is staring at a screen for 8 hours a day. They don't want to do that. How to automate and minimize risk and maximize profits. They don't want to lose money. It's a pain point. Why this algorithm helps with even unpredictable markets. The proven path to scaling your trading profit, blah, 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 blah. And then right here, I'm going to blur this out, but here, all you really need to do is to just tell people who he is and his journey. So right here for my client, he's been trading for X amount of years, and then, you know, how he discovered the algorithm, how he created it, and then what he's currently doing now, making $10,000 a month, trading less than 2 hours a day. And then we have another call to action right here. And then at the bottom, you want to seal the whole landing page with results. So these are results of his algorithm, and his shit's actually fucking good. Like, I'm not bullshitting just to, you know, sell the info product. Like, his shit's actually pretty fucking solid. And the reason why we're ripping so much, you know, since even though he only has like 7,000 followers across all platforms, because like his shit's actually good, you know. And then at the end, we have it, are you ready, blah, blah, blah. And then another call to action. Now, okay, cool. So now I'm gonna show you guys Webinar Jam. Webinar Jam is the integration that you're going to use to collect the emails, and it's where you're gonna host the actual webinar. So as you can see right here, when people click to get their free seat, this is what comes up. So let me actually go through and show you guys. Okay, so we're in ClickFunnels right here now. This is JavaScript and HTML. Don't get too scared. It's pretty fucking simple. Okay, so the webinar is actually hosted inside of Webinar Jam. If you look up Webinar Jam on your normal browser, you're gonna find it right here, home.webinarjam.com/index. Get yourself a free trial. You're probably gonna have to get a paid subscription to use the Zapier animation and automations, which is what you're gonna need. Cool, so let me actually show you guys it. So now with the webinars, I kind of date them because we've done 4 webinars so far. I just date them to when the webinars are. Now I'm gonna kind of go through the backend system, like on exactly how I construct this. So you always schedule them for later. Blah, blah, blah. So the configuration now, you want this right here, you just kind of want to, so right here, you want to put the date of when the webinar is. That's what I do. And then how to make $10,000 a month. Trading, that's the title. Webinar description, there's a little bit of that. Presenters. So if you're a growth operator and you're doing this for your client, you want to make sure that there's 2 presenters. The reason why you want 2 presenters is because when the client is actually like going through the slides, one, you want to turn off the chat because you don't want people just randomly talking. You want them to be focusing on the webinar itself. So right, that's the reason why you want 2 presenters. So I have myself and I have him. So when we go on the webinar, we both join at the same time, and I'm watching him, but I'm also watching the chat, because there's times in the webinar where the entrepreneur or the offer owner asks questions like, does this make sense to you? And I have to go there inside of the webinar and turn on the chat so people can actually respond to this. So that's the reason why I have 2. You don't need to worry about streaming services, blah, blah, blah. Fuck. Cancel, let's cancel all of this. Next thing is schedule. Obviously you just need to schedule this to the exact date that it is, as ours is on February 17th at 7 p.m. So we have that. Next thing is the registration. The only thing you really need to focus on here is like the actual registration, because it puts in lorem ipsum, I think it's called. I don't even remember, bro. Preview. Let me actually customize this for you guys. Okay, so I actually have it removed, but right here under my cursor, it would have like lorem ipsum, and all you have to do is just come in, save and exit, remove that piece and save and exit. But nothing else here really matters in the registrations. Now notifications, this is where you're gonna have to get a paid service. Actually, no, not for this one, but you need reminders. So the reminders that I use for this current webinars is immediately when someone books books for the webinar, they get sent an email. It's a pretty basic email. You can read it right here. Congratulations, you've been successfully registered. The best thing you can do now is to bookmark the register, blah, blah, blah. Here's a link, and we don't have a password, so there's nothing right there. So we send one immediately. We also send one 72 hours before the webinar, so that's 3 days. We also send one 48 hours before the webinar, 24 hours, and 15 minutes before the webinar. And by the way, this is only with Webinar Jam. Mind you, I think that I send day of the webinar, I send 3 webinars and probably like 6 and probably like 4 SMS tests. So there is no way in hell anyone misses this webinar. So they're all very basics. All you have to do is just add email. Webinar Jam configurates it for you, and the only thing you have to change is the hours. So that's kind of what you do there. But then the next thing you have to do is you have to use ConvertKit to get the automation. So in order to get an API, you're gonna have to get a paid program. The $99 one works. Just get that, and then it's gonna give you an API, and you're gonna integrate it to ConvertKit. I'm gonna show you how that goes in a second. Then we go to the thank you page. Now the thank you page right here, you wanna create your own custom page. We're gonna go back to Webinar Jam real quick, and this right here, I got it from one of my mentors, right? But you want to create a thank you page, and you're going to link them to this page right here. So what you would do is you would get the URL of this page. Let me show you guys exactly how to do that. And I should probably also show you guys this page too. So, but yeah, the URL of this page right there, boom, bam, bow, bada, bat, boo, pow. All right, it was probably cringe, but anyways, you're gonna take the URL, you're gonna create the page in ClickFunnels, and then in Webinar Jam, you're gonna have your own custom page. So after someone registers, it's gonna take them to this page right here. All you have to do is just put a link and then save. I'm not gonna be saving anything because I don't really wanna mess up anything, and I don't wanna have to redo this. Nothing here matters, finish, boom, back to home. So now you guys know exactly how to set up Webinar Jams. I mean, you guys know exactly how to set up Webinar Jam. Now let me actually go into ClickFunnels and show you guys like every fucking thing you could possibly need. Okay, so here at the top, this is gonna be a headline. All it is a headline, and this might be too dumbed down. Let me know if this is way too dumbed down, but this right here is a headline. Obviously, you just configure it in ClickFunnels. So after you, let me take you guys back to Webinar Jam, because this is probably what a lot of people are gonna have questions in. You're gonna go to get that JavaScript for the call to action buttons. You just go to your link, embed to your website, and then you're gonna go to registration button, and then you're gonna configure it right here. So you put the name, color, all of that. I'm not gonna save it because once again, I don't really wanna redo this, but that's kind of how that would go right there. And then it's gonna give you a link at the bottom. Let me actually show you guys this. Embed to your website. Okay, so this is the embedded code right there. And then what you would do is you would actually go to the webinar, go to ClickFunnels, and then all you do is add an element, go to where it says HTML/JS, JavaScript, and then you add it to the web design. You would open the code and you just paste that code in here, and that's exactly how you get that in there. I think I've went through all of this right here. If you guys want me to go in and show you guys exactly how to build this out, like build everything with you, I'll do that. But here I'm just gonna show you like exactly what I do and why I do what. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you guys the welcome page right here. So after someone submits their information, you just want to put it, great, you're now successfully registered and confirmed for the free class. Important steps. For step number 1, to check your email for any updates on the class. Number 2 is watch the basic on your Instagram, or you just want to relocate them somewhere else so they could keep watching you. The worst thing you could possibly do is to get their information and not tell them what to do next. People want to be told what to do. So the step 2 is we tell them to go to Instagram, and there's just one Instagram video that I link them to that just kind of gives them a highlight basic of the algorithm. Well, the next thing we would do at step number 3 is to save the link below. So this is the link right here for the free class, the free webinar. And then when you take that link, it really doesn't take you anywhere. Like, it's not a registered link, but it's not a an actual link. It's just the text, if that makes sense. But it'll take them to this landing page right here where they could just put their information in, and then day of the webinar they'll be able to join and watch in. As you can see, the webinar is obviously not yet, so they cannot join. But let me take you guys back to that. And then this link right here, where you'll find that link is when you go to your links, you go direct link to live room. You'd copy this link right here, and then that's the link that you would give them in the code, right? So then you also want to send them somewhere else. So I send them to the Instagram, and then I also send them to the user. This is probably not a great idea. You probably want to send them to one place, but I'm kind of just testing this out right now to see if it makes a difference. At the end of the day, probably wouldn't make much of a difference. But the reason why I send them to, I have two call to actions right here, is because my client isn't really big on YouTube. So if I send them to YouTube, there's only one video they could possibly watch. But if I send them to Instagram, there's like 10, 20, 30 like reels that they could watch and nurture themselves. But as you can see, PS, check out my YouTube channel, Wooty Wooty Woo, hosted by the person's name, and then just a couple of checklists that I have for them. So watch on a desktop. This just makes everything better for them. Set at least 90 minutes for the class. The class is around an hour long, but we ask 90 minutes just to handle any questions at the end or any Q&As that they could possibly have. Take notes, engage, attention, screenshot this page and share it on your Instagram story. This is something that we ask them to do just for shits and giggles, to be honest. So right here, this is gonna be a video that you're gonna ask your client to do. Now, if you want the script, join my Telegram below, and I might drop the script in there, I might not. So right here, this is a video that you want to ask your creator to do. So in the video, you basically want them to just go through all of these steps that you see right here. So it's going to be something like, thank you so much for registering for this free class. Step number 1 is to check your email and SMS for any reminders on the class. Wooty Wooty Woo, Wooty Wooty Woo. Step number 2, go to Instagram right here, and there's going to be an icon. Go there and watch the basics. Step number 3 is to save the link that's right there. This is going to be your special blah 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 for the class. And then the last step I need you guys to do is to go to my YouTube channel so you could watch whatever. Send them somewhere else. Now, you want to go through every one of the steps, like go through them, and then the 4th thing you also want to add in this video is you want to add case studies. Like for example, after you go through the steps, you're going to say something along the lines of, now in this class, I'm going to be teaching you exactly what has helped Jordan get $10,000 a month with trading, Michael that was working a 9 to 5 make $5,000 in 2 weeks, James who didn't know what to do, was trading ICT, spending 8 hours a day staring at a screen, join the class and be able to make X amount of money. So you just want to target their pain points, and then what do you call it, and then just call them out in the video. After you complete that, then you actually want to tell the audience who the person is, because for some people it's their first time actually seeing the creator, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call them. You want to tell them a little bit about who they are. So you don't want to go too in depth about their whole life story, but you want to tell them and give them a reason as to why they should listen to you specifically, because there's tens of thousands of traders in the world. Why should they show up to your class? So that's how the video goes. And then up above it, it's just a box with words in it. Now that's pretty much it on ClickFunnels and the Webinar Jam side. Now I'm gonna take you guys back to ConvertKit, the email and the SMS sides, which are the last 2 things that we're gonna cover in this video. Let me show you guys that. Where is it? Okay, so we go to edit, configuration. So now that you go to integrations, right here, as I said, to get the API, it's going to take a couple of days. So mind you, if you are doing a webinar, make sure you get Webinar Jam first, because in order to get an API, if it's on the weekend, it's probably going to take like 3 days for them to approve you for an API. If it's during the week, maybe like 24 to 48 hours. So that's just a quick reminder for you growth operators out there. But yeah, so we use ConvertKit as our email software. Now we have 3 different if then features. I don't know if then rules. Let me actually take you guys to ConvertKit first. So what you would do is you would sign up to an email software. You could use ConvertKit, you could use Beehive, you could use Klaviyo. I'm sure you could integrate it with Zapier some way, somehow, but I preferably use ConvertKit. It is so easy to use and it integrates quickly. So what you want to do is you want to create a tag. So for example, let's just say we had a webinar today on February 14th, Valentine's Day. So let's just call it 214 registrant string. Now you would create one as registrants, no shows, and attendees. And there's a reason why you want to create those exact three, which I'll get into a little bit later in the video. But once you do that, if you go to select group, if they register, then add to a tag. I just created that one tag right there. As you can see right there, it's going to show up 214 registrant. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to, I don't want to mess up this webinar. But you would create those three tags right there in ConvertKit. Let me actually delete that tag. Does it even matter? Yeah, I'm gonna delete the tag. We're not having a webinar today. So you would create those three tags, 217 registrant, 217 attendees, and then one for no-show. And the reason why you want to do this is because you want to make sure you get everyone who obviously registers. You also want to segment the people who actually attend and who actually attend the webinar, so you can send them a specific email. And then you also want to add a different tag for the people who don't show up to the webinar at all. Now the way that I do this is, let me show you guys. So as you can see right there, the if then are then register. So for example, if someone registers, they'll automatically be added to the registrant tags. If someone attends, they'll also be added the attendee tag. And if someone doesn't show up, they'll be added the no-show tag. And the reason why you do this is because there's email and SMS flow for every single one of these guys. I mean, there's email flows. We don't have the SMS flow set up yet. Now, I think that's it on that end. Now, the way to connect ConvertKit, I'm pretty sure it's just with an API. I don't think you use Zapier for this, but I might be wrong. I'll show you guys Zapier nonetheless. I kind of forgot. ConvertKit does actually connect straight up with Webinar Jam, but you're gonna need to create a Zapier account so that you can connect Webinar Jam to Simple Texting, which is exactly what you're gonna use to send out SMS text. Now, if you are new to the whole growth operating space, there's something called A2P configuration, which is what allows you to send calls and SMS text to people. And let me tell you, it's a pain in the ass getting registers for A2P if you're an absolute beginner. It took me like 3 days to do that shit, just trial and error. It took me like, not 3 days, it took me like 3 weeks to do that shit, trial and error. But I'm gonna show you guys the Zapier automation. So right here in the setup, you're gonna click the app. Oh, bro, I don't actually wanna edit this. Okay, whatever. So you're gonna click the app right there as ConvertKit. You're gonna have the ability to change it, whatever. Just click ConvertKit, and then the trigger event is gonna be new tag subscriber. So for example, so then you're gonna connect your account. I'm not gonna do that. Just click connect your account and just follow exactly what it tells you. It's pretty fucking simple. Now the tag is gonna be 217 registrant. Now you always want to, what do you call it? You always want to up to date this for every single webinar, or it's going to be sending and it's not, or it's going to be adding people to the wrong tag and it's just going to be absolutely messed up. So the webinar that we have going on in 3 days right now, I updated that. You want to create the tag, and the way you create the tag, I already showed you guys that in ConvertKit. It's going to ask you to test this trigger, which is pretty self-explanatory. Now you want to click, you're going to click add steps, and you're going to click simple texting. Now, to do this, you're gonna have to create a simple texting account. I'm gonna show you first the Zapier and then the simple texting, but just go back to this point in the video. It's gonna be around the 20-minute mark to see how you connect them. Now, what you wanna do is you obviously wanna click the app, and then the action event is gonna be create/update app in. You wanna connect your account. Then you wanna configure it. So you also wanna create a list. You're gonna need to create a list in simple texting. Now the list I have is 217 registered. It's just to separate them so that I have a clear viewpoint on exactly how many leads we're getting and how much money we're getting, so that we can have good data for our future webinars. And then the only thing you're gonna need to be sent from ConvertKit to simple texting is their phone numbers and their first name. Nothing else really matters. That's all you need. Now I do have to tell you that simple texting as of right now does not allow you to use does not allow European and foreign country numbers. It only allows US numbers, so that's a little bit of a no, but just a heads up for you guys. And then once you do that, it's gonna ask you to test. Hope you guys are enjoying this video. If you want some more sauce, go click the link below. It's gonna send you to my Telegram, and that's where I'm gonna be giving you guys, sauce and information about growth operating, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, so now that we are in simple texting, now this thing is an absolute hell to get set up. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it at all to you. I'm also probably not going to make a video like it's hell. Yeah, you could just look it up, A2P registration. It's abysmal. I'm not gonna lie to you. But once you have an account set up, you're gonna need to get a local number. I believe that's what it's called, a local number. And the local number is gonna allow you to send to as many people as you would like. So if you wanna send to 10,000 people, you could do that. If you want to send to 5,000 people, you can do that. That you're gonna have to create an LLC and a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm not gonna go into that right now. Just figure that out right by yourself. So the first thing you're gonna want to do is to create an autoresponder. Now, what an autoresponder is that when someone signs up, they get a message like, "Hey, thank you for signing up. Hey, thank you for signing up. We saved your spot for the webinar on February 14th at 7 p.m. Are you excited?" So this right here is our autoresponder. It's very simple. I'm gonna edit this to kind of show you guys a little bit about right here. Here's the name of it. Here's the list that we're taking the leads from. Remember, you have to create a list in simple texting. I'll actually show you guys that right now. List, boom, new list. You just create a new list, and that's the same exact list that you're gonna be using in Zapier. And then autoresponder, bam, right there. Let me show you guys the copy. You can use a copy, I really don't give a shit. Not many people are gonna have, and the reason why I'm showing this is because not many people are gonna have like a trading algorithm offer. Like, yes, there's traders, but trading algorithm, and even then, if you do this, there's still a lot of other things to deal with. But right here is the copy, and then I have like a 5-minute delay just because that's just what I prefer. But autoresponder, there's a copy, and then you just turn that on. Now that's pretty much it in regards to like simple texting and kind of how you set all of that up. I'm gonna now show you the exact copy that I use for my webinars and my email and SMS. So first I'm gonna show you guys SMS. So of the day of the webinar, I sent out, I think, like 4 SMS texts. I don't even know, bro, to be honest. 4, maybe 8. Let me actually go through this right now with you. Going live, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so the first SMS that we get outside of an autoresponder is we text them 24 hours. And the copy that I use, client name here, class is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Wrapping up the slides right now, you don't want to miss out. And then this right here is the link to it, link to the actual class. Let me show you guys what link I'm also using. So a link that you send in text and email is going to be this link right here. Direct link to the live class. It's this link right here, and that's what you're gonna send them in what do you call it, in simple texting and in ConvertKit. So 24 hours before, boom. And then when you see right here that it says SMS that page, let me actually just duplicate it and kind of show you what it says right there. So what I do is you would paste the link right here, and then you would copy it and then shorten the link. All it does is shortens it, is because there's only an X amount of characters you could send per email. So I just try to shorten it as much as humanly possible so I could add as much into the email, and that's what it's going to look like and say SMS message.ai, but it's going to be sending them to the correct link, so don't worry about that. So 24 hours is when we send our first SMS. It's something like this. And then at the same time, what I do is I also send my whole list, like everyone that's ever, signed up for any one of my webinars. I also send them something saying like, oh, it's a revamped class. Grab your free spot right here. And then this link right here sends them to the actual webinar page, which is this right here, just so that they could sign up. We also send that 24 hours. Actually, I think I send the day of the webinar. So last chance, boom. So that's one SMS right there, just to get a little bit more people, signed up to make as much money as possible for my client. Then we have 12 hours before. Now, 12 hours before I say, client here, classes today, bro, 7 p.m. Here's your special link, boom. And then an hour before, I think that's 3 SMS right there. Client here, going live in an hour, link. And then now I open up the room. We open up the webinar room 10 to 15 minutes before the before the class, before the actual training. So I send them a text like at 6:45. It opens up at around 7. Now, also Mountain Dew and Simple Texting, they have some delays in there that they will hold a message like 5 to 10 minutes before. They'll hold a message for like 5 to 10 minutes, just because they don't want you to spam people and stuff like that. And they will like look at your exact message. So right here, I send them a going live message, boom, and that's 15 minutes before. And then 5 minutes and then when I actually start the webinar at 7 p.m., I also send them another text message saying that I'm live with a link. And then 5 to 10 minutes after it's actually started, I'm like, yo, last chance to get into the live class, let's get profitable together. And then another link right there. Now, the last thing I do is that for anyone who did show up to the webinar now and wasn't able to book a call, I also send them another SMS text to book a call. Now, the reason I wouldn't really recommend you doing this if you are really, really big and you're already getting like 20 to 30 book calls, but since my client, he's not the biggest one, and we get around 10 to 15 book calls, so I just send them a text message, anyone who wasn't able to book a call for any reason, and I send them a Typeform link to go and book a call. Now, that's pretty much it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 SMS, 8 SMS in total per webinar. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, this is gonna cost a lot of money, $100 a night, because you need the credits to be able to send these SMS messages. Now, let me go back to ConvertKit and actually show you guys the email flows that we are using. Now, I'm gonna take you guys back to ConvertKit to show you the email campaigns that are being sent. Now, a lot of them go through Webinar Jam itself, and you're gonna have to create, I don't think I actually showed you guys this, but you're gonna have to configure I believe it's your DMARC, which is, it's not too hard to do, just kind of follow their steps. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm gonna show you where that is though. So that you're able to send like the 6 SMS or whatever. And it really doesn't hurt your domain at all because it's backed by Webinar Jam. Let me show you notifications right there. Boom. You're gonna have to set up your DMARC or whatever the hell you call it. Or whatever you call it for this. Like, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But you're gonna set that up. That right there sends 6 SMS, six emails, I think like 3 to 4 emails in one day, and 7 SMS in one day regarding the webinar. Now, if people do not show up, there is 0% chance they forgot. They just decided to not show up to your webinar. Now, if you're having an issue where people are signing up to the webinar, but they are not attending, then that means there's an issue in between from the time that they register and the time that they show up and the date of the webinar. And that usually comes down to the email sequences. So I'm gonna take you guys into the email sequences right now. Cool. So now I'm gonna show you guys how to set all of this up also. So you're gonna go to automation right there, and I believe you may or may not need a paid service for this. I honestly don't know, kind of forgot. I think it's free. Now, I'm not sure if you need a paid subscription for automations. I don't think so, but do your due diligence. You'll be pretty easy to figure out whether or not you do. So let me show you guys exactly how our automations go through. So now when people register, I've created a register sequence. Now you could go through this email right here. You could copy it. I could really care less. But the first email just congratulates them and tells them good news and bad news. Like the good news, which is like their spot is saved, and then the bad news that they're gonna have to wait a little bit, to attend the webinar, right? And then you just kind of sell them a little bit on attending the webinar. That's the first thing. The second thing is I send them to a YouTube video. Now this YouTube video right here is to handle a little bit of, the second email I send them is to a YouTube video. Now this is 2 hours later. It's just to handle a couple of objections that they may have or that might come up and that will stop them from attending the webinar, blah, blah, blah. And then I send them to a YouTube video which handles those objections. So tell your creator, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call them, to create that, create a video that will handle that objection, that will handle the most common objections as to why someone would not show up to your webinar. Now, the third email that I create is a little bit more of a story-based email, telling them a little bit about my journey, about the client's journey, and then it sends them again to that video that is gonna handle those objections. You could copy this if you'd like, I really don't care. And then last but not least, I show them case studies of, I show them a case study of a result that people are getting in the webinar right there. And I just keep on selling them a little bit more to attending the webinar. Now, the first email is sent immediately when they sign up. Bam, so they get like 2 emails immediately. Doesn't really matter. You want to bombard them, and don't be afraid of sending emails. People, it really doesn't bother them, and it helps. That's the first email. And then I send them one 2 hours later. This email, the second email, is really about introducing myself, introducing the client to the person, depending if they're new here or not. The third email is a story-based email. The last email is to show them results that people are having in his offer or his free class, just to get them to attend. Now, the whole sequence, the whole point of this sequence is to making sure that when they sign up, they attend. That is the whole point of this. So what you want to do is you want to handle all of the reasons why someone would not attend. Now, for my client, the main reason why the people wouldn't attend a webinar is, I honestly can't really think of one, because his algorithm is actually pretty fucking solid. Like, you're gonna get your money's worth. And it's just a matter of time until we blow up and we start ripping it. Now, a couple of things that you do need to do in the sequence is, number one, you have to change this sequence behavior right here. You have to enable people from restarting the sequence. So what that does is that, so when someone, let's say for example, has already signed up. So what that does is that, let's say for example, someone has already signed up to this in the past. They could sign up to the webinar in the past. What they can do is they could sign up again and they could get the same emails over and over again. Now, you want to enable it and allow them to restart, because if you don't, then they will sign up and they will not be getting emails, and your conversions are going to go down to like fucking 15% of people, joining the live class. And then the second thing you want to do is make sure and put this at no. You can read that. I think no subscriber, I love you. That really doesn't matter, but you want to keep that at no. So this is the sequence that you want to send them when they register for the webinar. Now, when someone does not register, what we do, and the way our webinar works is that they go through the webinar and they get pitched at the end, obviously. And the call to action at the end, it's not to buy on the webinar, but it's a book a call to buy, on a call. So normally for most of you guys, what you would have is you would create something along the line as this, and you would kind of give them 50% off. So if your webinar is not your webinar, so if your offer is, let's just say $1,000, you're gonna want to split it in an email, and this is for people who showed up and did not buy. Right, you're gonna want to split it to, let's just say $600 on a 30-day increment. That comes up to $1,200. You just want to give them a deal right there. That's what you want to do immediately after what do you call it, immediately after they get added to this. Now, the way that they get added to this, remember we did the integrations in Webinar Jam, so people automatically get added to this. But what I do is I just turn this on like a day after, just the next morning, I just turn it on and then it's just automatically sent. And there's a reason why I do that, which I will let you guys know in just a moment, but let's keep going. The second thing is a little bit more of a story-based email at the end with a call to action. Right here's to book a call. That's for my offer. For you guys, it'll just be like half off or something like that. And that's 13 hours later. And then you want to send one 1 week later. And then here, what you would do is if you have some other type of offer that you could provide to them, let's just say it's like a $1 ebook or something like that, just something to get them to buy anything from you. It would just increase the likelihood of them buying whatever your main offer is, but you just want to give them another call to action to buy something from you. And you really just want to give them 3 emails. And if someone does not buy in 3 emails, they're probably just never going to buy, which is completely fine. So that's the email sequence that someone gets if they don't purchase. Now in our sense, the way it happens is that after we complete the webinar, we get, let's just say 15 to 20 people signed up. What we do is that the people that get added to the no purchase are just people who attend. So remember, like I told you, we have 3 tags. The first one is registrants. The second one is attendees. And the third one is the people who do not show up. Here, the people who get added to this flow right here are attendees. What I go through and do is the morning before I obviously turn on this sequence, I just go through and I remove the people from the sequence who have booked a call. That's the way I just do it manually. Maybe there's a better way of doing it, but just do it manually. It's not that big of a deal. It'll take you less than an hour, and that's the no purchase right there. They'll go through that flow. If they don't buy, they're probably just never gonna buy. Now, the way that I do my webinar for this specific client is that after the webinar, we have a setter go through and call all of the people who did not book a call. So he'll just call them and be like, hey, James, we saw you were on the webinar. Why didn't you book a call? If it's a price thing, we just tell them like, yeah, we might have another better deal for you that is not a 4-figure investment. Would you be possibly interested in that? And figuring out what their budget is. And then our second offer is usually like $997. And then the minimum we would take on that call is $500. So if they have at least $500, the setter will book them on a call with the closer. If they don't, we just DQ them and it's completely fine. You take your L. So he would go through and do that. It's usually about 40, 50 people. They normally all answer. And then he just asks them a series of like 3 to 5 questions. Like it's very, 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 very quick calls. He gets this completed within 2 to 3 hours. So it's not too much of a job there. Now, the people who don't show up to the webinar, now what we do is we really just don't contact them at all. We just get them to show up to another webinar and actually attend. Once they attend, we sell them. If they don't attend, we just really don't contact them ever again. We've tried contacting them and then it was just not worth it. So try it with your offer. If it works for yours, great. But for this offer right here, it just did not work for the people who just practically did not show up. So that's kind of all the email sequence that you have right there. I think everything should be covered. Now I'm going to show you guys exactly what you have to do just to set it back up, and it's pretty tedious, but this process really should take you no more than an hour. There's really only two things that you're going to need to change on ClickFunnels, the landing pages. And the first thing is going to be this link right here. You're going to go obviously to Webinar Jam, create the new webinar, and then you're going to go to your links, direct link to the room, copy it, boom, go to ClickFunnels and then just paste it right here. Now, that's pretty much it on that sense. And then the next thing that you're gonna need to change is the buttons right here. You're gonna make sure you get a new code. Let's go to that Webinar Jam. You're gonna make sure you get the new code. Obviously, you're gonna go to embed your website, registration button, configure it, copy the code, go back to ClickFunnels, open the editor, copy it from Webinar Jam, and then paste it into the editor right there. Then you do that for this one, this call to action, and then this call to action right there. Now, let's see, is there anything else? No, I think that should be it. Actually, no, one more thing. You are obviously going to want to up to date the what do you call it? The date Tuesday, February 15th, blah, 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 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then obviously the countdown timer, configure it to whenever the date is, woo. And then you want to do that. Make sure you always do this for desktop and mobile. And I have my desktop and mobile different because they are not the same. It's tedious, but it looks better and it'll convert much more for you. Obviously, I'm not going to save none of this, but then that's really all you need to change in ClickFunnels. Now, Webinar Jam, all you have to do is to create obviously a new link and get that one link, and that they'll get the registration button. Now I'm going to take you into Zapier. Now Zapier, there's really two things you need to change. The first thing that you're going to need to change is to configure the tag, and the way you configure the tag is obviously you go to ConvertKit, create a tag, 215 register, 215 attendee, 215 no-shows, and then you'd obviously connect that in Webinar Jam so that they get automated automatically. Then you create the tag, then right there it'll have the tag show up. And the reason why you want to do this is because if you don't switch the tag every single week, it's just not going to be populating, and it's going to be waiting for a 217 tag. And if a 217 tag is not coming in, then it's just not going to populate. And then the same thing you want to do in simple texting is you're going to go create a new list, 215 register, and woo, and then go to in there and can configure it, 215 register, blah, blah, blah. Continue and then test. So that's all you have to do in Zapier. Now, in simple texting, what you need to do is you need to change the autoresponder. You're gonna have to change the list, and then you're gonna have to change the date and time if it's obviously a different time and date. What I normally do is I just duplicate it and then just change these things. Obviously you could do as you please. That's a pretty straightforward process. Now, the one that's a little bit more tedious is, is the automation part of this. Now, you're gonna wanna go to sequence and whatever registration. What all I do pretty much is I just go Control F and I just look for Monday or whatever the date is. If I decide to change the date to a Friday, I'll just Control F, copy and paste it, and then change it, and then go to the next one, copy and paste it, change it, and then you would do that for every single one of the emails so that it's the accurate date and time. And the reason I make this an automation instead of like just, monotonous campaigns is because I just don't want to go through and send a new campaign every single day. So you want to do that for registering, and then you also want to do that for no-show. If you have dates in there, I don't think I have dates in mind, so there's really nothing that gets touched in the no purchase. Then obviously I don't think I showed you guys automations. Now the automations, the way you want to do that is when someone gets tagged to whatever, they get added into a certain sequence. Now mine is called registration V2. So when someone gets added to 217 registrant, they get added into this, and then they just go through the sequence. It's pretty straightforward. Let's see. Now I think that might do it for this video, and I think this video is going to be around 40 to 50 minutes long. I could go into more depth onto like exactly why I do what I do, like the copy and the placement of everything. If you guys want, there's a link below to my Telegram. Join that, and that's where I'm going to give you guys sauce in regards to growth operating. I think that's it for the video though. If you guys have any questions, comment down below and I might or may not answer them. The best way to reach me though is in my Telegram because I'm busy working on my clients. But other than that, that's gonna do it for the video. Appreciate you guys for watching. I hope you guys found this valuable, whether you are a brand new to growth operating and just want to learn so that when you get a client, you are dialed, or if you are running a webinar, in the near future, and you just want to check things up and make sure that you're actually doing the right thing. And this is obviously a client that's making money from a webinar. So it's just not just some fucking kid talking on a camera. This is how to run a webinar from. Like, this is an actual client actually making money from a webinar, tens and thousands of dollars a month. But that's pretty much going to do it for the video. Thank you guys for watching. Peace.
Right, guys, welcome to the sales funnel section. Free training edition. Now, this is a funnel that you probably see a lot. A lot of people run it because it works. So in this module, I'm going to show you guys exactly how to set it up A through Z. And if you have any questions by the end of it, you should have my number. ask me the question and I'll help you as much as I can. So, what does a free training funnel work? Why do people do it? And then how can you do it for your client or learn how to do it? So, a free training funnel, better called basically just a lead magnet funnel, is a funnel as to where people fill in or give their information in return to access to something. So this is a trading offer right here, and I'm going to go through the first page. So right here, this is just a regular headline. A free training reveals a simple 3-step formula that took me from frustrated trader to full-time trader. Now, this is B2B to C selling. If you've watched my direct offer funnel, you understand that you have to sell things differently. And you understand that one of the biggest things that I told you guys in that funnel is selling logically. Now, with a free training where you're selling something like drop shipping, trading that's based up to like young guys, young kids and stuff like that, you want to, tailor the copy to their emotions. You want it to be very, very emotional, which is the reason why we use words like frustrated trader to full-time profitable. People know what it feels like to be frustrated. They understand, they see that emotion. Now, the other thing is a 3-step system formula. You always want to have curiosity in your copy, whether that's email, whether that's landing page, or whatever the case may be. Always have some sort of curiosity inside of your copy. This right here is just a regular image. Utilize Canva to set this up. Use Canva to set this up, and then just a regular button with a pop-up. Get access to my free training. Now, once they click that button, the pop-up shows up, and then fill out your info so we can send you the mini course. Full name, email, phone number. They click this, it submits the form and takes them to the next page. Now, the way this is set up is just simply through here. Let me actually make this a little bit smaller. Boom. Save that. And as you can see right here, everything says desktop only. You want to always optimize things for desktop and mobile. So if you go to mobile, it's smaller and it looks good on mobile. It's the same exact thing. Free training reveals the copy. Click below to click the video, boom, and then CTA button. Then at the end, some sort of some sort of terms and agreement and protection for the client. Now, that's not necessary. Now, once you do start making hundreds of thousands of dollars with your coaching offer, then do it just so you don't get sued. That's the first page right there. Then that's going to bring us to the second page. Once they fill in their information, that information right now is going to get sent to through Zapier. Now, make sure to watch these videos. I'm not going to have a video on systems just because I think they're pretty it's going to be pretty unnecessary. But right there, contact identified, just follow it right there. Let me just edit it real quick because you maybe get confused with this. So contact identified, the workspace of the client, boom, where the funnel is. You don't really need to choose a page unless you have many and different funnels set up. Then you have to choose the page. Then you just test the lead, and then that's pretty much it for the ClickFunnels side of things. And then lead connector, like I said, it's go high level. That's what it's called here on Zapier. And then you send that information. You send their first name, last name, phone number, email, and then any tags if necessary. Mark it as true, the pipeline that it's going to be in, mentorship, and then the stage. Boom, you test the lead. Now, for my agency, we have it sent to what do you call it, Discord, just because we have numerous offers, and just helps with things like speed to lead. If you're to only one client, you don't need Discord. Once you have multiple clients and you're getting like 20, 30 leads a day per client, then do it just so you have speed to lead, because speed to lead is very, very crucial, especially now in the info game, because people are not trusting others much anymore. Then same exact thing, new free training lead, name, email, phone number that you collected from ClickFunnels. Then it's to ConvertKit. Yeah, ConvertKit or Convert, whatever you want to call it. Now, the way that this works is it's a tag, and then mentorship application is the tag, email, and then first name. Same exact thing. You test it if necessary. So that's how the free training application works through Go High Level. If you have any questions with Zap, just ask me in the meetings. But Zapier is pretty simple, guys. I try to overcomplicate this. If you watch the introduction, please don't overcomplicate things. Business is very, very simple. You just do and continue doing what already works. So that brings us to the landing page. Free training reveals the exact
system I use to go from blowing 5 accounts to consistent payouts every month trading futures, and how you can too. As you can see, it's always emotional, guys. Blowing 5 accounts, like people can see and they can feel what it's like to blow, a trading account, right? So it's always an emotional sales, and you always want it to be free trading. It's usually how I went from broke to rich, how from frustrated to profitable. It has to be some sort of change that's happening, right? Because you want to create curiosity. The best way to create curiosity is to show them that there's change that's going to happen. Boom, watch the 7-minute video. They click the video, and then TO, for example, these are just case study. Let me show you guys the actual the landing page. Case study video right there. Another case study video right there. Best case studies are always going to be like actual videos, just because people can see it. And these are raw. I don't even know if we edited it. I don't think we edited it. There's probably bloopers in there. Yeah, pretty raw. You click that, and then that's just more, results, and then apply here. Now, once they click apply here, it takes them to the Typeform. This application is for day traders who have funds to invest into a one-on-one mentorship. Now, here, there's a key thing with Typeforms, guys. So let's quickly first go through it, and I'll go back and kind of show you what I did and why I did what I did. First thing, understand where they are. How much commitment time do they have? The more time they have, the more qualified they're gonna get. They're gonna be. Boom, contact information, blah blah blah, and then are you in position to invest in one-on-one mentorship right here? Let's just say no, I'm not. If accepted, are you willing to invest times? Okay, boom. Obviously, you're starting a business, and in a business, you need capital and the right skills. How much cash on hand do you have set aside to invest in yourself and your business? Boom. How much money? Submit the application. And then, boom, it allows them to book a call. Now, the reason why with this client right here, we have booked a call is because he doesn't get a lot of leads. Now, if he did get a lot of, see, as you can see, it's popped up right there. Now, if he did get a lot of leads, what we would do is we would just have a setter contact them, but he realistically gets like 5 to 10 leads. So we just let people book the call, and then we just disqualify them through the setter. Now, exactly where I was, but I think I was at the application. So let's go back to that real quick. So this application is for day traders who have funds to invest into a one-on-one application, one-on-one mentorship. Call out your ICP. That's the very first thing. Now, the next thing you see here is that they don't have to type anything. You want to have this as little friction as humanly possible. So they just click. How much time do you have to dedicate to learning and trading trading each week? They just click, right? And then, as you could see, their contact information is the third question, because understand most people drop off when you ask them for their contact information or when they have to type something in. So now they have a little bit of investment already into the application. They're just going to be like, okay, cool. Let me just go ahead and finish this. Are you in a position to invest in a one-on-one mentorship right now? Yes. Yes. And then their budget. Now, I'm not going to complete it just because it's going to zap through again, but same thing right here. Let's go back to Zapier, and I'll show you guys how that works. One-on-one application, Typeform. You get the information from Typeform, send it to Lead Connector. Boom. Now, what I get is like their budget, and if they are ready to if they're ready to focus, spend their resources on a one-on-one mentorship right now to be consistent. And we said that so the sellers know a little bit more how qualified the lead is. Same exact thing. Send it to ConvertKit, and then first name, and then same thing. You send it to Discord. If you take a look right here at Discord, you will see it pop up. Where is it at? You'll see it pop up right there. Budget. Am I ready to invest? Boom. So that's kind of how it works. I'm going to go ahead and show you that right now and go high level. Okay. Let's give it a second. Boom. Right there. They had a call today. Jake Duarte. Boom. It gets sent to opportunities section. Let's see. Mentorship. Boom. They show up right there. I don't know why. I think the setters just has yet to move them.
I think the setter just has yet to move them across the pipeline. But yeah, they show up right there, and then you just move them across. The contacted, boom, 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 booked, call. Now I'm gonna go over and quickly show you numbers you should be expecting with a free training, with a free training with a free training funnel. So with a free training funnel, you're really looking for an opt-in anywhere between 25 to 30%. That's a good opt-in rate. So right here we have 28%, which is solid. We did just recently launch this offer, so it's always going to be higher. So you're going to give this about 1, maybe 2 weeks to fully get good data. That's a number right there to expect. Now let me go ahead and just do a quick overview again on exactly how the funnel works. So for the people who may already understand it, and but just want to quickly go over things. So boom, free training, the simple 3-step formula that took me from a frustrated trader. You use and took them from here to there, some sort of transition. Call to action button. This is an image right here with a play button on Canva. Just an image. Boom, 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 padding just to make the page longer. Watch, let me kind of show you. Boom. There you guys go. Then they click the button, information, boom. And then that would take them to this page right here, which is a video sales letter. Headline, free training reveals the exact 3 steps I use to go from blown 5 accounts to consistent payouts every month, trading futures, and how you can. To watch the 7-minute video below. They watch the video. It's a VSL, which stands for a video sales letter. Call to action button to apply. Testimonials, video testimonials are the best. These right here are dividers. A divider inside of its own row. And then let's see. Boom, you scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Testimonials, testimonials, testimonials. Now, once they apply, that information is sent to Go High Level right here in this tab right there, where your setter should be contacting them within 5 minutes. If you guys are anything over that, or if they're taking longer than 5 minutes, you guys are cooked. You honestly need to. You guys are cooked. You honestly need to have speed to lead, especially in today's day and age, info space, and then that goes through Zapier. Now Zapier, let me kind of quickly go over this tool also again, just in case, just for the people in the back. Let's see, contact identified, lead connector, which is Go High Level, and then sends them to Disc, and then sends them to ConvertKit, which in ConvertKit, I don't think for this client right here we have an email sequence just yet, just because we're still collecting data, seeing the people who are buying. But with that tag, they have some sort of, what do you call it? Some sort of email sequence on the back and just continue nurturing them. That's for the free training. And then they would apply 101 application. And then the 101 application, you get it from Typeform to Go High Level to ConvertKit to Discord. And the reason why we do Discord is because we have numerous setters and closers, and we optimize for speed to lead for our clients. Now, that's going to do it for a free training funnel. The free training funnel is best for people who do lifestyle content, just because a lot of the viewers don't know exactly what the person sells, or they're just starting off the business model. So you do a free training funnel as a lead magnet to collect their information in exchange for information to how they could go from their current scenario to where the prospect, not the prospect, to where the client is. Right. So that's why it works. It's one of the best funnels to set up and do right now. If you have any questions regarding anything like this or any specific funnel, just DM me and then I will answer you. You have my phone number, just add it in the chat. All right, boys. I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys. Welcome to the Sales Funnel 101 mentorship course. So this is going to be a direct sales funnel. So there's 2 types of sales funnel. Those are direct, and then there's a free training sales funnel. This one, I'm going to go over a direct sales funnel, how it's set up. I'm also going to give you guys a link yourself so that you can kind of just copy and paste it for your coaching offers so that you can set it up. Now, first thing first, what is it and why and when do you use it? So direct sales funnel is simply a landing page. I'll go ahead and show you guys. Landing page, VSL, book a call. Now, this is a B2B client, so it's a little bit more informational, more like logical, right? So
Boom, right there. The systems that we use to take window cleaning businesses from wherever they currently are to $25,000 a month. I believe that's our guarantee. 90 days, 25K a month guarantee. Book a call and then student results. Then who the person, who the seller is, and then any FAQ questions. So once they book a call, they will then prompt them to, once they click book a call, just prompt them to book in a call right there. Now, who does this work best for? Now, this works best for when people already know what it is you are selling. Now, if you're posting things like lifestyle content, a direct funnel isn't the best thing to do. You typically want to do some sort of free trading funnel or some sort of lead magnet funnel. This creator right here, creator, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call it, has a window cleaning business. It's B2B, and people already kind of know what it is that he's selling. They just need to understand the offer, understand who he's selling to, understand his mechanism, and then they will buy. So let's go through the landing page right there. I hope I answer my my beginning questions. So first thing first, you want to call out who this is for, and then exactly what the VSL is gonna help them discover. Apply for one-on-one coaching where you'll access the exact system I use to grow my window cleaning business to $120,000 a month using recurring and commercial contract. You always want to do with what do you call it? One thing you always want to do with sales funnels is that you always, not sales funnel, landing page. You want them to discover or learn something. You want to create some sort of mystery and curiosity. Access the exact system. Now, I don't tell them what the systems is, but they definitely okay, so I forgot exactly where I was at, but curiosity to get people to want to watch the video. And this is a video so that's hosted in Wistia. Let me go ahead and show you guys right now. Boom, here's my Wistia clients that I've had, FAQ questions, everything you could possibly think of. Let's go back to ClickFunnels. And then from there, like I said, this is JavaScript and HTML. Now, you don't need to code things. Now, the reason why I code things specifically is because, I don't know, I just like it. You don't really have to code things. I understand like a basic landing page still works. I just, use ChatGPT and decided to code it. But testimonials, so everything, I want you guys to understand that video testimonials are always the best types of testimonials. Now, unfortunately for this client, we don't have video testimonials. So right there, we just have a headline. Let me show you guys even the fonts. So actually, I want Montserrat black font right there, and then name, just a sub headline on like exactly what the screenshot reveals, testimonials, and then here who he is, how he started his business, a little bit of flexing, and then at the bottom right there, let me see, what is it again? It is FAQ questions and book a call. Once you click book a call, it takes you to Go High Level. And then let me show you guys. Now this is coded through through ChatGPT, but it's just when you click it, it sends you to a different link, right? It's a click. It's just a basic button. Now, as you guys can see right here, it says desktop only. What you want to do is you always want to optimize things for mobile and desktop. I understand most people are going to view things on desktop, so that's much more important, but honestly, you want to do both. So it's the same exact thing right here. Who he is, JavaScript, blah, 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 landing page. Now, once they go ahead and apply, let me show you where it goes to. For this client right here, let me show you guys, it would be go to high level. So we haven't really started the funnel yet, but it would go through here and then they'll pop up in the applied section where we will use Zapier to set it up. Now I'm going to show you guys that, but real quick, I'm going to kind of go through the how this was set up. So you want to go to pipelines right there, create the pipeline and create the stages. Now the pipeline is called launch pipeline. And then you just simply create the stages, add another stage if needed, blah, 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 update it. And then that's kind of how you go about. It's in the opportunities folder, opportunities section. And then once the lead comes in, they move to applied. Now, once you have your setter and closers, depending on the offer, whether or not you do need a setter and closer, when they come in here, they'll have their name, phone number, and email. And then if you also want, you could also have how much money they said they had, where the lead's coming from, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and then boom, they will pop up and show up here. And then when a setter or closer, when a setter contacts them, he moves them across. Actually, let me show you guys through another example. So let's just say he started off right here. They'll come up in the apply pipeline. He'll call them up. Boom. Conversation. See, whether it's messages, calls. If they answer, obviously we book them on the call. If they don't answer, then you don't do them. Then you move them across to the next pipeline state. Now I'm also going to show you guys the calendar. Now the calendar's basically set up here. You go to calendars. Boom, Grady Sales. Let me show you guys once this thing loads. Boom, so you go to calendars. Boom, Grady Sales. Now, when someone booked a call, I'll go ahead and kind of show you guys like a mock. Boom. They watch the VSL. Now, the way a VSL works is, depending on who your ICP is, you have to really understand your ICP. The way a VSL works is you mainly call out who you are, call out the problems that they may have, and then you show them the mechanism as to how you're going to help them solve those problems, and then at the end you pitch the offer. Now that's the way you do it for a direct funnel. And like I said, direct funnel is just simply a straight up book to call VSL funnel, right? So, and also the time on how much information you think the prospect is going to need. Now, this is the B2B space. They need a lot more information before they make a decision, and it's logic based. So if you go through this VSL right here, you guys could honestly just look it up and go through it. If you go through this VSL right here, you're going to see that there's not a lot of like selling people on dreams. There's not a lot of telling people, oh, you're going to get rich. It's more logistical, showing numbers, telling them exactly how the systems are going to work in their business. So once you click book a call, boom, let's go ahead and do this. Grady tells. Dude, I might buy a laptop because this is actually really annoying. So slow. Say that. Admin number. Boom. Schedule meeting. Done. And then let's go to what you'll see is I should pop up here in just a second. So it shows up. We're gonna go over the Discord in a second, but I have the automation set up for my Discord. But as you see right here, application, and right now it's unconfirmed, right? So it's unconfirmed, and then the setter has to go through and confirm them, and then boom, once they confirm the call, boom, it's not confirmed, it's not dark orange, and then let's see, now it's on the calendar, and then it's set up with the closer, which is going to be Brandon, and then it's going to be on his calendar where he takes a call. Now, all of this is done through Zapier. Let me go ahead and show you guys. See, it went through Zapier. Boom, confirmed. Let me go ahead and show you guys the Zapier flows. So the way it works is that, let's see. Let me actually see. Now for this client, it's a straight book to call, and typically direct success funnel, it's not direct success, a direct funnel, it's type form. So that's where you'll be getting the information and then sending them to Zapier. So I'm gonna show you guys a different example of this. Let me show you Simon. So the way it will work is you connect your type form to it. Now, if you're in the B2B space, it's just be straight up book to call. If you're in the like info biz ops space, it'll be It'll be just a book to call through Go High Level. So first thing first, you're gonna want to connect the type form, and then you just follow the setup, guys. It's very, very easy. You connect the type form. Lead connector is called Go High Level. Please remember that. Lead connector is called Go High Level. And then let's see. Boom. You get all the information through Typeform, send it to Go High Level, send it to ConvertKit, which is the email marketing software. And then you also, send it to Discord. Now, Discord, as you guys just saw how the application pops up right there when someone books a call for the mentorship, name, email number, who the sales reps is, what time the call is, and everything like that. That's set up to Zapier. If you guys have any specific question regarding Zapier, just call me up or on our one-on-one meeting, let me know. But it's fairly simple. Just follow the information that it has for you. Now, the next thing I want to show you guys is the
like the pre-call material for a sales funnel, for direct sales funnel. It's going to be slightly different to the other one. So first thing first is after they apply, there's going to be a high level flow, which I'll quickly show you guys it here, but I want to make a whole section. I am going to make a whole section for Go High Level in itself. For email reminder, SMS reminder, reminding them of calls and things like that, where we send them the pre-call material. Okay, for some reason it's not in here. Oh yeah, this client is just still setting it up, so it's not going to be in here. But let me show you guys the link. As you can see right here, congratulations on applying to work with the client name. It will be right here saying something along those lines. And please also watch your pre-call material, boom, with the link. Now, the pre-call material is like a quick video explaining who. Now, for the B2B space, I want you guys to understand that it's slightly different. The B2B space is very logical, and they need a lot of information before they buy. It's not like info when you just have to sell them the drink, not info like biz ops, like drop shipping, trading, and things like that. When you have to sell them the dream, the way that this works is that you have to be very, very logical with this guy. Now, the pre-call material is 4 minutes long. Typically, you want the pre-call material to be like 1 or maybe 2 minutes long max, but it is 4 minutes long. Number one is congratulating them on taking that first step. The second thing that we go over in this pre-call material is who Grady is and how he got to where he is. And third thing is the systems of what they're going to get, like how. Not going fully in depth and like giving them all the information, but like allowing them to understand for themselves, like kind of how he's going to get them to that $25,000 a month mark. And then the last thing is what to expect on the call. Now, you always want to lower people's barriers and just say something along the lines of like, this is not a salesy call. It's not a sales pitch call. We just figure out where you are, where you want to go, and then we see if we can help you. Pretty much it is 4 minutes long. Boom. And then you have FAQ questions. Do I need experience? Does it work in my city? Just answering as much questions as you can so that when they hop on that closing call, they have so much information that they can just make a decision. Because more specifically in the B2B space, and understand that the only difference between B2B and B2C is that B2B is very logical, and then B2C is very emotional, like selling the dream. All right, that's the only difference. Everything else, the landing pages, because I think some people may get confused a little bit on this, asking and thinking like, what if this is for a biz up offer? It's still the same thing. The only thing is logic versus emotion. So boom, you answer the question so that on the closing call they can make a decision. Because understand for the B2B space, a lot of it are 2-call closes, just because like a lot of these guys need a lot of information before they make a decision. So there is that quick recap of how it works. Just for the people who kind of understand like the systems things and just want a quick recap. So landing page, held on ClickFunnels with the client's domain, apply for one-on-one coaching, boom, discover. You always want to make sure like it's some sort of get access to or discover the exact system, create some sort of mystery with the headline, boom, and then risk reversal. So what are the biggest issues that they have or what the VSL is going to fix? VSL that's held through Wistia. And then this is a book to call button. Let me show you guys real quick, actually. Yeah, book to call button. Boom. And then results / testimonials, who the person is, their story, and then more. I think this is a CTA. Let me see. CTA. This is a FAQ questions and book to call. Boom. Once they book the call, that's connected through API lead connectors, Go High Level. Then they book a call through Go High Level. That gets sent to, let me go ahead and show you guys calendar section. Boom, right there. And then you utilize Zapier to get all of these things done. Typically, B2B, like a typical direct success funnel is going to be you take the information from Typeform and then it connects to Lead Connector, which is Go High Level, and then you send that to ConvertKit, which is the email marketing software, and then you send it to Discord so that your sales reps, sales team are also up to date on things. So that's kind of how the funnel works. If I miss anything, you have my number. Call me up, ask me, or just ask in the Discord channel. But that's going to do it for the direct sales funnel.
A YouTube video. I think you're probably getting a lot of attention from that video, but I saw your YouTube video and I was just like, oh, this is cool. But yeah, when did you start doing YouTube?
Well, I started back in the day, but just that was I just deleted everything and just uploaded that one.
Mm-hmm. What's your channel again? I'm trying to find it. JP.
It's Jape Master, JAPE MASTER.
But yeah, I found it. It's the one 3K video, 3K views. Yeah, that's your only one. That's the one I saw. I watched a little bit of it, and then I was like, "Oh, does he have a coaching program? Like, what's he trying to do this for?" But yeah, that's pretty cool, bro. So where are you located at?
I'm over here in Austin.
Sweet. We're in Scottsdale, Arizona right now. This is Brandon, by the way. He's my sales manager. He's the one that handles all the sales.
What's up, man?
Cool. So yeah, essentially what we do, JP, is we handle coaching programs, marketing and sales, so that you focus on your main business, which is your moving company. So first thing, like, kind of tell us a little bit about, like, is that something that you're looking to do, or like, because I see that you have the Calendly link, having people to book calls and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just uploaded the video, so and then I just put that on my calendar, and I honestly I'm gonna take it off because yeah, just it takes up too much of my time.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. How many calls did you get booked?
I still have them coming in, I think. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8.
8 calls, yeah. Yeah, I know you're charging for these calls, or is it just like free calls that you're giving out?
No, it was free calls initially, but then I very quickly realized that, like, I don't want to do free calls.
Yeah. So that's exactly what we do. We help you with the marketing and sales side of things to build that aspect and coach people. Is coaching people something that you're interested in?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I've heard some good things about it, like the info space and stuff.
How familiar are you with the info space? Have you sold anything like in the past?
No, dude, I just I sell moves, bro. That's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. Brandon, do you have any questions for him specifically? Before I just go through and kind of show him what we did.
No. I mean, usually for people like if they've done coaching before, like I'll ask them. But I mean, for you, that's not something that you've done beforehand. So, Edmund, you could go ahead and show them what you need to show them.
Okay, cool. Let's get right into it. Give me 1 second. All right, JP, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Sweet. So this is my agency right here. It's called The Program. Essentially what we do is we run marketing and sales systems for coaches and consulting. We've generated $1.5 million. Work with dozens of coaches and consultants, any type of funding you could possibly think of, webinars, sales funnel, book to call, Calendly links, anything you could possibly think of. My role here is the marketing, is mainly focusing on the marketing, copywriting, funnels, overlooking the actual offer, and advertising if we're running ads for your coaching program. And then Brandon, as a sales manager, his role is to manage the sales team and then the closing team, and also managing the pipeline and ensuring that all KPIs are met for the sales side of things with your coaching program. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So here's some of the people that we have worked with in the past. We may or may not know some of them, like, for example, Harley Hemmings. He's buddies with Hogan, which is actually kind of how I saw you. You know Hogan, right?
I mean, we met at a moving conference once.
Yeah. So he's my roommate. And then we were also roommates with Harley here, which we scaled to like $500,000. So here's a couple more clients that we've worked with in the past. We may or may not know Grady, which is my other roommate that lives with me right now. Brandon Ish, a lot of B2B guys in the window cleaning space. Cool. So I'm gonna go over like the exact systems that we set up in place for your coaching program to get you, to that point where you are actually focusing on the main business, which is your moving company, and then we focus on helping you scale your coaching program with our marketing and sales system. So the first thing is going to be email marketing. Like obviously, not everyone buys the first time, even with your home service business. You may have to call people multiple times, follow up people, and things like that. That's what we're going to be doing with email marketing. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Cool. So, and then at any moment, bro, if you have any question, you can just pause me, and then I'll kind of explain things a little bit more. So, go high level. I'm sure you're familiar with the CRM, which is what's used to manage leads, move them across the pipeline, making sure that we're following up with people on time, calling, texting, all that stuff. That's another system that we have set up in place for the leads that are coming in. Because that YouTube video that you have set up right now, you're sending them to a Calendly link, but we're not. I mean, unless I'm unsure, but are you following up with these leads or no? Well, you're not even selling them anything specifically.
No, I'm not even selling them. I mean, I'm chopping it up with people in the Instagram and shit. Like,
yeah. Yeah. So, like, once we would actually set up an actual offer, like home service offer, to help people get to where you are, because a lot of people are going to be interested as you continue to post on YouTube videos. If you do, a lot of people are going to be interested, and then Go High Level is what we'll be using to manage and move the leads across the pipeline. Then is Zapier. Zapier is basically just a tool that connects all of these things together, which is another thing we're going to be setting up. Then we have Discord. Discord is communication between the team members. Let me go ahead and show you right now. You guys can still see my screen, right, Brandon? Brandon, or cool. So for example, right here, Discord is where we go through our communication with our setters, our closers. We have Mod where we talk together, and we track every single lead. For example, with this client, we're running paid ads right now. Zapier sends a notification and tells us like the lead is ready, and then within, as you can see, this lead came in at 8:32. By 8:38, the setter was already contacting it, and then we knew whether it was qualified or unqualified. So this is where all the information is going to be set, so that we can communicate with the team back and forth. And we have fathoms and everything for call recordings and making sure that we're scaling predictably with your coaching program. Does that kind of make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So and then Typeform is going to be for segmenting. Not everyone wants the same exact thing, just like everyone in the movie industry don't need the same exact package. So Typeform is going to be for segmenting people depending on what specifically they want, so we can send them the correct offer. Framer is going to be for a landing page and creating some sort of website. I'm going to show you one of the websites that we've created. It's very, very basic. For example, this is for another home service business owners. Like this guy right here. I'm not sure. Do you know who Grady is, or have you seen him?
Yeah, I follow him.
Cool. So Grady, for example, he helps home service business owners scale to $50,000 a month in net profit, or they don't pay. That's his coaching program right here. That's the promise that we have. We set up this whole landing page for him. It's very, very basic, but it works. VSL, video sales letter, straight to a book to call, and then we qualify them right there. And then we have testimonials that we script up for him to making sure that all the pain points and it sells to other people. Results on results and results. So this is like the website that we create right here. And then, for example, Grady, who's the other home service business owner that I'd like to obviously show you. Right now, so far for this month, we're at $36K collected, and that is $36,000 that he wouldn't have had, if it wasn't for our service. And he still has his main business that he's operating in, and everything else is done by us, to generate him this extra money to do with whatever he would like. Let's go back to the presentation real quick. And then a setter, the sales team. Like this is really where we're going to focus on making sure you're not hands-on with this. And you, like I said, you focus on your moving company and scaling that. A setter is going to be in place to qualify leads, and then we're also going to place in a trained closer for your specific niche and for your specific pain points, to making sure that you're not on any sales calls or doing any of that. Just like, you were hopping on these Calendly calls and they take up a lot of your time, we'd have someone else take care of all of that for you. Here's some of the results that we've had. We've worked with a lot of people in the best, as I already showed you, but here's some of the results. 10K in 24 hours, 4K within 4 hours, $6,000 on launch day, 10.5K. 0 to 10K in 30 days, 14 to 43K in 60 days, 0 to 70K, 168K collected in 4 months, 0 to 50K in 90 days, $250,000, $500,000, 30 to 100K in 90 days. So we have results on results, of us, providing the service that we do promise. Here's more client results on the exact numbers, like our show up rate and close rate for our specific agency and the offers we're working on. So John, here's kind of what the next 7 days look like if you do decide this is something you do want to do. So the first 5 days, what we would do is we would go out, Brandon would go out and find sales reps to handle all these leads for you. That will contact them, making sure that they're qualified and training them for your specific niche. And then we will set up the systems that I showed you earlier in this presentation. And at the same time, we'll be doing market research so that within 7 days, we launch and make you money with the audience and the people that are interested in your coaching program. Does all of that kind of make sense? Or do you have any questions?
Yeah. No, that's fire.
Do you have any questions?
I mean, what would I need to do on my end? Like, just upload the YouTube videos?
That's it. That's literally it. As long as you upload the YouTube, go ahead, Brendan.
So then I'll kind of give you like how it kind of works. Like for the creator, all we ask you is to record a YouTube video or record a certain amount of clips, to post this certain type of short form content, and that's all you do. And then just upload it to your YouTube, and we'll even send you stuff for you to post on your account. And then that's how it really works. So really taking you away from the back end of things and just having you post content, and then we'll handle the back end in terms of leads, things like that.
Okay. And so what do y'all charge? Do y'all take percentage of closes or like any of that?
Yeah, so the way the pricing works is that for setting up all of this, we also have a complimentary dashboard. The dashboard, obviously, let me go ahead and show you. This is something that we just recently actually brought onto the agency. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So this tracks everything. It tracks your close rate, our revenue generator, our show up. For example, this call right here that we just had, and this is the chargeback protection that we install into the business as complimentary. We can just go ahead and click to watch the call. So, for example, you're always going to have unhappy customers. I'm sure you see that with your moving business. Someone's going to be unhappy. With info, if you don't have some sort of contract or like video proof, what's going to happen is that you're going to lose money. So we track every single call. Within these calls, we have the buyer basically ensuring us that they actually get the service, number one, and then confirming that they made the payment. So let's just say 30 days down the line, they're like, I didn't make it, or I want a refund. Like, we have the video to protect you from fraudulent charges. With this tracker that we just recently created, analyzes everything, the best setters, the best closers, making sure that we scale predictably, our revenue goals, insight on why we're making the money that we're supposed to be making, why we're not making the money that we're supposed to be making. It diagnoses everything, like whether it's a lead flow issue, whether it is a closing issue, a sales process issue, a YouTube issue, whatever it is, it ensures that we're scaling profitably. So that's another thing that we set up complementary with the chargeback protection. The chargeback protection is two things. It's the Fathom and the contracts that the prospect is going to have to sign on the call to ensure that you don't get any fraudulent charges. Now, the way our pricing works is that we do have a setup fee to set up all the systems to train the setter and the closer for your specific niche and offer, which is $5,000. And then we take 35% of how much we generate for the coaching program.
Okay. So 5,000 is the setup?
Yes.
And then what'd you say after that?
It's 35% of how much we generate, of how much we cash collect. So let's just say we make, and within a week we do $20,000. We'll take home 35% of that to pay out myself. The setter takes 5%, closer 10%, and then me and Brandon, we split the other 20.
Okay. Well, I'd probably need to establish more of an audience before this is even worth it for me, to be honest with you. I'm like brand new into this game.
No, yeah, 100%. And that's usually what people think in terms of like getting into info. But that's the reason why we have this in place. Like, the reason why we're doing this is for you to grow through your personal brand and your information. You know, putting your name out there, putting your videos out there. This isn't something like that you should automatically have ready. It's something that we help you grow as time goes. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, like all the big creators that you see on the internet that sell info, for example, they didn't start, like they did it themselves, and they slowly took their way up there, and then they started working on something like this. All these communities and people that are able to run your back end like us, they help those creators grow with their personal brand, and that's exactly why we have this in place. We have content, and then marketing, sales, all those things, so you can grow as a personal brand, and that's how you start getting more sales. Because like for Grady, for example, when we started first working with him, he had around 2,000 to 3,000 followers on Instagram. Now he's all the way up to like 15,000 within a couple months, and that's just based off content that we helped him build, and that's helping him personally with info as well. So it's just helping him grow his personal brand, and then also information with his info product.
What's Go High Level used for?
Go High Level is like it's the CRM that that manages. I'll go ahead and show you. I'll show you anything.
And the Discord is for
Communication
for communicate like with y'all.
with us and the sales team, like the setter and the closer. Can you guys see my screen still or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so for example, Go High Level is this right here. It tracks every single lead.
No, what's up, Brady?
This is John right here.
Yeah, what's good, John?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's good, bro? Hey, I saw your YouTube video.
Oh yeah.
Wait, that shit's low key going crazy.
A lot of people saw your fucking
Yeah.
YouTube video, so
Oh, for real?
yeah,
Bro, that shit went crazy. I was on my page. I watched it. Yeah.
Dude, that's fucking fire, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. It's just like popped off like that.
Like that's that guy, like from the YouTube video.
That's
Wait,
crazy.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think they made out of Crawford, John. You can tell them.
You know Hogan?
Yeah, no, I met Hogan at the what's it called? Fucking some event in like in Florida. But yeah, no, we've been keeping in touch since then. So it's been cool.
Are you guys are launching info?
I mean, he's thinking about
What's
it,
that?
but
Launching it. You guys are launching info?
Am I?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just offering free calls.
Great call.
yeah, it's insane.
I know.
I saw his video. I was like, this guy is sitting on the gold mine. And then he told me he's offering just like free calendar calls. So
Yeah, bro, we'll charge. Like, I had a call yesterday, like with the guy. His name's Kai. I literally just brought him onto his a program. He does actually like high ticket sales right now. Is what he does for work, and he just wants to start like a like a service based business because he wants to be able to sell for a lot of money. So he paid me like $350 for a 30-minute call, and then he ended up joining our program for like $3.5 grand. And then literally his roommate as well bought. His name is Johnny. Again, literally drives a Urus already, like super successful. He just wanted a service based business, and he paid me $3.5 grand as well. So, bro, if you're doing that shit for free, that's not good.
yeah.
Like you could be
You can be charging so much with the value that you have.
our time is so valuable, it's not worth it to just give out a free call. Like you just don't have time in the day for that. You could easily be charging for that, bro. 100%.
I'm showing him.
Yeah, I just figured like offer some free value at first, just to like get my name out there or something. So I mean, I really had no plan. I didn't even know that video was gonna do well. So like, I didn't even expect any of it.
Right. It's weird how it just all pops up on our For You page. And then, I randomly we're here. But to answer your question about Go High Level, I think you guys can still see my screen. But Go High Level tracks every pipeline. So whenever a call gets booked, they land in here and then we move them across, whether they're qualified or whether they're unqualified. And then we have automations. For example, let's just say someone gets booked in. A lot of people may no-show, and you may have seen that already. Maybe a few people have no-showed on your calls that you have booked. You probably had a set time that, you were ready to hop on the call and they didn't show up. And then we have a reminder set up. It's 6 reminders before they hop on that gives them the information information about, let's just say, for example, a moving company, so that when they hop on the call, they have enough information to buy or to make some sort of purchase, and it ensures that they show up.
You
So
said, did you say you can get all this shit set up in like 7 days? Is that what you said?
yeah, we launch in 7 days. Our goal is to make you money back within 7 days, make your investment back.
In 7 days, 5K, like the 5K I put up initially back in 7 days.
Absolutely. So what it would look like for you specifically is you already have your video's already doing well. So what we would have is like a Typeform or lead magnet. Not Grady. Brandon will go ahead and source sales rep tonight. We'll get them trained overnight and tomorrow for your specific needs. We really understand already home service, having worked with a lot of window cleaners specifically, but we understand home service. We would have to do a little bit of research about the moving industry, teach the sales rep, and then we would take all those calls, pop them on a calendar. And then people will be interested. It may be a little bit hard to believe, but like it's relatively easy.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, what if I don't get enough like leads though? Like, I mean, that was just one YouTube video, you know, like I don't know what's going to happen with the next one. And that one will probably die down a little bit over time.
Absolutely. No, I mean, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, that's just being consistent with like content and like us telling you like what's really working in terms of like, because what we do is really research what's going on the internet and what's working for others, and that's why we really implement those YouTube videos that we will tell you like, yo, can you upload a video like this, and then you'll upload it, we'll go through the views, and that's really how content works. Getting more viewers, getting more volume is how you're going to get more leads. So that's exactly what we do.
And the thing about that also, John, is that we're all in this. Like I also post content also obviously to attract buyers for my agency. So we're all in this in regards to like posting content. So like we know what works.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, sounds like actually super sick. Like I was doing some research into your Instagram, and it really like I don't doubt like y'all can definitely do it. I think, hold on. I think if you could just like, if I could upload like a YouTube video or two more, and like if I keep getting these leads in, I mean, dude, I'm definitely down to do this for sure.
Brandon?
Yeah. So I mean, what makes you want to upload a couple more YouTube videos first?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just new to this. Honestly, I don't know this game at all, to be honest with you. So I'm just kind of just like upload and see what happens.
Yeah, because I think the biggest thing for you is like right now you have a lot of momentum, and even with the calls that you've already booked with, you know, the first YouTube video you had, like not only I think your momentum will carry over, but it's like the thing is there's probably people still waiting on your service that are just eventually going to die down. Like Edmund was mentioning when we were talking to those leads, speed to lead is so important. Like people that you talk to, we want to get to them as soon as possible, is because that's when they're so interested in your program, what you're offering, things like that. So I feel like the longer you wait in terms of uploading 2 to 3 more YouTube videos, the longer and the people are going to wait, and they're just not going to be as interested anymore. Because I mean, that's like, for example, $5,000 sitting on the table, that's just going to fall off.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my Wi-Fi. It keeps cutting out. Okay, well, I mean, dudes, I definitely like what you got going on. So you said 5K up front, 35% of all sales, and any like recurring other than the sales?
Yeah, any recurring in regards to, I mean, if you've already sold anything prior to us, that has nothing to do with us, but yeah.
And then how long am I locked in for? Can I leave, or like what's the deal with that?
So I like doing it in the sense of that, like, if you want to leave, you can leave. If I want to leave, I can leave. What we do guarantee is obviously setting up the systems in place, number one, and then setting up 2 different funnels for you. And let's just say we work together for 2 weeks and then you hop on 0 meetings. You're gonna have the system, and then we're gonna be like, all right, John, bro, you're not hopping on any meetings. Like, we really want this to work, and then we could part ways. But regardless, it's there's no contract or anything like that. If you want to leave, I could leave, and that's typically how it works.
And let's say I did leave, would you take away the funnels and all that stuff, I'm assuming, as well?
No,
Absolutely.
that's all that you keep.
So that's all for that's like basically included in the 5K setup.
Yeah, the 5K is mainly for the system and training the sales rep. What you would keep, let's just say you don't like working with us, you keep all of the systems and you keep the sales reps.
And the sales reps?
Yeah, you would keep the sales rep. Like what I showed you is for the 5K, yeah.
So you just do the setup, and then yeah, if I don't like work with y'all, I just get to keep y'all sales reps as well, and then I get to keep all of the 35%. Like,
Yeah, but the thing with that, like, it does sound like why would I keep working with them? The thing with that is that you're gonna find is that info, it becomes a lot taxing with training people, training sales rep, making sure that they show up and then fulfilling the service, and then also posting content. But then you also have your main business. But obviously, if you
Gotcha.
did want to do that, you could.
I mean, what interests me is like definitely the setup. I mean, like, I don't know if I wouldn't even, like, I just be transparent, like 35% of all sales is a lot. But like, if I could just get the setup and then I'd be cool with that, like all the Zapiers and all that shit. That'd be cool. What do you think?
So you.
Hey, and actually, I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
There we go. We're good. So you said what interests you more is the having the 5K up front, and then the systems and everything set up.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Like, I don't know like what we're gonna be even looking at with like all that like sales and all that stuff. I mean, that would definitely interest me, but like I definitely want to upload a few more YouTube videos and then implement this. Like for me now, I just don't see how it's like, especially with everything that's on my plate right now. Like I'm not in any rush whatsoever. Because like I said, I'm trying to get this Austin location set up, and yeah, it's just it's not like the biggest focus on my time right now. Like I just recorded a YouTube video today and about to get it uploaded if I can figure out my Wi-Fi issues. But like I definitely plan on like keep uploading at least weekly and then see what happens from there. And then if I start getting like an overflow of people, like cool, then we can definitely get this set up. But like I think I just like right now, like how I view it is I have one YouTube video that did well. Like I could upload another one and it gets 100 views or like 50 views or like 0 views. And then all the, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of that's where my head's at.
Yeah, because I mean, right now, like I was mentioning, it's like it's not like you mentioned. This is something that you're not fully focused on, and that's something that that's why we do it for you. Like you don't have to do much at all. All we ask is like for you to record this, upload this, and then we handle the back end, and that's you can focus on whatever you have on your plate. Because right now, in terms of everything, you're having a lot of leakage in terms of your info. There's so much money being left on the table. And that's exactly the reason why we hopped on this call with you, because we see the potential that you have. Like your first video, not everybody's debut video does 3K or upwards of that in their first video. It's usually the other way around. So the way that we could take advantage of the amount of views that you have right now and turn it into clients and make you a certain amount of money while you don't have to touch any of it, that's the reason why we're trying to put this in place for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and deadass, like I fuck with what y'all are doing. Like I would, I definitely like it. Like this is not me saying like a hard no for sure. Like that's not where I'm at. It's just like I need to upload, and also I'm just dealing with some of the bullshit right now that I got to figure out. But like I definitely appreciate y'all showing me everything that y'all got going on because I think it's a sick system. And honestly, like I don't doubt your like abilities at all because definitely like looking through y'all's page and looking what you've done already with clients already is like that's super sick. Like I didn't even know that was possible. So like once I get into the right space and I figure some shit out on my end, to where I feel like confident in like where this is going, I'm definitely willing to reopen the conversation. Like if you want to set up a follow-up in like a week from now, like dude, I'll probably be in a different headspace for sure.
Okay. Okay, Brandon, do you have anything else?
No, I'm all good on mine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, John, let me see. I think I have your Calendly. So, let me see. I'll book for a week from now. I'll probably text you halfway. Are you gonna post a video today?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am. I already filmed it, edited it. It's but I actually uploaded it too, but it fucking I had to delete it because it wasn't the right one. It wasn't. I had a chopped one and then I had an unchopped one, and I uploaded the unchopped one instead of the chopped one. If that makes sense.
Okay. What do you think about this? Like your biggest thing right now that you said is you want to post another video to see if the leads obviously do stay the same, right? The demand's there.
Yeah, and I'm sure it honestly will be. I mean, it seems like I got my name out there a little bit, so I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. But also what's really pissing me off right now is my Wi-Fi is like not working. That's what's killing me right now. Oh fuck, am I back? Oh, we're fucking back. Oh my fucking God, dude. Yeah, sorry about that, bro. I'm just like fucking dude, like I literally my fucking Wi-Fi has been out for so long, bro. It's like and I literally disconnected, but fuck yeah, dude. All right, I'm actually in a way better mood now. Dude, but yeah, like I said, like let me get actually can we let's check out how this video does. I'm gonna upload this one, and over the next few days I want to kind of see how it does. And like, bro, if you look at it and you're like, yo, there's still opportunity here. I mean, for sure. Because like also I want to be a good client for you. I also don't want to get on board and be like a fucking, like a fucking LARP, you know what I mean? Like
No, that makes sense. Of course. Of course, yeah. Go ahead. Are you posting that video today?
What?
Are you posting that video today?
Yeah. Like I'm in CapCut right now, and it was literally fucking. It was going. Dude, what the fuck? My internet is fucking going. Retry. Actually, I may just restart it. Yeah, no, I'm gonna upload today. I might just upload the unchopped version. What do you think, like chops versus not chops? Like, because I say a lot in my videos. I'm like
I think you could keep that. I would say do the same exact style and thing that you did in your last video. Like same exact thing. What's this new video gonna be about?
What's this new video gonna be about?
Yeah.
Oh, it's basically I go in there and I'm especially about my hiring systems. Like because I was talking to when I was on a call with somebody, they were opening up so this guy has like a flooring company and he's opening up his second location, and he said his biggest bottleneck was hiring in the new location, like, and he didn't have a hiring process. So basically I go in there and I'm like, okay, this is how we hire. So we like when I'm opening up my new location in Austin, like I'm not going to have a hiring issue because I already have the systems in place to know that I can put together crews fast. Like, running Indeed ads and then, scheduling them, how, I go through all the ads, like how I find my operators, how I find my moving consultants, all
That's
through
the key
like,
right there. That's the key right there. We've worked with, I think, like 4 home service business owners right now. Every single person, one of the main bottlenecks that they have is either number one, technicians or getting off the field. So if you make a video about that, Now, is it going to crush? I don't know, but it's going to convert a lot at least, because that's a big issue people have in home service, either technicians or getting off of the jobs.
Interesting. Yeah, and that's what I made. That's what I made it. Like that was the video. I just showed them my templates, my ads on Indeed and stuff, and like how we have it all structured. So like where it would go to Tommy, our guy, is our recruiter. He's our recruiter and claim specialist. And then so he schedules all of it for my operator, and I go and like what my operator's main duties are and stuff. It's really a valuable video, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to do well. We'll take a look at it, and I'll take a look at it over the next few days. Maybe hit you up this weekend if it's going good. If I see there's still room there, but regardless, John, I booked for next Wednesday. If it doesn't look like it's going to work out or anything like that, you can go ahead and cancel it, or I'll go ahead and cancel it. But if things look good, I obviously, we'd love to have you on board and, help you monetize the people who are interested in your service.
Hell yeah, dude.
Sweet. Brandon, do you have anything else?
No, I'm all good on mine.
Sweet. All right, John, appreciate you for being on here. Booked for next Wednesday. Hopefully we'll see you then, man.
Talk soon, John.
Hell yeah. Talk soon. Thank y'all.
Yes.
All right. Bye.
And then the fathoms inside of the call, so I'll send you all this also.
So growth operator receives 25% of all gross revenue generated from the client's program, product, and mentorship. Okay, so I guess we won't be revisiting this. Could we do 20%?
20%, like full transparency, JP, like there's just no way we could pay like any of the guys out. Like,
Okay, cool. 25% is cool.
Yeah. Let's see this one.
So this and the 25%, it includes client program, product, or generated from the product, and this is included in this. So now we agreed on the 25%. We got the sales. I get the sales reps. I get the setters. I get all that.
Yes.
And then I pay the transaction fees.
Correct. The transaction fees, the lowest we can get you is like 2.5%.
Okay. Build and manage outbound systems, oversee funnel, hire, train, manage sales team, monitor convert. Sales manager under activities. Cool.
Yeah, let me know how all that looks, and then I can send
So
you.
does the payment come straight to me, or do they pay your agency and then y'all pay me out?
It comes straight to you, and then we'll ask you for payment on a weekly basis.
Okay.
Boom.
Basically run the entire your role, growth responsibility. Who does what? You're the growth operator?
Correct.
So responsible for strategy, scaling performance. Sales run day-to-day, sales ops, track KPI, coaches, team. Keep everything organized. You install a middle so you don't manage reps directly. Client responsibility, delivering the product, providing the offer, light collaboration on content, approving systems. I don't touch sales, hiring, or systems. I own all of the systems. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, reporting and verification. Is this month to month? Is this a 3-month agreement, 6-month agreement?
This is month to month. So like whenever you want to leave, if it's something like, hey, I don't like you guys, you could just bounce. And if it's something that we don't want to do after we have set up everything, then we could just be like, yo, John, it's not going to work out. But you do get the system that you paid for at the beginning.
Okay. Could we have that in the could we have that all the payments come to me in the contract, and then from the coaching program, and then also it's a month to month?
Yeah, I think bottom client agrees to provide growth product with transparent month to month. Yeah.
And the ownership clause saying that I own all the systems once y'all implement them.
Correct. Let me add this into GPT real quick. The following changes.
Here, I'll just send this into a text message of what we can add, and you let me know if it's okay.
All right, let me see. Let me take a look. Add month to month. I own all the systems. Fine. Do I need to leave? Do I need notice to leave you?
I mean, like
This
obviously,
is just exit. This is just exit strategy. Like I'm not saying I will. Like honestly, I think we're gonna work together long term. But like this is just to protect me if anything does happen.
yeah. I mean, just don't like be a fucking dickhead and be like, "Yo, guys, get the fuck out of here." But like, if it's something that like you are,
Well, if there's something that I mean, if you want to put like a 3-month minimum or something, dude, like, dude, go ahead, bro. I don't mind doing a 3-month minimum or something.
the thing with that, the thing with this whole thing is just like, if you don't want to work with me, you could just stop posting content, and if I don't want to work with you, I could just like screw off. That's why like contracts, like when it comes to stuff like this, is like it's just BS because it's okay. Add month to month. Add that.
Like I've been in a lot of legal trouble. I deal with lawsuits all the time, bro. Like this is strictly. I'd rather get this hard conversation out the way now. Go through all the bullshit, exit strategies. Is there a 3-month minimum? If you don't want me to be a dickhead, dude, put a 3-month minimum in there, or you know what I mean, like.
Okay. Do I need to know this? You know, for the client, please client can fire and keep all the system, and then I'll just put a 30-day notice. Like if you do want to leave, just a 30-day notice.
Okay.
Day notice. Cool. Let me put this into GBT then.
Yeah, and like I said, like, dude, I think we're gonna work together like long
It's
term.
gonna, yeah, I think it's gonna do very, very well.
When do I pay the 25%?
So you pay the 25% after we collect. Like let's just it's weekly basis. Well, in the sense of like it's from Monday through Sunday, and then you pay on Monday. So like let's just say we collect $10,000 within a 7-day span. Then you pay us 25% of that on a Monday. So you won't be paying anything until we start selling.
And dude, I honestly think we're gonna crush. Like, I'm gonna keep hammering these YouTube videos, like hammering and posting a lot. Like, and I think there is something special here. So like, is the 25% negotiable down the line? Like, let's say we're doing like 300K. We scale up to maybe $1 million a month, bro. You know what I mean? Like, is that negotiable?
Yeah, we could add it that we can negotiate every 3 months, every like 90 days we can negotiate.
Yeah, go back, review performance, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a review performance. We review performance every 90 days.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if we can add that, then dude, we're good to go. We can lock this in, and then I'll send over payment.
Sweet. Okay, let me add that real quick.
Yeah, dude. And I would definitely for you, I would definitely like study, talk to a lawyer as well. And really dial in your contract, bro. Contracts have saved my ass so many times, bro. Yeah, dude. I mean, I've been in a lot of lawsuits. I'm in a lot of lawsuits right now. The only thing that's saving me is not for like, it's just like moving shit, damaged items. Like people are like, yo, what the fuck? But dude, dialing my contracts, bro, saved me so many times. Like if you're gonna really scale up this agency, like bro, like I'm telling you, like getting your contract straight off the rip, bro, it's gonna be like, okay, my client can't fuck me, and
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Well, let me see. I think I added the 90-day, 90-day in there. Let's see. Sweet. Did you get that completed?
Yep. And then I'm gonna put in the best part of the deal, dude.
What's
the credit card number?
Yes, you're funny. So how old are you, bro? 22.
I'm 22. Right? 22. Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. Young fucking killers, bro.
Where we get after it. I think we have a lot. We have a lot that we're gonna get towards, bro. We'll make sure personal brand and everything like that's still clean, and then we'll scale up, bro. You'll be very, very happy with the results.
Fire. Let me damn, I need to find my wallet. So I got my credit card number memorized.
Oh. No way.
I swear to God, dude, I lost my credit. I'm like, oh, I know my fucking credit card number.
That's insane. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. I think it just went through. Let's see.
Yeah, it's still loading on my end. I pressed join and then it's just got a loading screen right here. So I don't know what the deal is.
So yeah, I see it.
Oh, here we go. Bye.
Perfect. All right. So the next steps right now is that we are going to here's the onboarding doc. Actually, no, we'll have the first onboarding call tomorrow. What time are you available?
My day's available all day, dude.
Cool. Let's do how does the same time around? Actually, no, I can't do that. We could do 9 a.m. 9. Let's do the same time. So noon your time, so 9 a.m. my time. Does that sound good for tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, 9 a.m. our time. Let's see.
You just send me a calendar invite.
Yeah, I'm gonna just send it to your email. What's your email?
JP SARRELL05@gmail.com.
Okay, perfect. TP and JP. Cool. So the next steps are gonna be that meeting tomorrow. It's at 9 a.m. It's gonna be around an hour long. It's gonna be fully onboarding you. We're gonna send you the doc there, and then we're gonna start working on the Discord and market research tonight. So then the first 3 things that we're gonna get completed, I'll say by Sunday night, is gonna be the Discord and the landing page.
Okay.
Sweet. So meeting's gonna be tomorrow at 9 a.m. Brandon, JP, do you guys have any questions?
No, works for me.
Let's do it. I'm super excited. Super excited, JP. I think we're gonna crush it and make you a lot of fucking money, bro. Do you have anything else?
Bro, I'm pumped. Let's fucking get it, dude.
Let's do it. All right, boys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. MST, 12 EST. Cool. So this is the onboarding doc. I'm just gonna kind of walk you through it. Most of the questions you're gonna put NA to, if they don't apply to, and in your case, you're gonna be putting NA a lot. So essentially, it's gonna ask you for. I'm just gonna go over a few things. Number one is gonna be the business name LLC. So in order for you to contact or call off of Go High Level, you need to be an established business. So this is going to be used for A2P verification. If you don't have an LLC or EIN for this specific info product that you like to use, you could create a new one and just get that to us as soon as you can. That's that question. The next thing is a story about you, like you specifically, some of the things that you may not tell fully to the public. So what I want you to do is I go to ChatGPT and speak to ChatGPT for like 3 to 5 minutes on your exact story, how you got to where you are currently, and just type that answer here so that we can obviously better understand you. Website URL, you could either put your moving business or you could just leave this NA. Your main email to contact you if needed, phone number, stuff like that. And then at the end, if you have any sort of, for example, have you helped anyone in the past, maybe given advice or anything like that?
Yeah, a couple people, I think.
It could be like screenshots, bro. It could be really, really anything. That just someone has been like, hey, John, thank you so much for your help. Or, bro, this has helped me a lot. This has made me X amount of money, whatever the case may be. If you have any sales assets of that, just add those into a drive. And then down here, where's this section at? And then here, you would add it here from a drive. That's question number 43. And then basically, this is going to take you around 20 to 30 minutes long. 20 to 30 minutes long to fully complete this. But most of them, you're going to be putting NA. I'm going to send you this in. Do you have Discord?
I do, yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you, what's your Discord name or, yeah.
Let me.
Here's a Typeform link right there. Like I said, it's going to take you around 20 to 30 minutes long. A lot of it, you're going to be putting NA if it doesn't apply to you. The next thing is that we're gonna do is we're gonna go over the systems that we need in place and just set them up real quick, and I'll walk you through that.
For the business name, is this like my moving business?
No, this is gonna be for info. Like all of this applies to info.
Okay, so I need to set up a new everything.
No, we could set up the business name. If you put NA to any of these, like we could set up like we get you a domain and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, I don't have another LLC or anything.
Oh well, the LLC that you'd have to do yourself, but like things like your domain, website, stuff like that, we could set that up for you.
Okay, perfect.
And if you have any questions, just contact me and then get that done for you. Let me see.
Do you want me to fill this out on the call?
No. You can fill this out on your own time.
Okay.
Let's see. And then, okay, cool. Can you see this this tab right here? Let me show you this doc. No, we're gonna set up the system and just make sure that Brandon's invited to them. I just sent you the doc on what do you call it? On Discord. We're gonna go one by one and just setting these things up, and this is all we need on our end.
Okay. All right, I opened that up.
Yeah, we can start with Framer, framer.com.
All right. Should I just continue with Google or just
Yeah, you could continue with Google, whatever email works for you. Now, initially with Framer, until we have a domain, it has a 2-week free trial, but after the domain, I think it's $15 a month.
Okay. And then I'll be using it for business or school.
You'll be using this is going to be the landing page, set up the landing page that people are going to get to get to the Discord where we'd collect their information.
Okay. All right, I'm in here.
What'd you say?
I'm in Framer.
Cool.
Just made an account.
Top right, you're gonna see like an icon. It's gonna. I think yours is gonna have like a J on it, but we just need to invite Brandon now.
Brandon, what's his email?
The Brando at tpmarketing.org. It's on the doc.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, just send that to Brandon.
Brandon, let's get you signed in and confirm with us. Once you have
Discord and connect to WAP.
So
What is
Discord, do you have a Discord already, or that you want to use, or do you want us to create one?
Create one, yeah.
Okay, let's do that right now. Now, I'd like this to obviously be in your name.
All right, I'm in Framer.
You're in
You want me to
Framer?
just create it? You want me to create it, like add a server real quick and just create?
Yeah,
my
just
own?
create a server and then just invite us, and we'll like set everything up in it.
Should I do it for a club or a community or for me and my friends?
I think it's me and your friend. Cool, perfect. We're in. Brandon, let me invite you, and then give us both admin access once we're in. Let's see, Trey. There we go. Yeah. I think. Let me see. Can I do it? No, I can't. Nope.
I'll create a role real quick. I'll just create an admin role. All right, both y'all are admins now.
Perfect. So we got that. Next thing is payment processor for coaching programs. I recommend WAP. Do you WAP or Fan Basis? I have a lot of connections at WAP. What do you prefer? I mean, do you have a preference or not?
Yeah, we can use WAP.
Cool. Let's see. Let's go to WAP.com.
So do I need to set up an account in WAP?
Yeah. There. If you go to WAP.com.
It looks like I already have an account.
Okay, perfect. And then just invite.
My name is Backlobe19. What the fuck?
What?
That's my username, bro. Backlobe19.
Do you have a what do you call that again?
You,
Do you have a,
you might have to make it like a seller's account, like to where, because you might just have a normal WAP account, but then you like change it to where you get links and stuff.
Yeah.
So do I need to invite you or team invite?
Yeah. Do you have like a business on WAP or no?
No, I do not. No.
Okay, yeah. I think you need to create a business on WAP. You'd have to like share your screen and I could walk you through that. Stop sharing one. Okay, cool. If you go to home, start a business. Password, you use your email. Yeah, there you go. Continue. Boom. Name. You call it JP's coaching. It doesn't really matter. We can edit that later in the JP method. Is it Jape or JP?
Jape.
Okay. Okay. If you bottom left all the way down to settings, you click that. I think that's it. And then team should be somewhere here. If you scroll down. Where's teams at? Team. Oh, click more under marketing to the left. There we go. And then Brandon's email. And then you would give him manager products, setting the payment link. You get an operations, not full access. Perfect, Brandon. Let's get you logged into that. Let us confirm with us if when you're good.
For WAP?
Yeah.
All right, I'm in.
You're in, Brandon?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, the next thing, Jake, is we have Discord WAP, we have Framework, now ConvertKit. ConvertKit is the email software that we're going to be using to send emails. Perfect. Just start free trial. You click continue. You don't have one, so and then grow my list. Boom. And then you don't need a subscription right now. You can get a subscription in 2 weeks. And then top right under Jape method, the drop down settings, and then bottom left teams. And the same exact thing. You need to confirm your email. Yeah, just confirm your email with the one that you ConvertKit's done. Brandon, confirm with us when you have that. Next and the last thing is Zapier.com. This is to send information from one place to another. From Framer to Discord, from Discord to WAP, from WAP to ConvertKit. Cool. And then the last thing, John, that we have for our system is Go High Level. Now, Go High Level, you could either create it on yourself, or we have like an agency one that we hold all our clients. Like, which ones would you want to do?
I can just go on yours. That's fine.
Okay, cool, perfect. And then we'll create that. That's pretty much it in regards to the system. So the next steps now is for you to just complete that that type form. It's probably going to take you a lot less time, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, a lot less time, 10 to 15 minutes. And then what we're gonna do with you is we're gonna have calls every 3 days because we're not like launching the actual offer. We're gonna just be collecting data from now. So what I want to do, Brandon, is I really honestly want to have this set up, the landing page and Discord fully set by end of the day tomorrow, and then everything else we want that done. I'll say all the other funnels we want that done by, I'll say like around the 7th.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's the next step, and then we'll have a meeting on Monday, John. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday we're gonna be setting up a system on Discord and what do you call it? Discord and the landing page.
Okay.
So the only thing you have to do on your end right now is if you have anyone who's like been happy for like you've helped, maybe even if it's a message or something like that, that's like appreciated you for their help, add that to a drive, send it over to us, and then but right now it's just that onboarding type form, and that's all on your end, and then we'll work on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if you have somebody that you've helped in the past, like maybe a close friend or something like that that's doing good in their business, like if you could record a testimonial video, like you guys just on like this type of Google Meet, and then you guys just have your cameras on, explain how you helped them, things like that. That would be
Okay.
really good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll try. I don't know if I'll see if I can maybe get a couple. So I don't have much. I've never really done that before, but
That's okay. That's fine. That's not a biggie or anything. If anything, we'll just get a few during this time while we're just giving free sauce to people. We'll just get a few from there
okay.
over the time. So yeah, those are the next steps. John, do you have any questions?
Nope. All good.
Cool. All right, boys. I'm gonna reschedule the meeting for 9 a.m. on Monday. Does that time work for you, John and Brandon?
Yes.
Works for me.
Perfect. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Monday the 9 a.m. TV. And yeah. What's your email again?
FARRELL05@gmail.com.
Gmail. Cool. Got it. And this meeting is going to be around 30 minutes long also. So I just sent that to you guys' calendar for Monday. Next up, just to reiterate it again, JP, just getting that Typhoon completed. Any testimonials that you may have will be great, but there's no rush or no pressure. And then we're going to get the Discord and landing page done, completed by Sunday.
Oh wait, I got 3 back-to-back meetings from 12 to 3 p.m. EST. Can we do like 11?
11 a.m. EST.
Yeah.
That's 8 a.m. our time. No, we can't. We could do earlier. We could do like 10
Oh
a.m.
wait, no. Sorry. We're good. Sorry, that's my sales meeting. I don't go to those. Oh, we're good.
Okay, perfect. Cool. All right, guys. Is there anything else?
No, I'm all good.
Sweet. All right. See you guys on Monday. Take care.
All right,
See you guys.
Right into it. We're super excited to have you on, Gavin.
Yeah.
And absolutely crush it for you. So this is going to be like the onboarding meeting. It's going to be around like 20 to 30 minutes to get the systems, access, and tools and the information that we need from you, and then scheduling our meetings and things like that. So the first thing that I like to go through is the meetings. Like, what time works best for you that like you will be able to show up? We could either do early in the morning like this, or we could do later in the afternoon if you're like knocking or any bullshit like that.
It couldn't be any earlier than this.
It could or it couldn't.
I was asking if it could be any earlier than this.
Let me see. We could do like 8:15. 8:15. So that's 11:15. I think. And what do you think about that, Brandon? Is like 8 a.m. the earliest? Because I know you have a couple of things before that.
Yeah, because 8 a.m. is a different meeting we have.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you want to do earlier? Can you do earlier, Brandon, or no?
Yeah, I could do earlier.
Okay, we can move it up to like 7:45. 7:45, so
Okay.
that's gonna be like
10:40.
10:45 your time.
Yeah, that works.
Perfect. Okay, let me move that. And then this time is something like you can commit to. It's gonna be Monday through Friday. There's no meetings on Saturday, but then there's a meeting on Sunday.
Sunday at 10:45. I couldn't do that because that's when church is. Could we just do like a later in the day on Sunday, but everything else is at 10:45?
Or what we could do is we could not have it Sunday. We could just have it on Saturday.
That works. That works perfect.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, let me do that. And then these are going to be 8 15-minute long meetings. We're just going to be going over everything. They're typically going to be even shorter, so you could take these whether you're in the car or anything like that. You don't need to be like seated at your desk.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing there. The next thing is the onboarding doc type form that I'm going to give you access to. I'm going to kind of quickly go over this to kind of show you how this is like just meant to be completed so that you don't run into any issues. Let's see.
That email I just got, I should do that.
I'm sorry?
I should go into that. Or no, that's the meeting thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Do it to prospect questionnaire. Cool, I'm going to show you my screen right now.
Okay.
Cool. So this is going to be it's going to be 40 questions. Now, what I'm asking you there is things like, obviously your full name. And then we're going to need like some sort of business EIN or LLC or EIN for A2P verification. A2P is what allows us to call on phones, like the setters to call on a phone. And you need to be like a registered business to be able to call leads and things like that. A couple of these, like if it's NA, like you don't have it, you just put in NA. But one thing that I do want to say here is that's very, very important is like so what your story, what I want you to do is like you can open up ChatGPT or something like that. You talk 5 minutes on how you got to the point where you're currently at right now. This helps us use it for marketing and for the email. So understand like how to target your ICP, like exactly, obviously your story. You speak into ChatGPT, I think that's a lot easier than you just copy and paste that into here. And then if you sold in the past, we'll offer you or selling. And if it doesn't apply to you, you can just easily just put NA. Let's see if there's anything else. If you have current VSLs, and then if you have testimonials or like screenshots, and this could be anything, Gavin. Like if there's someone that just says, yo, thank you for your help, Gavin. What I want you to do is I want you to like just put it all in a drive. And then in that drive, you're just going to add it. You're going to add it. There's a section for the drive. Let's put this out. Where is that? VSLs, other cell letters. You could add in any one of these drives. I can't find it, but even if it's like the smallest screenshot, someone is saying like, "Thank you, Gavin, for your help," or if you made them a lot of money. If you coached anyone, it could be small, it could be big. You just add that screenshot inside of the drive, and that's going to be used for us to use it as a sales letter. Let's see. If you care about branding or anything like that, if you have a domain that you already want to use, you just put in the domain here. If you don't, then obviously we just get one for you for the coaching side of things. But this is probably going to take you around 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. If you could complete that for us within the next 24 hours, that'd be great. Just so we can get the ball quickly rolling. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I can do that.
Sweet. Let me give you let me share this link to you.
What's VSLs?
VSL is a video sales letter. So like when you go on the landing page, like the video that you see there, you want me to show you an example or you?
No, like yeah, that makes sense. So it kind of like hypes up to book a call.
Yeah. Do you have Discord?
I don't have it.
I'm sorry?
Should I make a video like that if I don't have it?
We'll give you the scripts and everything. We'll give you the scripts and everything for that. If it does apply to the funnel that we're gonna create, then yeah.
I do not think I have a Discord account. Let me check. All right, I'm in.
Cool. Let's see. Brandon. Okay, let me go ahead and invite you. I sent you a text. Is SMS better or just on the Google chat?
Text message is fine.
Let's see. There you go. Server settings. Give me 1 second. Let me give you the role.
All right, I'm in.
Let's see. Cool. Let me give you this role real quick. Do you have your own personal Discord or not?
Yeah, it's this one that I was joined with.
No, like you're like a Discord community.
Oh, I was actually just looking. I didn't think I had one, but I have one called Gavin's Window Cleaning Program. It's actually kind of built out. There's nothing in it, but there's a bunch of the chats.
Okay. How many people do you have in there?
There's nobody in it. It's just built out.
Okay, yeah, can you invite us to that? We'll use that.
Yeah. Just send it right back to that text group chat.
Yeah, that works.
Let me know if that works.
Got it. So, and then Brandon, let me invite you to this also.
Okay, but
There's nothing in there, but I mean, it's kind of built out. Could go somewhere with it.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you able to see the Gavin G section in our Discord or no?
No, I see sales gen chat meeting times.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let's fix this. Permissions. Category. Okay, what about now? Wait. What about now?
Let me refresh. Yes, I see it.
Do you see there should be like 10 channels.
I just see sales chat.
So let me fix it and remove that permissions. There you go. Or do I have to do these manually? There's no idea. I might have to. I'll do these real quick.
Yep, now I see organic.
Yeah. It should be all coming in one by one.
Yep. You ever run paid ads for it?
Yeah, we run ads for Grady right now.
I remember seeing that like when he first started, I think.
Yeah. It's really good. Typically, first, what we like to do is we like to obviously get you proof of income and proof that this works and get it to like $10,000-$20,000 before we even like touch ads for coaching.
That makes sense. What's the daily ad spend on something like that, like for him right now?
I would say around $150 a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, you get one person every week, even, and that's still worth it. So
yeah. Let's see. How many channels?
Do you currently run ads for your business itself?
I did, but now we're just kind of going all door to door.
Okay, got you. That's another
But I
thing
bet-
that we'll like kind of focus on in terms of like what you're going to be delivering to, the people that are joining.
I'm actually super like excited with Gavin's thing because I think like the way we could target this, if we did like a webinar, Grady, teaching home service business owners how to train in like higher dialed in reps because that's what Gavin's really good at. I think that would be that'd be very, very good. Like not even just cleaners, like landscapers, any sort of home service, like how to train and higher dialed in reps would be I think that would do really, really well.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you should now see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You should see like 10 sections, 10
Yeah,
channels.
see through post book call recap.
Okay. Do you see the book call organic and book call paid?
Yep.
And then paid opt-in and organic opt-in?
Yep.
Contract, payment, mod, assets, and sales chat.
Yes.
Perfect. That's good. Okay, so now that's the Discord. This is where we're going to be communicating back and forth with me, you, the setters, the sales rep. This is where communication is going to be moving forward. Text messages is going to be for emergencies. Like let's just say something comes up, like you can't hop on a meeting or you have to handle something, family issues. That's more urgent, but communication is mainly going to be on Discord. What we ask from you is really just communication within an hour. If you can't make it to a meeting, or if we ask for a video, or if we ask for sales assets, like just within an hour, you just let us know. So that we could get to things as quick as humanly possible. So that's the community right there. That's where everything's going to be held in. Let's see, what's the next thing? Next thing is onboarding is the tools that we need to sign up to. I'm going to give you this doc right now. What tools do you need? Do you use fan bases or do you have a WAP?
No.
Okay, yeah, you need to set up a WAP. Let's see. I just sent you in the mods. I just sent you this doc. Go ahead and open that up. The tools that we do need is it's ConvertKit, Zapier, and FrameRate, and then inviting Brando at TP Marketing to that.
So set up an account and then invite.
Yeah. All these ones have they all have free trials. I think 30 or 14 to 30 days.
What are we gonna build with Framer? It's asking personal website.
Yeah, work side.
It only says I can invite my team by copying the link.
That's fine.
Here we
We're
go.
right.
No, I found it.
It should pop up on my email, or are you sending a link to join off?
I just did it to your email.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Website. If I don't have a website,
Sorry?
Kit is asking me for a website URL.
Oh, you don't have to have one. You can like skip that.
All right. What do I hope to achieve? Grow my list, send emails, earn income.
So you can put grow your list.
Yo, Ed, it should have sent you a code.
Or email or like authenticator.
To verify my email.
Let's see.
I think it's your Gmail.
Still haven't gotten anything.
I'll put resend code. I resent it.
Is it like Outlook? Like what specifically?
Yeah, it's on GoDaddy for Outlook.
What is it for? For like email or for like
Yeah,
app?
to log into my email.
Anything.
I don't know how to invite to Kit.
Top right. If you go to the top right settings or something along those lines, like a gear button. Let me know if you see that, or like a drop down setting. And then at the left bottom is you're gonna see teams.
Hold on, I could try something else. Just give me a second.
Okay, I can't. Or I could log in.
I just sent that Kit one.
Perfect. Oh, do you remember what was that password for the Brando at TV marketing, Trey?
Yeah, it's capital B Brandon and then
1, 2, 3.
yeah. And then exclamation mark at the end.
Okay, I'm logged in. Save. Email code. Apply to ask.
I just got a auto.
What's the code?
91.
91. Done.
Stay logged in, yes.
Zapier is asking top apps for business owners. Select
could-
app.
You could click any or just like skip that. It doesn't really matter.
You should just got another code or thing. It's 83. Just it's because I'm trying to log in through my phone as well.
That's fine. All right, I got it done.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got the invite to Kit. I got the invite to Framer. Perfect.
I got the codes now. They weren't showing up. I don't know why. But are
Yeah,
you
I don't know.
You're
But
logged in?
I'm all in now. Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah, I got the Kit invite. I got perfect. Framer. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Make sure you're logged into them, like you actually have access to everything. Real quick, Brandon.
Oh, for Kit, it says it has to have a card information.
Okay.
Yeah, get the trial for that. I think it's either 30 or 14-day trial.
Zapier Teams. I need the Teams version.
I don't think so. Let me see. Let me take a look. Brandon, do you know exactly whether or not he needs a Teams?
What happened?
Do you know whether or not he needs a Teams? I don't remember his Zapier.
The team? No, I just think he just needs to do a normal one.
Like, when you go to members, it says like you have to start for team trial.
Yeah.
Or start a team trial. Yeah, I think you need like a team trial. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, bet. Yeah. So for Framer, I just logged in. So I have my own workspace, and then for Kit, just needs a payment, so then I can log in, but I have access, and then yeah.
And then
I'm trying to get this Zapier one, but I don't see where I add a person.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, bro?
For Zapier, I don't see where to add.
If you go to settings, typically top right or something like that, or click your name or click like your icon circle. Let's see. Why did I just close this? Let me log in. And then it's gonna say teams or members.
Yeah, that's what it said first, but then it went away once I got teams.
Let me see. Let me take a look on my end. Top right, when you click the circle, you go to settings, and then all the way to the left is going to say members. Do you see? You no longer see that.
No.
If you share your screen, I'll be able to help you out. Or
Yeah. There we go.
Up here. Let's see. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. To go to the top right, the same thing, like that little circle, settings, and then go to admin center, and then members. There we go.
There we go.
Yep. Oh,
And
yeah.
you confirm. Mm-hmm. Admin?
Yeah.
That one should already have a payment method on it. Then I see a payment method on Kit.
What'd you say?
That one should already have a payment method on it. Now I just need my payment method on Kit. Yeah, it says my payment method's already in there. For Kit.
Let me try. Yeah. Okay. Edmund, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So then, like, when I join the Kit team, it just says, "Oh no."
Log out, and then log back in.
Okay. Yeah, it's still bringing me to so I trusted the email, and then now it's saying like this, like monthly charge.
Is it saying I think that it's saying this is for Grady. Grady needs to update his.
No, because yeah, this is under because Kit is under your email, right?
Mine?
Yeah. Sure.
No, like Edmund for your like login for Kit.
If you go up, I'm pretty sure that's like Grady needs to, because like you're invited to all of theirs. For Grady, I think Grady needs to update his payment structure, because when it invites you, I'm pretty sure it's like bringing you. That's what it shows for Grady's, right?
Yeah. So look, no, the first option was what it showed for Grady's. So then let me try again. So yeah, it's just bringing me all the way back here.
When you were checking Grady's, is that what it shows you, like the payment thing?
No. The first screen that I showed, this one, it was showing me this. Whenever I would try to log into Grady's, it would show me this. So then right now what I did was I pressed log out. So maybe that first screen that this was popping up was probably for Grady's, but now this is what's popping up.
And then does it say Gavin or anything about Gavin on anywhere on the page?
I just think this is like the whole like Zapier or kit in general. It's not even letting me log out or anything.
Okay, go to kit.com or something. Right there, and then try to log in.
Just yeah, it just brings me to the screen.
I can't see your screen anymore.
Yeah, so like if I just go and like search it up again.
Yeah.
Kit, login.
Yeah, it's gonna bring you to that screen. You need to log out or
Yeah, I don't think it lets me.
or do you see where it says downgrade? To the left?
Downgrade to free.
Yeah, downgrade to free.
Gosh. But they're trying to piff me.
Nothing.
Bro,
This
they're
is-
really trying to cook
Grady-
me.
I'm like 90% sure this is Grady because like he just started his trials, if anything.
Because it's so weird. It won't let me like even like log out.
This is Grady. I'm gonna go to Grady's. We're gonna get that fixed, but I'm pretty sure his.
Okay, yeah, that should be fine then. For that. So then let me log into Zapier real quick.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Gavin, what's your Instagram?
I think it's just my name. No, it's A Gavin Gregus.
There you go. Okay, nice. Oh, you have a C8?
Yeah,
You recently got it?
I got it in November.
November, nice. Yeah, I'm deciding. I want to get an M5 or something like that, bro.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Cool. Okay, so
Can you
Brandon.
fix it?
Oh, I think no, he's on a meeting. I couldn't.
Oh shit.
But I think that's pretty much it. I think we have to get his thing because it's the same account, and then if you were using his account, it's gonna keep having that issue. I've had that in the past.
But yeah, I logged into everything else, Zapier, Framer.
Cool. And then go high level. We'll just have him on the agency high level. It's already A2P verified, but we'll just switch the A2P verification with his information.
Cool.
And other than that, so Gavin, what we're going to be doing today, number one, is we're going to be setting up the Discord fully for you for the agency to making sure like everything's connected, that things are zapping through from Zapier and Go High Level and things like that. The next thing that we're going to be setting up is pipelines in Go High Level and doing market research on whether the first thing that I think we should try is like a webinar in 7 days, 7, 8 days. To launch it. But we're gonna do market research today with your audience to see like what they're interested in and if that's like a market that we should target. And then that's pretty much all we're gonna be doing today. And then tomorrow we're gonna hop on that meeting. We're gonna discuss the best marketing angle we should go about, and then we're gonna start working towards that. And then on the back end, he's gonna start sourcing setters and closers, a setter and a closer for your team.
Sounds good. So I'm kind of, so like essentially we'll post like content that funnels people there, and then call to actions and all that, and then somebody's in the DMs and kind of in the comment sections just pushing people forward.
Exactly, just like that, yeah. So now with regards to YouTube, do you have like, what's your YouTube like handle name?
Let me look. I used to post my reels on there too, but I stopped. But I do have an account. A.Gavin.Gregus.
Gavin. Gregus. Okay, I found it.
No, that's 50 subscribers. I'll send you a link.
Okay, perfect. I got it. Okay, so then yeah, we're gonna do the market research, and tomorrow we're gonna have a YouTube video for you, like an idea of what we think you should post, and that will do very, very well for you. But right now we're gonna be working on the back end system, installing that, and market research on exactly how to go about selling your offer, and then we'll present that to you tomorrow.
All right, so we'll do a YouTube video script tomorrow. And I'm good to film that. Tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you have a camera, or would you be filming like an iPhone?
I have a DJI Osmo.
That's fine. That works. Okay. That's cool. Brandon, do you have anything? Gavin, do you have anything else?
No, I'm all good on my end.
Sweet.
That should be good. What do I do from now until then? Is there anything?
On your end, there's really nothing. There's nothing for you to do on your end. If we need anything or any sort of information, the onboarding, the type form. That's all I need from you. Take your about like 20. I sent it to you on. No, I did not yet. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you on messages.
Okay.
There we go. Completing that type form, and that's pretty much it. The meeting tomorrow is going to be around 15 minutes long, and we're going to go over everything that we did the previous day.
Sounds good. I'll fill out that type form right now.
Sweet. All right, boys, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, business name of the window cleaning business.
Yeah, or whatever you want to call the info product.
All right, sounds good.
If you don't have any, like, you just put NA. That's fine.
All right. I already went through that process of getting like a number for the business. Would that prevent us from getting a second one?
No.
All right. Sounds good.
Fine.
I'll get
Cool. All right, boys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll text you guys if we need anything or anything like that. I'll see you guys. Peace.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, now this next section we're going to go ahead and talk about, guys, is hiring a sales team in order to scale. Wherever you are as a coach or consultant, you're going to have to hire, right? You're going to have to hire. So this section is mainly to go over hiring, like who do you need to hire, when should you hire them, and like how to train them and how to set up compensation, for those specific people. So the first section is going to be about when to hire and identifying your bottlenecks. Section number 2 is going to be about compensation structure and incentivizing performance. Section number 3 is going to be training your sales team on the OMS framework, because this is the best framework you could possibly do when scaling a coaching program. And then the conclusion on your sales team and the engine for growth. All right, so let's get right into it. So the first thing you guys have to understand is that hiring a team isn't about like luxury, right? It's not about like looking like, oh, I have a business, oh, I have an LLC, or oh, I have a team of 6 people, because that sounds like a flex, but that's not, what we hire for. The goal to hire is for necessity, right? You hire when your time becomes the most expensive bottleneck in your business, right? And what we're going to do in this first section is identifying those clear triggers. So the first thing is hiring a setter. When you're consistently spending more than 2 hours, I'll honestly bring this down into like more than an hour a day on your DMs, because setters and close, like a setter is a very, very low leverage task. You don't need a lot of education or training to become a setter.
And there's much higher leverage things you could be doing with your time, even if it's as small as an hour a day, right? So responding to leads, answering questions, and trying to book calls, right? And you're spending more than an hour a day on that specific thing. That's a trigger. That's like probably a bottleneck, right? Now, why is this a bottleneck? Your time is best spent on high leverage activities by creating content, strategic partnerships, or delivering client results. If you're stuck in the DMs, handling objections, trying to book calls, trying to, close deals, all of these stuff, you're going to be stuck, right? Your business is not going to grow. There's a saying that you can't grow business if you're in the business, and that's absolutely true with info products. You can't be inside of the business while trying to scale it. It's just not going to work. So once you have these issues, once you see that, you then need to hire a setter. Now, the next position is going to be a closer, right? The sales executive. Like a closer's job, actually, let me say this. A setter's job is to qualify leads. It's to hop on, figure out where the lead is, figure out where the lead wants to go, and then close down, and then set them on the calendar with the closer. Now, closer's job is to hop on the call and really just collect payment. That's the one thing that I tell all my setters, because it's a team thing. It's a whole team that you guys are working with. A setter's job is to make sure the leads are qualified, and the closer's job is only to collect payments. It's not to handle objection. When a lead hops on a call with a closer, they should be ready to buy. And like I said, a closer's job is to basically just hop on the call and close the deal. A setter's job is to making sure that every single call that hops on with the closer is ready to buy. It's just to collect payment. I mean, not to close the deal, it's to collect payment. A closer only hops on calls to collect payment. You guys need to understand that when training. Now, how do you know if you have a closing bottleneck? So the easiest way to figure out if you have a closing bottleneck is if you're consistently doing more than 15 calls per week yourself, and your calendar is consistently full, preventing you from focusing on your growth initiatives. As a founder, as a coach or consultant, you should not be hopping more than 15 sales calls every single week. 15 sales calls every single week. Now, if you understand the whole sales side of things for your specific coaching business, you could drop this down to like 10 calls a week, right? If you're hopping on more than, I would say, like two to three calls a day, right? That's way too much, because these calls are typically around 45 minutes to an hour long. So that's 2 hours of your day that is gone. But there's also preparing for these calls and then post these calls. You know what I mean? And if you do close the deals, then you have to onboard the client. So if you're spending more than 15, if you're hopping on more than 15 sales calls per week, you should probably look into hiring a closer. Now, why is this a bottleneck? Sales calls are high energy, high focus activity. Doing too many lead to fatigue, lower closer, and less time for strategic work. If you're closing well, it's time to leverage that skill, right? It takes time to actually hop on these calls. You need to have high energy. You need to be excited, right? Like we were saying, it's a skill that takes a lot of energy, right? And you need to leverage that skill if you're obviously good at it. Now, the closer's primary job is to diagnose a sales call, diagnose a prospect problem using the OMS framework, and enroll them into your high-ticket offer, right? That's the most professional way of saying it. But I tell my setters, right, and I tell my setters that the closer's job is to just collect payment. It's to keep that energy, to have a sense of culture that they are there to help the next person. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much it for section number 1. Now we're going to move on to section number 2 on how to structureize compensation and incentivizing performance, right? So the first thing we're going to talk about is a setter. It's very, very straightforward. A setter's compensation is typically 5% of the client's upfront fee. So for example, if a client pays $5,000, 5% of that's going to be $250 that go to the setter, right? And this is on a recurring model. Like if it's a payment that is, let's just say, that's a monthly payment on an MR, every single one of those payments always go to the setters, just 5%. If anyone's trying to charge you more than that, unless the setter's like phenomenal, which I have yet to meet someone realistically try to charge more than 5% for a setter, then you shouldn't pay anything more than that, right? If you're trying to optimize everything, the lowest you could go with for a setter is like 3%, and the highest I would say is 5%. There's really no need to pay more than that for a setter. All right, so for example, if they pay $7,500 on a setup fee, the setter gets $375 for booking a call that leads to the sale, right? Incentivizing setters on book qualified calls, not just a call. They only get paid if the call closes, The next thing we're going to talk about is closer compensation. Now, a closer typically gets 10% of how much he collected. So, like I said, $7,500 is closed, 10% is $750, and they continuously get this amount if it's on an MRR basis or anything like that, right? If the client also pays $5K in monthly revenue, they might get an addition $250 per month for the first few months, right? Why does this work? It's an incentivization, and they only make money if they close the deal. Now, the lowest you could charge for a setter is, I would say, like 7.5%, and a really, really good closer now might get more than 10%. The most I've ever paid for a closer is 12.5%. So the lowest I would have you guys pay is 7.5, and the highest is 12.5%. Now, once you have a setter in place and you're scaling to multiple figures a month, 50K, 75K, 100K, then it is time for you to hire on a sales manager because you're going to have multiple closers, you're going to have multiple setters, and you are going to have to start having things like training. And if a setter or closer is doing, bad or not performing as you need them to be performing, you bring them down on a little probation, and then you train them up and get them back to where they want to be as someone to watch these call recordings and things like that. This is where many coaches make mistakes. Instead of percentages of your take, the sales manager should be compensated based on the team's overall performance. There's two options of how you can do this. There's option number A, right, which is what I recommend for people who are in early stages, is a flat monthly retainer, anything between 2 to 5K, plus a small percentage for incentivization, right? Anywhere between 1 to 2% of all sales closed by the team. So if they make, let's just say, if you guys do 100K, he takes anywhere between 1 to 2K extra. So he's making around 2 to 3 to like 6K a month, right? As a sales manager, their role is basically to train setters and closers and making sure that the sales team is performing as much as they need to. A sales manager, realistically, I would say works daily, actively. I'd say like 3 hours of active work a day, but it's a high leverage skill, which is why they get paid relatively word, right? So your current pricing model, right? So let's just say for example, you're maybe giving off your team initially. Let's just say you're giving your team initially. 15% for the 10 for the closer, 5 for the setters. Then you would obviously change up that percentage and change up the current model to work for them, right? So why does this work? Because a sales manager is very, very important. And if you do not have a sales manager, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to spend a lot of time hiring, firing, training, overlooking the pipeline, and a lot of low leverage tasks that someone else is willing to do for a couple $1,000s, right? So hiring a sales manager is very, very, very straightforward. The compensation is very straightforward, and it's actually a really good position to do. Realistically, if you are spending more than like 2 to 3 hours a week on your sales team, maybe look into hiring a sales manager. But obviously the compensation has to make sense. If you're spending 3 hours but you guys are only generating like $20,000 a month, and you're maybe taking home 10K or something like that, depending if you're already has like that, maybe it might not be worth it. But obviously make sure that you as a business owner is making as much money as you can. The third section that we're going to go ahead here and talk about is training your sales team on the OMS framework. The first thing is training a setter on the bridge framework, right? The setter's job is to qualify leads, build rapport, and book diagnostic calls using our proven DM sequence, right? Deep dive into the pain points. The first thing a setter needs to do is to really understand why the prospect is interested in the first day. Why did they want the lead magnet? Why did they swipe it for their hand raiser? Why are they interested? There's almost always a pain. If a prospect sits here and tells you, or tells your setter that, oh no, I'm just looking around. Why are they looking around? Why are they looking around? They either want to make more money, they want their time back, or they want to be able to have a new opportunity. So there's almost always a pain if someone is looking around. That's the first thing you have to understand. The setter has to find their pain points and aspirations. The next thing is the OMS audit blueprint. How to use the audit blueprint to results to understand a prospect's bottleneck. Next thing is the bridge framework, a word-for-word script for the 4 to 5 messages sequence from lead magnet delivery to call booking, right? Next is the voice note mastery, training them on when and how to use your voice notes to build trust and authority, right? And then the next thing is how to handle basic common objections like, let's just say, for example, someone says, "What's the price?" That's something that you're going to get a lot, right? So you're going to have to set up some sort of systems for them to handle those objections. The most common one is, "What's the price?" that they're going to get. Another one is, "I'm just like looking around." Another one, maybe, "Am I speaking to the actual like offer owner or the actual coach?" You're going to have to create some sort of objection handling. They don't have to be too incensed, because at the end of the day, these are the DMs, right? They're just the DMs, and you don't want to like have too much back and forth on the DM. Next thing is, you have to accurately track this on a dashboard. Now, if you're getting less than 5 leads a day, you have a DM setter in there, you may not need to track it. But if you're still using DM framework, you're going to have to connect this to Go High Level to be able to track your Instagram DMs. So that's the way it works for a setter. Now, that's the way a setter will work when it comes to DMing, but there's always also setting on a sales call when they call on the phone. Now, this is the same exact framework. Same exact framework. Is you hop on the call, you figure out where the prospect is. Where do they want to go? Why have they not gotten there yet? And if they financially qualify, you book them on a call. It's very simple, right? So let's go through that framework really, really quickly. Where are they now? So some of the questions that you may ask them is, what are you currently doing right now? How much money are you currently making? What have you tried? Things like that. And then you're going to figure out, where do they want to go? How much money do you want to be making in 3 months now down the line? Right? What does that life actually look like when it changes? Questions like that. And then in the middle, figure out why they haven't gone there. It's asking them urgency questions. Well, what have you tried in the past to get to $10,000 a month? You get what I'm saying? Another good question would be, if this doesn't work out, what does life look like 6 months down the line? Right? It's really to get them to understand that they need to make a change. And if they qualify and they have a pain and they are financially qualified, then the setter goes on in their head and books them on a call with the closer. Now we're going to move on to the closer's position. The closer's position is relatively also the same as a setter. Now, the setter's role is typically done on the phone within 5 minutes, but the closer goes into more depth, more depth. The objective with the closer is to diagnose the prospect's core problem using the OMS framework and enrolling them into your high ticket program. All right, so the way that this works with the closer is the same exact way with the setter. Where are they? Where do they want to go? Why have they not gotten there yet? If you nail all 3 of these things down, you genuinely actually understand what their pain point is. That's the biggest thing, is once you figure out what the prospect's pain point is, like, why do they actually want to make a change, or like what's the leading thing behind the change, then handling objections become very, very, very easy. Now, ultimately, you're almost always going to get an objection. You're always going to get an objection when it comes to sales calls. Now, unless your marketing is absolutely dialed in, you're not going to get any. But most of the times, you're going to get an objection when it comes to hopping on sales calls. Now, there's 2 main objections when it comes to sales calls. There's a money objection, and then there's value objection. When someone tells you they need to think about it, you can't just sit there and just think about nothing. There's something that they're thinking about. Whether it's you being able to help them being able to do it, or if they may not have enough money right now, right? And when you're getting these objections, you have to understand that it's not bad to get objections. Some people have objections because they have limiting beliefs. And your job as the closer is to get them over these limiting beliefs. And if you do that successfully, what's going to happen is that people are going to start giving you their money. It's very, very simple. Right, so the closer's job is to diagnose the problem and sign them onto your high ticket offer. All right, so your sales team is the engine of the S on the OMS system. Without a well-oiled team, even the most irresistible offer and brilliant marketing will fall flat. By delegating your DMs and sales calls to trained professionals, you free yourself to focus on what you actually do best, being the visionary CEO for your coaching empire. Now that we've got this covered, the full spectrum of the offer marketing, so let's integrate it all together in the next section.
Congratulations, you've made it this far. You now possess the exact framework that has generated $5.2 million for coaches and consultants just like you. Understand how to craft an irresistible offer, build a predictable lead acquisition system, and close high-ticket clients with integrity. You've seen the strategies, the precise steps you need to take to get to $20,000, $50,000, even $100,000 a month. Now you have a choice. You can take everything you've learned in the past 7 hours and implement it yourself. You have the knowledge, you have the framework, you have the exact exact steps, or you could take the faster, more predictable path. The path where you leverage my team, my proven system to implement the OMS system within the next 90 days in your coaching business. So if you're ready to stop guessing, to stop trying things out on yourself, and you actually want to get to that next level, now there's gonna be a link below. The link below is going to be a type form where you apply, and if you qualify, you'll be able to hop on a call with me. So if you're ready to take your business to the next level, I'll see you there.